big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first and last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get rolling! Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody, wherever you are in the world. Welcome in to the 2023 season of the BSC, kicking things off today with the EMEA region. Of course, we just finished APAC. No spoilers, though. I'll let you check it out in the vlog. I am still Ark, joined today by my co-casters, Trav and Teddy. We are back, boys. Trav, how are you feeling for today?
I mean, it's been a while since I've been on BSC, but I couldn't be more pleased to be back for 2023, especially in my home region of EMEA.
Exactly that, Teddy. How are you feeling for the 2023 season of the BSC?
I'm excited. The off-season could not have lasted for longer. Honestly, at this point, I really wanted to get straight back into it, and this is our chance here with the EMEA monthly finals.
Exactly that. Let's get straight into it. Let's talk about the format first and foremost, because a few changes from last year. No best of 3, best of 5s. It's all about the best of 5, best of 5s here today. Of course, it is that power match format that we all know and love. The picks and the bans from the power match format, of course, playing a very key component of the way things are going to be going today. And that single elimination brackets, we're going to be kicking things off in the quarterfinals here today. And Trav, maybe talk us through the day.
Well, we're starting things off with FA MrDosa versus Now or Never. A few more unfamiliar teams, but Now or Never have previously been known as a lot of the roster as Dogster Lobster. Then quarterfinal number 2, Team Queso versus ZETA Vision, which is going to be a huge game. Reply Totem versus NAVI, which in my opinion could technically be the final of this one, and Colossal Gaming versus ANR to finish off the quarterfinals.
So absolutely banger matchups there, no doubt about it. And of course, no better way to watch the BSC than, of course, over at event.brawlstars.com. Make sure that you head over there right now and lay down those predictions. I've already got 5 out of 5 from the APAC stream earlier today, so I'm on a very, very good place currently. But of course, make sure to sync up your game via your Supercell ID. You want to get all those in-game rewards there synced up to your game, and of course, that exclusive pin towards the end of the tiers. I am going to be saying the same as everyone else, it seems, here today. But maybe, Teddy, if you want to talk us through why we're all on the same page here today.
Well, you know, for the most part, I think we just looked at the previous rosters, you know, from last year and the players and their stories in 2022, and it was pretty straightforward, right? Dogster Lobster, now or never. We've seen them a couple of times at a Division X Chasmac. We've seen them with a bunch of results last year as well. Reply Totem don't need any introduction, really, and ANR have some very, very solid players as well, and I feel like those quarterfinals matches are a bit more one-sided than the usual for those monthly finals, but you never know.
That's a very polite way to saying that we all copied Trout's homework, but I for one agree. But I think one thing's for sure about the EMEA region, you never really know what is going to happen. It's so unpredictable in that sense, and although we look very clear-cut on paper, I think that the actual storytelling of today may say something different. We'll have to wait and see, but Teddy, me and Trav are going to be taking the reins on this one, but of course, we'll swing back around towards you later on today. But, you know, let's see how this one fares. You've heard what we have to say on the casting desk. Let's talk about the rosters. First and foremost, FA MrDosa, Trav, Dorian, Emmerich, and Salty. A team that maybe some of the viewers at home are less familiar with, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely so, considering coming into this year, I was unfamiliar with a couple of them as well, but they've made it to the monthly finals, and that's a great start. Now they've just got to get through a couple of these teams and make their mark even bigger.
Exactly that. Well, this is what it's all about, isn't it? Getting in the door early for the 2023 season and getting those points down as quickly as you can, making it to the monthly final is such an achievement for these boys to hear today. And of course, they can continue to cause some upsets along the way. I think that it could be the perfect start for them. But of course, now or never, they're not going to be taking it too easy on them. I mean, this is a team which are a little bit more experienced in that respect. Kanan, Tomsy, and Lukey, and of course, as well as Yaku on that same roster. This is the former Dogster Lobster roster, and I just had to throw that in because ultimately the team name's changed, Trav. I've got to sneak that one in somewhere throughout the stream.
I know, I'm sitting here crying about it as well as the best team name and the best logo to ever grace the BSC, and they've changed it for 2023. What is that about? But I mean, this roster, absolutely incredible players. Those English players returning once more with Lukey coming in from Germany. So nice to see some roster changes here and there, but it's going to be a solid roster no matter what.
Yeah, I do feel like, you know, looking at last year, this was a team which had a fantastic run of things and, you know, gained some very, very valuable experience towards the end. They actually had a very, very close run in making it to the World Finals. It was very, very close. Didn't quite manage to make it at the final hurdle, but nonetheless, it is that ability to be calm and collected which counts for so much. For FA MrDosa, they haven't got necessarily as much, you know, riding on things. They haven't got as much people watching from the sidelines and therefore placing that expectation upon them. So how that will affect them, we'll have to wait and see.
I mean, it's definitely easier to come into a monthly final with kind of no pressure on yourselves, no expectation from the community to be getting to those semi-finals or finals. It makes it a lot easier on yourselves. And yes, they are coming into this one the underdog because now or never do have more competitive experience, and their past has been great. You know, as you said, they were in the race for the World Finals last year, which just goes to show how solid of a team they are.
Well, whoever wins this matchup will go on to face the winner later on in the quarterfinals 2 of Team Queso versus ZETA division. So no easy feat upon them for whatever happens next. But of course, you know, let's talk a bit about the meta and the kind of place where Brawl is currently. I mean, you know, Brawl talk later on today, no doubt about it, that's going to change a lot. But focusing on the now and today, of course, you know, there's a lot of brawlers which, if these two teams can really harness within their draft, they could get a little bit of an upper hand. You know, B is in such a great place for diversity and just keeping things above board. You know, Sam especially has been running right across the regions as well as Ash, and therefore I feel like that's kind of one of those brawlers which can really put a stop to those ideas. We all know about Grey. I mean, how much of an issue has Grey been? And if we get any Grey cheese here today, Trav, on just the right map, then I really hope that both teams are kind of prepared for that eventuality.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I've been over in North America in the off-season with some ESL, and they do have a pretty similar meta, tanks, Grey, but, I mean, they love to throw that Lu in wherever they can, and I'm intrigued to see if, you know, they're going to be adapting something like that over here in the EMEA region. And we saw in APAC earlier a lot of Carl being played still by Shatampo and the boys over on Crazy Raccoon now.
Yeah, lots of Carl, lots of Otis as well, and of course the Max, definitely always going to be a staple diet, it seems, of most of the maps, and this is potentially one of those maps. Ring of Fire and Hot Zone coming in next, and I'm looking out for Meg, Trav, I'm just going to call it. Meg for me right now in Ring of Fire is such a great one. Here we got as well the predictions over at event.brawlstars.com for who the viewers at home think is going to take home the win, and they are seeming to be on side here, now or never, with 58%.
I'm genuinely surprised it's not kind of swayed more to now or never, to be honest with you. I don't know if we've kind of got some hidden fans over on the side of MrDosa, but, you know, now or never are pretty heavily the favourites coming into this one, and I'd have probably put in about 80-20 if it was just my prediction myself. But, you know, we can see big upsets happening. We've seen it in the past. We've seen these lower end, more unpredictable teams getting towards those finals. And, you know, I honestly wouldn't be too sad about saying it, because I'm coming in here, I'm saying they're the underdog, but still, there's always a big chance, and we're seeing draft become more and more prominent throughout last year and coming into this one. It can definitely be all kind of up to the draft before you even get into the game.
It's the great thing, isn't it, about having the first stream of the year, because you just genuinely don't know how teams are going to fare and who is going to take that early advantage, that early lead here. But going into the draft, then the bans are in, and Meg is actually banned on the right hand side there as well, which I was not too surprised to see. But the Max being banned, the B and the Lu. I mean, there's 3 brawlers that we just literally spoke about already being eradicated. Penny being that first pick coming in then by MrDosa, and not a bad one to have. I think that can also, you know, apply a lot of pressure with that Penny turret, but I don't know whether it's like my first go-to pick here. The other bans on the side of things for now or never were Meg, Poco, and Bonnie.
I mean, you know, Penny's been becoming more and more versatile, especially when we saw that salty barrel being added as the gadget. It allows her to kind of have a bit more of a say in fights at close range. If she can place it right and get the splash through, it's definitely very solid. But talking about versatility, I think Janet probably is the most versatile brawler in the game. Very hard to be countered fully, and it does counter a lot of stuff along the way as well.
That was kind of like the brawler that I felt was a pretty decent place to start. Bell going to come in to go alongside that, and of course it's going to cause a bit of a problem in that mid area. I quite like the idea of Squeak coming in here for MrDosa, or just we see a lot of kind of ideas that are quite safe actually on Ring of Fire, like Spike or Stu coming in for that side lane aggressiveness. We haven't really got anything on that side of things, or potentially even a Rico, although I feel it's kind of dropped a little bit further away. But, you know, if there's any region that would pick it, it is going to be EMEA, let's be honest. But, of course, some big teams that just didn't make it into the monthly finals, which would be more fitting to have picked a brawler like it. SK Gaming, of course, and FUT Esports did not make the monthly finals. We'll talk a little bit more about that later on today. But, of course, Crow and Jesse coming. We saw a lot of Jesse actually in Hot Zone earlier today in the APAC region.
Well, I mean, they've clearly kind of taken a leaf out of the APAC region's book there, bringing that in because, you know, in the previous years and previous metas, that really wouldn't have been something that would be brought on any map. Never mind something like Ring of Fire, but they're clearly going for a very spawner-central comp. Penny I actually do, you know. I'm glad you remember this because I'm just not a Jesse fan whatsoever, but there is the squeak as the last pick coming in from Now or Never. You know, Residue's always going to be strong, but it's also going to be extremely capable at kind of, if the Penny turret isn't placed right, taking that down as well.
Yeah, I've got very firm recollections of last year when you and Teddy went in ham on Jesse. You absolutely hated to see it. I'm on the fence a little bit about whether it's going to work so well on Ring of Fire. I mean, ultimately, you're looking down the barrel of a Janet and a Belle, and that's going to be two great brawlers to eradicate that turret very quickly. I mean, this is not dueling beetles in the eventuality of there being no wall breaker. I do worry about the Jesse turret and its, you know, susceptibility. Scrappy is going to have a tough time. There's no doubt about it. And with that squeak for control, I'm much preferring what I'm seeing on the side of Now or Never.
Well, first game of EMEA 2023 monthly finals were coming in, and it's a strong start for Now and Never. They've taken this mid control. They're using this range advantage that they have through the mid with Lukey here on the Bell. But Dorian doing some nice job of juking forward and actually getting some form of control for his team. Emric over the right-hand side and Salty over the left can't do anything without the turrets, and they can't move without them.
Yeah, it just feels so far like for MrDosa, their hands are tied behind their back at the moment. Now sort of creeping forwards on the zone, but Dorian now 480 HP, forcing Emric then to push for an aggressive manner, but he's going to be completely outnumbered here very, very shortly and just survive. Salty Barrel's not going to really do much in terms of value for him now, but the control definitely much more with Now and Never. In fact, I'm surprised the scoreline is so close given the way that they are playing it so far.
Yeah, nest egg popped, but a little slowing toxin in return from Dorian. Salty kind of taking his place now, and they're doing a really nice thing here where they're taking one by one. One will go low, and then the other one will rotate on and get some percentage, and it's actually kept them on par with what Now and Ever have brought to the table in terms of percentage so far. But Tomsy just doing such a good job on this left-hand side, just being aggressive and keeping Salty back now. It's extending this lead just that little bit further for Now and Ever, but I'm not sure if Lukey had a little bit of a lag spike there, but did stand still, and the slowing toxin's not going to allow him to move much either.
Yeah, I'm surprised he survived, to be honest, but survive he does, and capturing vital points in the zone. Dorian jumps in now very aggressively, gets some good taps from the Tomsy on the way as well, and Salty now just trying to finish off the deal, but can't quite connect the shots to do so. Oh, there he does, and surely just a couple of shots away now from a turret. If he can make that turret count, it could come at the perfect time for this game.
Well, Emric has his now, and an aggressive one coming in from Jesse, and that's going to be quite strong as well. Spam those recharges onto it, get some heals, and that's going to be out-healing any damage that Janet's bringing in at the moment. Squeak's even having to pinch over at the moment, and a lot of ammo has just been expended on that. Dorian's going to get a super coming in from Lukanen here, and actually got two down now as Jesse falls over the left-hand side to Tomsy as well. Just Emric remaining. He's got this kind of defensive penny turret being placed, and Emric just can't really do a lot about it now. They're reclaiming control. Tomsy dropping that drop the base on the left-hand side, and now just slotting into the mid. Can't really let Salty get around this left-hand side, though. It's going to be a massive positioning problem.
It's so close, but if this push pays off here for MrDosa, they could turn the tides, but Dorian, oh, pops there, the nest egg, and that is a terrible place to find yourself here. Kanan trying to pick up the scraps, and Emric still surviving on. Now a 2 versus 1 to jump in, the final ditch of desperation there from Dorian to try to bring this one back, but it's not going to be enough. Now or Never will take the first game.
But it was close. It was very, very close, I will say. Like, dangerously so for Now and Ever, considering they had such a strong start. I think it was 35% before we even kind of saw MrDosa slot into the zone at all. So it's good to see them come back little by little and actually have a bit of a fight, considering they're not the biggest names in Brawl Stars, but they're proving to us right now that they've got the ability to do it.
And let's be honest, you know, the Jesse pick wasn't completely useless. I mean, it actually did some decent work. I mean, I like the spark plug gadget there from Salty for the slowdown. It kind of paired quite nicely there with Penny's, you know, turret to be able to really land the mark. And let's see though, as they've got to get that objective captured better. And it's kind of surprising. I did think coming into this one that Jesse would play the mid role, actually, MrDosa, but they sort of seem to, like you said, be balancing it around a little bit and jumping between Dorian and himself for mid, as depending on who's still on their feet here. Emric as well is doing really well in terms of survivability. Big taps from Salty. He's actually punished though for it. Gets a bit too close.
Yeah, Tomsy coming aggressive now and does take down Dorian, but Emric is slotting around this side, catches him off guard and gets the takedown. Got to get some charge towards that turret, and he really wasn't getting any from Kanan, so did have to make that rotation now. Back over to the right once more. Super in hand from Lukey, and it is just a little bit difficult for Dorian to really do anything when he's outranged so heavily. Soup comes down on the right hand side, but it is tanked. Salty Barrel is going to make it so he's not slowed down, but Lukey just trying to get some shots off. Emric caught out of position in a 3v1 pretty much. Salty pushing aggressive, but Tomsy catches him off guard as well. Auto aims onto the turret and does get traded out. Jump in from Dorian, should get one, but doesn't get two, and Kanan survives just a little bit longer. Percentage gap is quite substantial.
Scoreline is very dominantly in favor here of Now or Never, let's be honest. But some of the plays here from MrDosa are commendably done, in that respect. Tomsy with a nice little take to the air here, and will continue to assert the pressure onto Dorian. Let's drop the base as well, keep the pressure on, and evading those shots there from Emric coming in. It is looking very close. 15% now is all that Now or Never need, but a little bit of a pushback and some low HP on the side of Now or Never. It might be a time to push here.
I mean, they've got to push at this point, or it's going to be too little too late. Kanan pushing around the right-hand side, though, getting some work done. Dorian being caught off guard in this pinch and taken down. Now Salty going to fall over the left as well, and pretty much everybody just dropping like flies on the side of MrDosa. Not what they want, but it is what Now or Never wants. Really, really nice stuff from them, and they do manage to come home with this first set.
Do you think that Jesse there was the reason for the downfall? I mean, let's be honest, it did cut some work, it did do some stuff, but do you think it was the right pick? I mean, you're going to say no. I'm not even bothering to ask you this question.
Even if it wasn't, it'd have my blame. But I mean, to be honest, I don't think there's any kind of explanation that can say that it was a good pick there. It played, as you said, I expected it to play the mid. It did a little bit at the start, and then they started kind of moving back and forward and just absorbing the bell shots and kind of just accepting the fact that one of them was always going to be low, and it just wasn't the right game plan. But those aggressive plays that it did make, especially in that first game, when it got scrappy, when it got the turret, and it could move forward, it worked. But it was just so few circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still not for it, I'll be honest, but I did like the way that Salty kind of managed my expectations a bit better than I was doing so myself, because I was expecting there to be a bit more of a mid-roll for the Jesse. Going the left-hand side lane did make a lot more sense, but I just kind of asked myself the question, why not a Stu? Why not something more aggressive to really get in the face of the Janet there? I mean, obviously the Janet's rage is a big problem, but I just felt like the objective was played out better by Now or Never. However, having said that, I think a lot more of a closer game than many of us were expecting, and I think that stats kind of say very much the same story.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of damage, statistics are going to say that, but I mean, kills are quite heavily on Now or Never side, and we know how influential kills are in Hot Zone. You get the kills, you get the control, and you get the percentage because of it, and 4, 7, and 6 is substantially bigger than 3, 2, 3. They did put up a really good fight, especially in that first game, but the second game, they just didn't really have much of a say in what was going on, and full control was in the hands of Now or Never, and I mean, to be honest, I don't see it going any differently in the future.
Yeah, I mean, let's give the benefit of the doubt, MrDosa. It's not, go home just yet. But nonetheless, I mean, that is what we were speaking about coming into this matchup. The former Dogster Lobster roster, I'm just going to slide it in. They have got that experience. They have got that ability. And their jukes, they were on point. But having said that, with slow brawlers like Jesse's shots coming towards your way, it does make it slightly easier to be able to juke a lot of those things. But keeping your distance away from a Crow, not the easiest of things in the world, but these are the best players in the world to be able to do just that. And Now or Never just valued the middle just a little bit better, I felt. I didn't really necessarily feel like there was too much synergy in the side of MrDosa, except for that kind of Jesse's slow gadget combined then with the Penny, turret. I can understand those things. Some of the jump-ins from Dorian were decent, but didn't always make the team takedowns count as we kind of wanted to see from them. And as you said, elevating your life, so important. But speaking of which, going into bounty and layer cake, that's exactly what both sides need to really, really focus in on. And especially for MrDosa, considering that last matchup, they've got to be able to do that better here in bounty, because kills and deaths matter. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, definitely so. And, you know, with this new rule that we have in BSC 2023, you can sub players out in between sets. We have, even with their success in the first set, Tomsy's going to be subbed out for Jaku, seeing him come in now and joining the boys over on Now or Never as that substitution. We'll see if it makes a positive or a negative change, I guess.
I quite like it, you know. I mean, you know, get that first set win, swap your team around a little bit, keep everyone's thumbs warm. I quite value that. Janet kind of come in here for MrDosa. Now I'm never going to be picking that max first pick. I quite like Otis here though. For me, quite a safe pair of hands, and being able to mute so important. Max is very aggressive though, banning out on the other side of things the Ashe, the Jean, and the Bonnie. For Now or Never, it was Gray, Poco, and Jean banned by MrDosa. I feel like MrDosa are going to be very careful now with this max first hand pick. You just cannot find yourselves back on those ropes, and Tick going to come in for control. I quite like that. We kind of see Sprout taking a lot of those kind of ideas as well on layer cake, just to be able to shut down the lanes. But at this stage of the game, you can't really play that kind of brawler too early in the draft. You've got to wait until those later stages. Let's see what they're going to back it up with.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, it doesn't really synergize too well with the Max either. It's just two singular picks rather than that cohesive unit that you kind of expect out of a draft on Layer Cake especially. And Tick is incredible in his own right, but Max kind of just got shut down instantly by that Otis. If you pair it with any tanks or anything like that, then it's not really going to be going too well. They're bringing the Carl, kind of a tank, but not really. It does have that aggressive tendency to be able to go in with the flying hook and get some damage done, and I think it'll be pretty strong.
Yeah, grab that first blue star and then just kind of sit back, get your flow, try and get a takedown here and there along the way to give yourselves even more of an advantage. But that is going to be the strategy of Now or Never being shown early on. And with that Tick as well, they can really kind of sit back, wait for super, get their utility down and kind of sit with that for the meanwhile. MrDosa have got a good chance here to really kind of go in with something like a Sprout, and it is going to be that, because ultimately there's no wall break on the side of Now or Never. They can see the big picture. The Thick Head, sure, that especially we're going to combine with the Mythic Gear could be a potential issue with Thick Head coming in, more tankability behind those supers to be considered on the side, but Notice can shred through that pretty nicely. So the Sprout pick here for me makes a lot of sense, and as long as they don't get pushed too heavily back, because that Max is going to be their biggest problem. If Now or Never can really utilize a lot of that speed, get that Sprout on the back wall, it's going to be a tough thing to defend against.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, like, Sprout doesn't have the best matchup against Tick as it is. It's going to be outranged, and the aggression coming in from Flying Hook and Max Speed might be a little bit too much for it to handle, but we'll see how it does play out. Fat Splatter straight down the mid to kind of get some damage on that Carl, who's obviously going to be going for that first star.
Emmerich looking to push forwards and try to close the gap against the good taps, but has to be a bit cautious here. Ooh, 660 HP, a little phase shift away from there from Lukey, but it's going to be Kaden who goes down, and that's going to give 2 stars over to MrDosa to the 1 now of Now or Never. A nice big wall there, shutting Lukey out the left-hand side. Beautifully done. Now Dorian comes in to take the lead here, and a second phase shift. There's only one more gadget for Lukey, and there's only 1 minute 20 left on the clock.
I mean, you're burning through them, but you're getting some value along with it. Managed to stay alive and assist his teammates in getting some kills there, so nice stuff from him. And then now got this kind of 50-50 matchup back in the mid once more. Stalemate and have the lead, thanks to that blue star returning back into their hands. But Dorian has this mute. Lukey can't go as aggressive, and the same with Jaku if he does want to rotate over as well. Mirik just trying to play this straight matchup versus Kanan, and as I said before coming into the game, he's outranged and kind of outmatched at this point.
Well, big speed coming in from Lukey, and just evades there, going down. Salty though is in hot pursuit. He does get a little tap. 114 HP left on his head, but Zaku comes in now for the body blocks, but they're not really working. Nice little pick up there from Emmerich along the way. Salty goes down though, and that is going to extend the lead big time for Now or Never, who have that blue star as well. There is time now for MrDosa to come back and go in the aggressive, but if Emmerich is out of position here, which he is, the flying hook coming in, the takedown is there as well. Beautiful stuff. It really is from Now or Never.
I mean, Emmerich's throwing down some great hedges, zoning people out really well, but just not getting the assistance on the defensive side that he needs. And here, once again, he's being left in the hands of Jaku, and now all 3 members have kind of got to collapse in and take him down. But Kanan's been caught off guard. He gets taken down as well, but the blue star is still the decider. Salty getting some good damage down as well, but Jaku just defending nicely, has this spin. Hedge not really going to be doing anything at all, and they add another one to their star count as well. Another game in the hands of Now or Never, but it did come quite close at the end.
Very close. It really was. I mean, that moment there where those 4 stars were almost in a position to be taken care of. I did kind of wonder whether they were going to be able to get that push on point, and if it had just been a couple of seconds sooner, then I think we may have had a different story there. I think comp-wise, we're seeing things be quite evenly matched. I do like and admire, though, the aggression that we're seeing from now or never. Taking some chances, really utilizing that max. And I think if you're going to be going into a map like Layer Cake and picking a max early on, you've got to put your money where your mouth is. It's a bold statement to say that we are going to be going that aggressive on you. Combining with the Carl, I think it's working out well, but now or never can't get ahead of themselves. They've got to play a little bit cautious. And also just not get overconfident, because it can be the case in Bounty with this kind of aggressive nature of a comp that you can start to feed stars if you're not being able to balance out the transactions.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like they're doing a pretty good job of it. The only one who was really going aggressive was the person who had the smaller amount of stars. When it was Max in the early game, he went aggressive with 2 stars, and then towards the later game when he started to pick up a little bit more, it was Carl who kind of took over that aggressive stance and started using the flying hooks towards the Sprout. And yes, you might be feeding some stars along the way, but you're also kind of freeing your team up with a lot of control. They were under just too much pressure, so he had to go aggressive and free them up a little bit.
Yeah, we're going into the game spectating just a minute, guys. No worries about that. But yeah, I mean, in terms of the comps and how they're faring, I think it's pretty balanced. I do feel like MrDosa have had and been making some good moments for themselves. It's just simply that they've just been able to leave things a little bit too late towards the end of those moments. And timing the spawns here is a very important thing to do. Not the easiest of things either to do against such an aggressive nature of a comp. You really need to be working as a complete team, as a complete unit. And every now and again, there's a player from now on who just kind of seeps through the gaps and gets that takedown when they need it.
Yeah, I mean, and to be honest, the hedges that were being thrown out by Sprout were really, really good. There was a time where the Max was completely pinned off, had to, use those phase shifters really, really on into the game, and there's something he wants to, conserve until those later portions. But they still didn't even manage to get him down, even with the Otis down there, even with the Sprout throwing some shots at him, he survived and even assisted one of his teammates in getting a kill along the way as well. So they just need to play as a more cohesive unit, I feel, and kind of pinch down and play these 2v1s that now or never seem to be doing so well.
Okay, well, we're hearing that the teams are not playing, so don't fear, guys. Not missing out on any of the action. We'll figure out exactly what's going on in the background in the meantime. But in terms of what we're seeing, there's not much in it. I'll be honest. I think that the scoreline at the moment, swaying so heavily towards now or never, it might say a different story if you're just tuning in as to what we're actually seeing. And I think for MrDosa, if they can just try to get their first game win in the pocket, it might give them that all-important spur of confidence going into a matchup against a more experienced team like Now or Never to really start to bring back a set here. I feel like we're at a bit of a crucial moment, in fact, because if Now or Never win this next game, they'll be 2 sets ahead. That's a tough space to find yourself in, especially on the first monthly final of the year. It's a tough thing to bring it back to reverse sweep that kind of situation in what is the monthly final scenario that you're not used to finding yourself in. I mean, I don't believe that any of the players from MrDosa have appeared in a monthly final. I could be wrong, but in terms of my most recent recollection, it seems that is the case for me. Whereas Now or Never, they've been around the block a little bit more, especially last year. They had a really, really great run, just narrowly missing out of Worlds. But I think in Bounty, it's that kind of game mode that can really give you the advantage if you play it just a little bit slow. Getting that blue star is not really going to be on the side of MrDosa. They can't really compete with Carl with flying hook, so they're going to have to play it slow in those early outsets. But they did that really well in the last game. They were able to bring back the lead, get that takedown, and then sit back just a little bit more. It's just the aggressiveness of Now or Never that they just cannot underestimate. They've got to be a bit more prepared when it comes to a lot of those plays.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was kind of questioning the Sprout pick in the first place. We know they're an aggressive team as it is, and as Ark said, if you are just joining, we are 1 set down, and Now or Never did manage to secure themselves this first set of Hot Zone on Ring of Fire. It was a close one in the first game, as you see. It was about 100 to 83 in the first, but in the second, it just seemed that little bit more dominant.
Like I said, we're just getting the teams to rally up for the next game. Won't be too long there on that side of things, but this is how we got there. Hot Zone, of course, very, very back and forth. It cannot be denied. There was a couple of moments there where MrDosa really could have gained a set, maybe even the entire set. It wasn't the best of comps for me. I think the longer ranged ideas really did work out just a little bit better. And here's what we've got coming up later on today, of course. After this match is concluded, we'll follow into the second quarterfinal of the day. Team Queso up against ZETA Division. Really looking forward to seeing how that one is going to fare, especially as we saw towards the end of last year at the World Finals. It was Chasmat Gaming there that took on ZETA Division 1. Not to be confused, because it's now ZETA Division that basically incorporated the roster of Chasmat Gaming EU there. But Reply Totem up against NAVI as well will be our third match in those quarterfinal stages. Again, I'm really excited to see a lot more from NAVI and Reply Totem, of course. NAVI had a bit more of a rougher World Finals for them, exiting that first available stage, really. To Tribe Gaming NA, it was a tough one for them to really find their kind of grasp, their momentum there. Colossal Gaming and ANR, two teams that we haven't really seen very much of last year, coming into the monthly finals for the debut of 2023 season. Very looking forward to seeing who is going to cut the mustard there. And again, making those semifinals such an important thing. But there are some big teams there that are certainly going to be waiting for all of these underdogs. And that's a scary prospect, Trav.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, we've kind of got to touch on the fact that we are missing a couple of teams here as well. Foot and SK Gaming both not making that first monthly final. And, you know, we've seen a common trend. Team Queso stayed the same with the roster. Reply Totem did, and NAVI, they did get rid of one of their players, but for the most part, it's the same roster. And it kind of seems like the people who have kept majority of the same roster or the exact same roster are seeing success in 2023, just as it did in 2022.
Well, the interesting thing is that, you know, Alex, who was on the NAVI roster, is now with ANR as well. So he could still very much be meeting his former teammates in those semifinals if both of those two teams make it through, of course. But you're right. I think there's something to be said there as well. As we saw last year, didn't we, when we had this kind of like the Goliath roster in EMEA for STMN, you know, and everyone felt coming into the season that that was going to be the roster that was just going to dominate the entire competition. It wasn't the case. There's something big to be said when it comes down to that kind of synergy that you have, that kind of level of trust that you have with teams that have players that have been together for a very, very long time. And looking across other regions as well, you know, look at Bobby and OG. That pairing has been, you know, a staple diet of the North America and Latin North region for a very, very long time, and it just produces results. That is the thing. There's a bit of a risk there attached to teams that kind of like reform or want to try to experiment with different players. But nonetheless, it is still that first month. Players and teams are starting just to find themselves, find their mojo, and going in now, that match that we didn't quite get to see feeding in smoothly, but now in for what is the set point potentially here for now or never. MrDosa with some catching up to do.
Yeah, Sprout just trying to get a bit of a look in down this mid, but not able to make too many connections just yet. Lukey does get found out in that bush, though, and brings him very low, and he's doing the same to Kanan now on this tick. One more shot, and he'll be finished off. Lassera is popped, and he does survive just a little bit longer. Sprays some shots out as well. Brings him very low, and he's juking phenomenally. He does actually get the takedown and survives. Remains out of the way of this drop the base as well, so won't be going down to that. Just hedged in with his tick head now, but eventually is going to get out, and that was just so phenomenal from Kanan to avoid those shots and get the kill as well.
Incredible stuff. Really, really was. Kanan absolutely excelling himself here today. The survivability so important, but gotta be honest, you know, MrDosa have been in this spot for a long time in both of these games so far. Their positioning power is good. It's just every now and again you get those flurries of greatness that come from now or never, which really shut the ideas down. Ticket coming in, and Dorian low HP, body blocking there, and the drop the base for good measure from Salty there. Oh, but the bunching up is bad there as Lukey goes down. It is going to bring the lead back over to MrDosa with 35 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, just needs to try hold on to it now. Hedge thrown down on the right hand side, but can't advance too much as he does see Jaku in this mid. Has a flying hook in hand still, has the tail spin as well. Protective pirouette going to be the star power of choice for him, and he's rotating over to this right hand side now, sees his opportunity and wants to try and seize it. Nice standstill there from Emmerich just to avoid those flurry of tick shots coming down. Lukey trying to pinch on the left hand side. They do have a hedge which is going to be blocking off one of these things, but also at the same time might put the last nail in the coffin as well, because now they are completely pinned in. Supers galore available. Okanan raining down. Can they get the shot through? Jaku goes for the tailspin but doesn't get the kill, and another hedge added to the mix as well. Really nice stuff from MrDosa to bring this back, and now they're only one game away from evening it out.
Stunning walls, great patience. You gotta hand it to him. I mean, that is one of those things you could see that on the side of Now or Never they were really waiting for. Where is that bush going to go down? Left hand side to block off the max, down the mid, and then they work around it. But by holding onto it the way that Emmerich did and just waiting until that last available opportunity, it gave them the edge. That is the sort of thing that I was exactly speaking of before coming into this game. What MrDosa needed was a game win to give themselves that little bit of a boost, and that's exactly the way to do it. But you see the aggressive nature of Now or Never now responding to that in just the way that they should, to come in here and really try to get this set like ironed out. Whoa. Emmerich taken down immediately by the tick head, and that's now turning the tides a little bit more into Now or Never's favor.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's be honest, they really didn't aggress that much in the previous game. In this game, they are doing it once again, and it seems to be working in their favor. 5 stars to 0 now, blue star in their hand as well. And this is the start that they need. Lukey being a bit more aggressive than he was in the previous game. And you've got to question if this is how they win. Just over and over again, just go aggressive, no matter what the star lead, because now they're being put into that position once more of being trapped in spawn. In comes Yaku, though, tailspin there. He gets 1, can he get 2? Goes back off salty and doesn't want to commit as hard as he thought he initially did. Almost taking him down now. He does fall, but both of them very low. Still, the lead in the hands of Now or Never.
Great last hurrah there from Kanan, just to ensure his survivability there against Emmerich. And to be honest, there's some moments where Emmerich is missing all 3 shots against Kanan. He needs to start to really try to iron some of those things out and land them like he was just then. There is still gadgets available there to Kanan, and that is a concern. Emmerich lays down a wall, but not the greatest of walls. Let's be honest, that little tile there is going to be something which will allow him to maneuver through. Now he replaces it as well. Speed coming in from Lukey, trying to pushing things through. Salty that's a bit out of position on his own. He needs the support of his teammates to really... There's a wall that might help, but Lukey out of position now. Can they bring this back? They need more takedowns, not just Lukey. They'll probably pick up Lukey, but he's surviving still, Trav. How is he doing it?
I mean, this is what I was talking about in the last game. They just sacrifice the players who aren't needed, but now he might be. They get 1, and they don't manage to secure the last kill on Kanan. He survives once more, and then cleaned up on the other side as well. Now or Never aren't going to let this one slip, and they're going to get the second set back in their home side.
That dropped the base, almost picked up the kill there in those final seconds, and the blue star was with MrDosa. So, again, those moments of really fine-tuning they just are not quite in favor of MrDosa, but it's so close. Going back to what we saw, the polls coming into this matchup over at event.brawlstars.com, it did say that kind of same story around that 45 to 55 level mark. It's very little in it, and we are seeing that. I do not think this scoreline represents just how close this matchup really is, if I'm honest, but nonetheless, it is Now or Never who are really making those moments count. But look at this finale, so close in these final moments.
Yeah, no, that was ridiculous. The head just come in and they just weren't able to get it done. They weren't able to get it done in this game. They managed to secure another kill as well, just to add a little bit of something to it. But this was the last game, I believe, of how close it actually was. The knockback, and he almost gets the kill there. Drop the base, doesn't manage to guarantee it as Jaku comes in, and he manages to clean up just before, narrowly, as the tick wouldn't have been able to get that down in time, and he probably would have fallen to it.
Yeah, exactly that. It's so little in it. We are hearing as well that Tomsy's going to be subbing back in for Kanan, so more substitutions on the side of Now or Never, as we are able to do so now in the 2023 format. Substitutions between sets is now a thing. Absolutely love that, gotta be honest. And as we pointed out in the previous set, we saw that substitution coming in for Now or Never yet again, and it makes a big difference that when you're in the lead and you're confident enough to be keeping those substitutions rolling in, it does speak a big story. But I think it's the perfect way to play it. If you're playing the long game and you're planning to get to the semi-finals and then onwards into those grand finals, you've got to keep your roster all on their thumbs, all really squeaky clean, and keeping everyone rotating through these quarterfinal stages, I think, is a great long-term strategy, to be honest.
And it adds that little bit more strategy to it as well. You can have certain players who are good with certain play styles, and have that fourth player. It might have been a hindrance in past years, upsetting a bit of that team morale when someone can't play an entire best of 5 and being unable to play at world finals or something like that. Now they can do this substitution in, and it makes it a lot easier. You can change up strategies a lot quicker with different play styles from different players and different specialities on brawlers as well.
Exactly. If your best game mode is not bounty, then yeah, take someone out of the equation and bring in someone who is, and give yourselves that advantage going through. And now just one more set for Now or Never, as we have only got best of 5s now in the 2023 format, which I think is a great thing. Again, so many fantastic new additions now coming into the BSC and giving players and teams just a bit more flexibility and a bit more of an opportunity to be able to turn those ties in those favors. And I think that is a great thing to have. You know, there's not really as many excuses now anymore. Like we're back in the day with mirror comps, now we're in draft, and now we're also being able to, you know, substitute teams and players in and give themselves the edge that they need to be able to, you know, make it through to the semifinals. Fantastic stuff. But MrDosa, I've got to ask you the question, from what you've seen so far in set 1 and 2, do you think they can bring this one back? It is a big ask, of course, to reverse sweep this kind of situation as a team with less experience, but they have shown some promise. You can't deny it.
I mean, they've definitely shown promise. They've had a chance at winning both of these sets. Let's be honest. They could have won games in the first and definitely could have won that set just now. But I just don't know if they'll be able to win 3 sets in a row. They might be able to claw 1 back, maybe even 2. But I just don't feel like the experience of now or never is really going to let this one slip as much as MrDosa need them to.
Well, the substitutions are still taking place. Won't be too much longer, guys. Just bear with us on that side, and we'll soon be getting into that third set. It could be the third and final set, to be honest, the way this is looking to be. I still have got a lot of love for MrDosa, I'll be honest. I mean, as you know, I'm always rooting for the underdogs here. I want to see this go to the final set, to be completely honest, because I feel like it could be a really, really big finale in the way it's been so close. If now and ever start to falter just a little bit here and leave the door too wide open, it could be the case. I think, to be honest, that now and never should secure it. And if they don't, then I'm going to be a little bit worried for them, as the longer they leave things, the more, you know, they're going to be giving over to MrDosa. That confidence speaks volumes here in the BSC. And once you give a team that are the underdogs a bit of an open door, they won't hesitate to walk through it.
Definitely so. And I mean, I think this is also one of the downsides of subbing in and out. You know, when you've got a bit of momentum, and definitely from the first set to the second set, they did seem to take a bit of a hit. They didn't look as strong and as confident as a team. And doing it again and substituting a third time just to get everybody in and not have that one player crying about not being able to play in the monthly final, it can cost the entire team, and therefore kind of they're not going to be able to play in the semi-final anyway, because they're not making it that far because of these hindrances that are being brought up by the substitutions. But you know, it has the positives, it has the negatives, and overall I think it's a good thing, but I just hope it doesn't cost them too much.
I think you raised a really valid point there, actually, because momentum is so key. I mean, you see it. I mean, we saw it just in the APEC region. No spoilers, of course, but you know, we did see a set come around, and it was a very fast one. It was over in a blink of an eye, and you do need those moments to be able to wrap things up really quickly. What is potentially the third and final set here for now and ever, by slowing down the process, you actually are giving MrDosa plenty of time to be able to think things through and consider where things went wrong. Is it the draft? Looking at the maps and the moves ahead, how can we kind of cater towards the situation? We've seen a great amount of aggression realistically here from now on ever in both of those 2 sets. Max played a dominant role in both Hot Zone and, as we just saw, in Bounty and Layer Cake as well. I think that the draft could be that opportunity for MrDosa to shut some of those ideas out. And you know, these are not new ideas that we've seen suddenly from now and ever. We've seen these same brawler ideas resonate throughout 2022 as well. I think if they can start to shut some of those ideas out and really give themselves a chance to play with what they want to bring to the table, it might help give themselves the edge. And this is, again, providing valuable time for us to have those discussions take place. And now and ever, you know, maybe giving themselves a bit of an advantage over towards MrDosa in that respect.
Yeah, I mean, just even doing some research around the community and, you know, kind of getting a grasp on who Lukey is. I was told that he was an extremely good Max player just myself, and that's without even playing against him or seeing him in past competitions. And you kind of expect the opponents who have kind of been scrimming for this competition for the past 2 weeks since the qualifiers to have picked up on that and done the analysis on it as well. If you want to be a high-level team, you have to understand the strengths and weaknesses of your opponent, and at the moment it just doesn't seem like they've got a good grasp of an understanding of that.
Yeah, I think that you do have to figure out where your strengths lie, but also weigh up your opposition as to where their weaknesses can be exploited. And it really is in that draft stage, and a couple of picks here and there for MrDosa, which we questioned along the way as well. You know, the Jesse, of course, in Hot Zones we saw in Ring of Fire. Didn't do a bad job, to be honest. I mean, there was moments where the turret really had some good synergy with the Slow of the Crow, you know, slowing Toxin, and of course the Penny turret, which did you know, by the way? Do you know what the name of Penny's turret actually is?
I actually don't
Didn't know this. I was watching one of Alexa's video. Apparently, it's Lenny. Did not know that. You learn something new every day. So if I start, you know, referring to it as Lenny, that's the reason why. Yeah, interesting stuff. But going back to the gameplay and what we're seeing in front of us, you know, there has been very little in it, if I'm honest. But just this small margin of mistakes that we're seeing a little bit on the side of MrDosa now or never with their cold exterior. It really is that case where they've got that experience behind them being demonstrated. But that was a great moment there for me. It really, really was. Emmerich just really delaying the bush, placing it down at just the right time to force out now or never and really force that first game win into their pocket. That could have been a key moment as well. But Zyaku did a fantastic job eradicating that drop the base. Very, very crucial there to ensure the win in their favor.
Yeah, no, there was a few moments there, placing down the hedge and stopping that tick head from coming anywhere close to them. Even though it would have been close with the timings of the end of the game, it could have flipped it back in now and ever's favor. Really nice stuff on that hedge, but also the defense coming in from Zyaku there, killing the drop the base and stopping tick from going down. It was a really big moment because that could have flipped the game on its head, and Blue Star would have been in the hands of MrDosa and would have been a completely different story right now, as it would have been 1-1.
Well, as you probably are aware at home, the substitution taking a bit more time than we were expecting, guys. So we are going to be shifting things over to a friendly lobby. That does, however, mean that the draft will not be visible on screen, but I can tell you what the bans are going to be. It's going to be Colette, Brock, and Ruffs on the side of MrDosa. For now or never, it's Gray, Grom, and Bonnie. Safe Zone as well is going to be the next map up. So I do like those bans, to be honest. I think Gray here, especially Trav, is a brawler which, if you leave open on Safe Zone, it's really going to harm you in this nature of the meta.
Yeah, no, definitely getting Gray off the table is it's much more pleasant for the viewing experience as well, I will say, rather than just one teleport forward and a massive amount of shots being dealt to the safe, and just Gray with a DPS brawler will pretty much win you the game, or Gray with a tank will win you the game, and it's not the most pleasant to watch, I will say, but having it banned out is it is really nice. And also, I'm questioning the Grom ban a little bit on Safe Zone, but at the same time, the Colette, Brock, and Ruffs, they're all pretty good bans from MrDosa.
I'll be honest, I'm not. I think Grom is in a fantastic spot for Safe Zone for me personally. I think that being able to have that kind of middle channel to really kind of like have as a cone for your opposition to go through and get as much value there as possible, I think it goes quite a long way for me. I think Grom especially is one of those brawlers which is just having the pro scene struggle with a lot at the moment. The shots are quite hard to dodge, and I think as well with Radio Check getting a lot of damage, additional damage with the safe. So I kind of appreciate that. That's that kind of ban for me. I think though the key ones as well, they're being Brock and Ruffs. Ultimately, eradicating some wall breakers. Colette as well, such a big brawler to have for that kind of mid lane damage, to be able to come back immediately to where you started, but ensure damage along the way, keeping him in position. Such a key thing to have. I think look out as well for B here as well. We saw a lot of that from SK last year on Safe Zone in particular, just keeping that kind of level of control. Teams like Reply Totem often bring in Buzz here as well. 8-bit, another key brawler to have potentially here on Heist, and especially with that Brock ban, that might be here where MrDosa are kind of thinking they might be able to bring an advantage of some level. But definitely a lot of brawlers which I think can be quite versatile despite these bans. Again, if you're just joining the stream, MrDosa are banning out Colette, Brock, and Ruffs. Now or never banning out Gray, Grom, and Bonnie.
And I mean, to be honest, I think we've kind of got to expect something that's going to be able to navigate that right-hand side, whether that be a Carl with Flying Hook, the Colt with Wall Break, or even Eve levitating over that water. I think there's going to be something that'll do it. Griff will be good enough for that kind of purpose, and Eve on the other side to navigate the water as well. So nice picks overall. We got the Bell and the Otis along with the Eve on that on the far side, and Penny with Lenny and B and Griff on the home side.
The Lex did say in the video, by the way, that it wasn't like kind of necessarily a lore thing, but it seems to be like a community driven idea that's kind of stuck, it seems. But what you learn every day, it's like, I thought I knew everything in Brawl, but it was quite interesting to see that was the one fact that I wasn't aware of. But I do like the Penny pick going into this Eve pick. Those hatchlings, as you can see there, will provide Emmerich a great deal of value if he lines up those shots, and now or never don't keep their distance. Salty as well in that B pick. I do actually kind of feel like I favor the comp here of MrDosa, but now or never are such an aggressive team, and a team that are very aware of their ranges, very good at dodging, very good at keeping their range, and that so far is what's giving them the bit of advantage here as they push up now. They're getting some good damage, 22% already on the site.
Yeah, Lukey's really slimy in this mid. I can't lie. He's been avoiding pretty much everything. And I knew as soon as I was going to say it was going to get hit by the 3K, but he managed to avoid that as well. Nice takedown over the left-hand side from Zyaku. And they already have about 24% done. Dorian falling low once more, and Tomsy kind of excelling over that side. We do see the Bell going down to the B, but he's going to fall as well. Zyaku's going to jump away, and instantly again, these hatchlings being taken down. The mute over the right-hand side as Tomsy cleans up there, and Emmerich, he should fall as well. Full control to Now or Never.
Yeah, Now or Never really are in their element at the moment. Not a shred of damage on the side of MrDosa onto their safe. The long-range affair seems to really be working out in a place of comfort for them, as Tomsy continues to aggress Story on this right-hand side, and I feel like the Griff should potentially be able to win that kind of matchup a little bit better. Just at least get some shots towards Super along the way as the push to close that gap and feed potentially into some of those shots. But slow and steady wins the race as far as Now or Never are concerned. 30 seconds on the clock. No signs of faltering. Tomsy is going to win the right-hand side lane. And now all the damage gears rolling in as well. Tomsy and Lukey able to get so much damage. 21% is all that's left. And again, not a single percentage for MrDosa.
I'm even kind of questioning this point if we've seen more than one death on the side of Now or Never, but now they are all kind of falling, but 10 seconds left. Everybody falls down, and Mortar and a Penny aren't going to be enough to bring this safe down alone, and even the Penny goes down on top of that. They're going to stand still. They know they've won. Now or Never going on to match point.
And I think deservedly so, to be honest. I mean, there was just a level of control and aggression that was with Now or Never that just wasn't visible on the side of MrDosa. They had a great comp to kind of get themselves lined up. I mean, you get that Penny turret on the opposition safe and lock it in and keep your positioning power. That's free damage. But that was what Now or Never just deprived MrDosa of doing. And I think in that respect, got to hand over a lot of credit to Now or Never, because this can get out of control very, very quickly. Now we're seeing Emmerich pushing through just a little bit more. Salter's going to be very cautious here. He goes down, and that's exactly what MrDosa did not want to have happen here.
Yeah, instant break through the mid of air of Luke. He placed a couple of nest eggs downs as well, so Salter's got an even harder time navigating that zone, and Emmerich over the left-hand side, even though he's got a pretty good matchup here, he hasn't really been excelling too much, and Tom's over the right side has really been showing his worth against Dorian. Luke now does have this mark as well, so that's going to add just even more stuff to be having to be avoided by Salty, and he just doesn't seem to be doing the best of it so far. Emmerich had to retreat once more. Salty getting the slow off, kind of get the 3k connection. He actually goes forward Tomsy, and two of them fall down. This is the plays that MrDosa need to make, because now they've got some control, but not really a lot coming from it.
Yeah, Dorian's stuck through there on the right-hand side. He could choose to break, but keep the walls up for as long as possible in the meanwhile, because ultimately, yeah, that's a great mute there from Tomsy, which will seal the deal. Emmerich will put the turret down, but that might not be the best timing, especially if Luke can creep through here and get an angle on this this turret here as well. It could prove something which could get taken care of. Doesn't seem to be the case, and now with time on their side to bring in all three players there, Luke is just trying to get that angle here as well, and Salty, yeah, he's not really in a position to contest it too much at the moment. Get tagged up there as well. The protective layer will keep him standing for a little bit of time. That turret not really on the safe at the moment. Emmerich can't get too close to it either. Those ricocheting shots between him and the turret really are causing a lot of damage.
Yeah, Jiaku just trying to keep this mortar from stopping from locking on the safe, because they can't concede a lot of damage at this point. There's 40 seconds left and they need to get some dealt themselves. Mortar's going to go down, and now the control swings, but a nice super coming in from Dorian there to keep both Lukey and Tomsy back. Clean up from Jiaku though as he helps now Lukey in the mid, who's going to be able to deal some damage to the safe. Another nest egg place, going to miss the mark though. Penny Mortar defensively. However, they are still narrowly in the lead by about 2%, but still need to get some damage down. No fat splatters left. No more nest eggs either from Lukey, but he's getting the taps and he's getting the connections.
Tomsy there with just that little bit of a mark onto the safe, and it'll be enough. My word, now or never just going to defend these final moments, and the push is not going to be there. It doesn't seem for MrDosa that it's going to be it. Now or never will push themselves forwards into the semi-finals and knocking out their opposition.
I mean, that was really, really nice. At a certain point, it kind of just completely passed my mind that a mute actually does damage nowadays. And I was like, is he just use the mute on the safe instead of using it on one of the opponents? But no, it certainly suddenly clicked in my mind, and it was a really nice play to make, and it kind of opened it up so that MrDosa had to aggress, and then they just kind of backed off and let them push into them, took them all down, and took the win because of it.
And I've got to say, before that moment, I was going to praise Tomsy for just his awareness of range. I mean, the way that he was able just to really continuously win that right-hand side lane against Dorian, keeping his distance and really just judge those moments as to when he can push, when he's got to stay a little bit further back and just juke his way forwards. It helped out so much, and I think a great deal of the pushes that were obtained by Now or Never were a result of Tomsy on their right-hand side.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to give a massive shout to Lukey as well, though. Look how slimy he is. I mean, he just doesn't get hit. But he was playing so well, and it was the same as well in the first set. You know, when we were seeing it on Hot Zone, a lot of that percentage was being driven by him because of how well he was just avoiding shots, and he just played it so well overall. And I will say, now or never, they're looking like a threatening team this year. They might not have made Worlds last year, but this year, they're looking like a threatening force.
It's a really good start. I mean, that's exactly how you want to come in and start your 2023 season, let's be honest. But you have to look ahead as well to see who they might be potentially playing in those semifinals, because there's some fierce competition in this bracket, Trevor. I'm not going to lie. Now, up next, we're going to be having Team Queso versus ZETA Division, and that's going to be on their minds. But like I said, looking at those substitutions, I think it must have helped them a little bit along those ways of keeping everyone warm. Yes, we had that little bit of downtime going into that third and final set, as we had to kind of like go into the friendly lobby as a result of that substitution. But I think it's a great thing to have your entire roster kind of like cycled through in those moments, so that when you get to the semifinals, you're not playing cold.
Yeah, definitely so. And, you know, even with cycling players in and out, they managed to just do such a good job of keeping the composure and keeping the momentum flowing through themselves and getting wins after wins because of it. And, you know, I questioned it at a certain point, but it did just seem to work so well. MVP this time is going to be Lukey. And honestly, deservedly so. I was just watching him for a lot of that, and he is just, his movement's just phenomenal.
Yeah. Slimy, as you said. But, you know, again, it's just that level of experience that you expect to see. The best teams in the world are those that just don't give your opposition an inch. They will take a mile if they do, and Lukey was just playing it phenomenally well. I do feel like it could have been any of the players, to be honest, on Now or Never. Everyone did their bit, but Lukey in that last matchup, especially in Safe Zone, really cutting the mustard for me. And yeah, great stuff from Now or Never. And you know, especially when you look back to their performance of last year and how close they actually came, I genuinely feel like 2023 could absolutely be the place for them to shine. And of course, for you guys watching at home, the place for you to shine is over at events.brawlstars.com. I got my predictions right. I wonder if you did back at home. That is where you want to go. Ensure that you watch, interact, and play the game with us. With syncing your game with your Supercell ID there, and make sure that you get all the way through those tiers, get in-game rewards, and of course, you're working towards getting that spray. I'm 6 out of 6 now at the moment, Trav, so I'm feeling pretty good about myself.
I wish I could say the same, to be honest with you. I didn't submit any for APAC, which is definitely not the best start to my my BSC prediction career, but I mean, knowing I'm notoriously so good at predictions, I'll probably bring it back in coming monthly finals.
I think it's clear who we need to be paying attention to when it comes to predictions, but let's look into our next matchup of the quarterfinal stages. Of course, Team Queso are going to be taking on ZETA Division, the former Colossal Gaming EU squad of the World Finals of 2022 coming in. But let's talk first about Team Queso. Trav, of course, Boss, alias SJ, Javi. The World Finals almost went their way in the round of 16, but they got reverse swept by STMN, and you know, they got to bounce back from that. I felt like they were going to be able to secure it. I thought they were going to be landing themselves in those quarterfinal stages, but you know, they did, of course, beat Stalwart Esports. We can't deprive them of that, but to get reverse swept on the world stage, that's a tough one.
It definitely is, and I was sitting in the stands thinking they were going to win it, to be honest, but ZETA Division were Chazmac previously in Worlds, and they impressed ZETA Division against them so much that they actually decided to sign them for this year. Giro, NAVI 297, and Meow. Little roster change coming in, Rama leaving the team, and we'll actually be seeing him just a little bit later on in quarterfinal number 4, I believe. It's a really strong roster, but I'm excited to see how they do fare against Team Queso, who have proved themselves time and time again.
This is the most poetic way of saying that, you know, if you can't beat them, join them. Let's be honest. And that is the case. You know, Chazmac, you know, roster going over towards the division. But of course, not only are we going to be seeing, you know, Jeru, Naui, and Meow, but we've also got a fourth, a dark horse in the background, of course. And that person being Inso, the former coach of Reply, Totem, coming in to join this squad and give them the experience and the lift that they need to really do this kind of brand of an organization justice. And, you know, we got to look at Inso quite heavily, because looking at Reply Totem last year, it was a slow start for them. They didn't really have those earlier results that they were looking for. They made a bit of substitution, you know, with Soda then passing ways and bringing in Joker, of course, for Reply Totem. But Inso, of course, played a big, vital role when it came down to the drafting and just the game plan, the core mechanics of that squad. And now, you know, that's the black book going over towards ZETA Division. I think that is a very, very powerful thing, and I'm very curious to see whether, you know, when it comes down to their first monthly final, whether they're going to keep their calm exterior, because we've seen some good stuff from this team already this year in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, definitely so, and maybe even if they come against Reply Totem a little bit later down the line in this monthly finals versus finals, maybe Enzo will have some inside tips on how to beat his old team. And you know, we've seen so much from Reply Totem, and a lot of it thanks to him, and I'm intrigued to see if he brings a similar dynamic to ZETA Division this year.
He is dangerous. I mean, you know, we often kind of get caught up with just the players, but there is always a mastermind in the background doing, you know, great work, and Inso is that guy. Very, very hard working and very good, very strategic in that way also. So that could be something which I feel like Team Queso have got to keep their guard up. I mean, going back to Team Queso just a little bit, we saw them in last year in Season 2 of the Snapdragon Pro Series for the EMEA region. That's it wasn't a great season for Team Queso. They struggled to get, I think it was even a single win, but nonetheless, I do feel like we saw a different Team Queso on the world stage. I mean, STMN in the North America and Latin North region, they are a great team. I had them down to maybe even go all the way at the World Finals, and Team Queso almost beat them in those quarterfinal stages. You know, they did get reverse swept, but I mean, let's focus on the positive. They really almost did to seal the deal, and it took Bobby to play for his life to keep SCM in that tournament. Let's be honest. I mean, some of the plays from him to really keep that dream alive were just absolutely insane. He went to another level. Team Queso, I feel like sometimes struggle a little bit in monthly finals. Sometimes they get a little bit nervous when it comes down to things, but I feel like today could be their day. If they can kind of, you know, dust away some of those cobwebs, come in fresh. This is the best thing about having the first stream in the EMEA region. You've got nothing to look back upon and kind of wonder where it went wrong. You've got a clean slate to work with, and that's what Team Queso have got to do today.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Team Queso, they've been very, very hit or miss. That's what I was searching for there. As you said, 0-7, I believe, in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 2 season. We wrapped that up, though, and they put on a performance of their life at World Finals. They beat Stalwart. Yes, Stalwart weren't the best team. And then, in reality, they should have beaten STMN, but they just couldn't quite close it out, and that is the hit or miss. You know, they one day they'll come in really, really strong, or even one set they'll come in really strong and then completely let it go after that, which is obviously what they did at World Finals. Whereas ZETA Division, you know, I don't know if we can call them more consistent, but they definitely seem to be able to keep a hold of wins a lot better.
Well, we're going to be getting into the draft shortly, but we're just waiting for Geru to hurry up and finish his ladder match, which it turns out he lost as well. So let's hope that he's feeling better about the power match format than he is on the ladder format, as he was just doing so. Nonetheless, though, again, I feel like ZETA Division coming into this monthly final must be feeling pretty good about themselves. I mean, what a fantastic pickup for the organization, let's be honest. We saw some great promise from what was the former Colossal Gaming EU, former Craze Clan team last year. But again, some inconsistencies as well. So I feel like Inso is that kind of key to the final component there to really kind of show everyone what they're doing really, really well, where they have a bit of room for improvement, and also to bring a bit of a mastermind behind their draft to make them experiment some different ideas. I think Team Queso are a little bit predictable almost in some of their drafts these days, to be completely honest. And we see some similar ideas from them. I mean, if we're going to be having, you know, sort of, you know, a lot of maps like that are going to cater towards Eve, they're going to be the team that are going to be picking it and not banning it, let's be honest. And Eve now in a good place. I think that ZETA Division has got to be a bit cautious around those things. But I think Inso is the kind of person who has that awareness of the opposition and can really just remind everyone, like, you know, guys, this is a team that are more likely to do this. So here's our firm strategy around it. So let's see, though. I think it's going to be a close one, nonetheless. I'd be curious to see what the poll is over at event.brawlstars.com as to what the viewers at home are thinking on this one.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I do want to touch on, though, is apparently Rama was the mega brain of Chazmak last season. So a lot of people are scared of his drafts, and now that he's kind of moved on from this ZETA Division roster to a roster we'll see a little bit later down the line today. I'm just questioning whether or not Inzo will be able to fill that gap. Yes, he's been incredibly useful for previous teams, whether it be for coaching or drafting, but Rama, he was a really, really dangerous drafter, and it was a lot of the reason why they were able to get so many wins in previous seasons of BSC, Snapdragon Pro Series, Queso Cup, was down to his drafts and putting them in such a good position before the game even starts that they don't necessarily need the best mechanical skill in the game to be able to win it out.
Wow. I was just saying that I'd be curious to see the polls. That's a very dominant poll. That's the most dominant we've seen so far today. 86% of you watching at home over at event.brawlstars.com think that ZETA Division will take this win over Team Queso. I don't think it's nearly that far apart, to be honest, but nonetheless, that is what everyone is thinking. 14% only for Team Queso to be able to get this dub. Well, the first set will be Brawl Ball and Super Beach. A game that's obviously very, very aggressive in nature. One that I think could cater to both of these two teams, but Team Queso maybe are a little bit more long-ranged in their approach, or at least in terms of their comfort zone. So we'll have to wait and see as to who will take this first set, but a very important one to take. Ultimately, that first little spur of energy and boost will sometimes lead the way of what's going to come next, but the draft's going to be coming in very, very shortly, and we'll soon see who's going to be starting things off with a bang.
Well, Crow looking like the first pick coming in from ZETA Division here. They had the first, but looking at the bands, we've got the Barley band out from them, the Ems and the Surge. 3 pretty solid zoning bands on this map, whereas we see Team Queso banning out the Max. Don't want any of that speed going on, and the same with the Stu. The movement's just too strong, and the B going to be banned out as well. Otis coming in as a first pick from Team Queso, and honestly, I think it's a lot more versatile than what the Crow brings to the table.
I like the way it's shaping up to be. I agree with all the bans, to be completely honest. I think that they are pretty much bang on. Gray is still available here. Be curious to see whether anyone wants to go for it. Crow, not a bad at all, especially in the event of overtime. And that will be on the minds of both of these two teams because they are quite closely matched, let's be honest. I'm always interested by Spike coming up so consistently as an early pick here. We see it often towards the end as well. It's a very safe idea. I think that not the worst of ideas, but Ash going to come in for ZETA. I like that. A bit more zest towards the comp coming in. But they kind of need to back this up with a Gale, don't they? Or something to be able to really counteract the Ash because they are leaving Team Queso with a pretty big hand to counter. I mean, Spike might not be the worst of ideas already to have, but they might want to double down even on this next pick. And I think Gale's always a good pick to have on Brawl Ball. I mean, did receive a little bit of a nerf, but nonetheless can have some great defensive capabilities, some great knockback as well. And I mean, Penny coming in there for ZETA, they don't really feel it.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Penny players that are mid, but to be fair, I think on the Gale kind of side of things, I think that's what kind of started the tanks being so strong in this meta, realizing how good they are when Gale got pretty much nerfed into the ground, didn't get the super as fast, Twisters were just nowhere near as good anymore, and I just don't know if it'll be the pick they take. I mean, it's definitely a possibility, but I don't know if they're looking for more of a mid right now as they've kind of got the tank counters down, I think, in terms of the Spike and stuff. They actually do go for the Sam. Going to take a tank of their own and try beat ZETA Division at their own game.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard, haven't we, across pretty much every region saying that Sam is so strong. Very much different to what you hear on ladder. And this is what I kind of feel is a big detachment actually between the Brawl Esports community and like the more casual players, that they don't really necessarily sometimes see like what the pro players are feeling when it comes to certain brawlers. Sam is in such a good place. A lot of the pros are calling out for nerfs of both Sam and Ash to come into the forefront of the meta. And yet, you mentioned this to Brawlers people on ladder, they'll kind of laugh and say, I can't do anything with this. But I do feel like the Team Queso is not a bad pick. I just kind of maybe prefer myself the Ash here. I think that the robotic rats can get so much value on this particular map because there's a lot of confined spaces, and the Penny, of course, will be a great counteraction to it. But it might be the idea as to why they've combined it on the same side of things. But so far, ZETA Division healing up. It is going to be Team Queso having to reform formation. This one is coming in now onto the left-hand side is boss yet again, but ZETA's just creeping up forwards. Gary with a slow there and pass through as well, leaving things wide open on the side of Team Queso, and a big blunder to start things off.
Yeah, they found the gap, and it's just kind of swap after swap after swap, trying to get these sides right, and now the jump comes in straight down the middle from Jiro. Nice stuff from him, but Boss is going to be able to grab the super back and take that one down. Now he's too low to aggress, and Boss just getting the heals and the aggression. Gadget's back as well, and he's actually going to take down Meow there as well. More to just tiles away from hitting him. Aggression coming in the right hand side from Alias to Jay. Got the fertilize as well. Can he walk this one in? He does. He finds the gap and the walk. Fertilize coming in strong, and ZETA Division cannot defend it.
Very explosive game, but I feel like Gary, if he can just get the ball forwards, maybe jump over it as well. Team Queso have got to batten down these hatches. A couple of ideas being left open. Oh, a bit of a timing error there on NAVI's side. Wants to get down the robotic rats instead, forcing the ball forwards. But Javi under a bit of scrutiny there from Gary and ticking down gradually over time. Now this is Jay now. As he balances between the two fat spots from Javi, going to try to just corner off this left-hand side. Pass through is there. Now, Meow's very low on this top right-hand side here. It's a great time for a pushy from Queso.
And Meow's missing shots after shots against Sam. He can't really do a lot about that. Meow's going to get muted out there, and he can't even clear the ball. Got to walk it as far away as possible, but they can't defend that one through. Boss going to be able to walk that one in and get the first game in the hands of Team Queso. And I mean, it's pretty much all down to the Ash just choking like 3 shots in the face of a Sam and not being able to guarantee that kill on the left that kind of sparked Team Queso's aggression there.
It seemed like the first goal for Queso was the perfect catalyst in this respect, because ultimately, you know, ZETA scored in the first 40 seconds. Pretty dominant stuff, but Boss is doing great work on this left-hand side. I mean, he's going to struggle always against the Ash, but there, Gary was the one that really came into his own to help out, as Alice's Shade is trying to make these shots count. But Fertilize is definitely the easier of the star powers to juke. Let's be honest, it does sometimes catch the pros off guard because they're so used nowadays to having to juke the curveball. But Boss clears up the left-hand side. Robotic Rats taken care of by Javi, and now just Gary. They get this ball forwards, and the pass is there as well. Boss will finalize it. That is exactly the same story that we saw in the previous game with ZETA Division taking the first goal in the first 40 seconds. This time, it's Team Queso to do so.
Yeah, Boss looking like he might be able to catch NAVI off guard once more. Gets the knuckle dusters out, but now he gets the heal off. Chill pill pops. He does place the robotic rats as well. Javi's going to take a few robotic rats to the face, but the mute is going to connect onto Meow. He can't clear it again, and he's picked up the ball. Didn't leave it to his teammate, and the same thing happens once more. Alias SJ going to get the ball in, and Team Queso going to move one set up just as quick as that.
It's like the worst case scenario you want to find yourself in, isn't it, Brawl, where you're that low on HP, but you're muted so you can't even pass the ball away. I mean, what can you do? Great stuff. What a fantastic response. It's got to be said, especially when you look at the poll over at event.brawlstars.com. I think it was 84% in favor of ZETA Division to win this one, but that was a very, very dominant set. It's got to be said by Team Queso, especially after that very convincing start by ZETA Division, a very early goal. It's, you know, they had all the ideas down as to what they wanted to do to take the set, and then Team Queso responded. That is what we need to see from them, and I think a very powerful statement to start things off, and it's ZETA Division that are on the back foot now.
I mean, that's the start that Team Queso definitely needed, and Sam just proved so strong, getting in positions like this, finding goals like that. Really nice stuff, and I mean, ZETA Division just couldn't do anything about it. They had some nice breakthroughs like this as well. Alice J made a great play here, and just able to use Fertilize and these kind of mutes to the best of the capabilities. And it was over and over again. We just saw Meow picking up the ball whilst muted out, and he couldn't move it away. There you go. There's the statistics. Boss just showing how strong he is on that brawler.
Yeah, got the most kills out of anyone, and actually combined the score lines of Gary and Meow. I mean, that is why the pros are saying, you know, Sam needs a bit of a tune down. And I guess on a map like Super Beach as well, you could argue that there should have realistically been a great consideration towards a potential ban for Sam coming in there. But moving on then for Heist and Bridge Too Far, and definitely a map that screams Eve to me, Trav. And I'm looking at the opposition of being Team Queso, and I feel like it's ZETA that have got to kind of ban this particular brawler. For me, maybe they're quite happy to play against it. Maybe they want to leave it open. But I think Eve just has a lot of utility to bring to counter a lot of ideas, like Piper as well. We tend to see that brawler on this particular map a lot. Definitely a map that brings its fair share of challenges, and the ban's going to be very important here. I think you kind of got to consider the prospect of banning things like B and others that can really open up the map. Rock especially here. Colette as well, and some of the mid lane brawlers as well. Like, let's see, yeah, 8-bit gonna come in body as well. Lola's gonna be the first pick. Interesting first pick, I'll be honest, but then the Eve ban is there by ZETA, so I can understand it. Max, though, I kind of prefer actually on the side of ZETA.
Yeah, I like Max as a first pick just that little bit better, and they're going to be able to get themselves the Brock as well, which I do really like. I mean, Lola's good, but I don't know if it's first pick material for me. Maybe a little bit later on down the line to counter out some of the potential picks. But I mean, B, Bonnie, 8-bit banned from the side of Team Queso, and yes, the Eve was banned out from ZETA Division as a famous pick as that is from Team Queso, and I famously dislike that pick, or used to dislike it quite a lot as well. Grom and Bell going to be banned out from ZETA Division. Just waiting for Team Queso's second pick now, and then they will have the third after that as well, which I think kind of leaves ZETA Division in a very good position with this last pick. But Otis, it's a great pick anyway. You're going to be able to mute out win lanes because of that, and they have a lot of DPS on that side now.
Yeah, I feel like with the bans, I mean, there could be a potential here, unless Team Queso pick Piper, which I feel like they kind of should in this scenario, looking at the bans that are in play. But if they don't, and it goes the way of ZETA, then I feel like the Otis could be at a bit of a disadvantage in terms of range. I do like the Brawler here, there's no doubt about it. And especially Fat Splatter into the mid. Yeah, exactly that. I think that that is the play. They've got to obviously make it work, and there's a great potential for ZETA to be able to counter the Piper now. But if you're going to pick Otis, you kind of have to consider, if Piper's not banned, how you want to go about it.
Well, I mean, it's going to be good, and yeah, Max doesn't have as much maneuverability as they'd usually like to with this speed. Quite a lot of the time just locked into, you know, a four-tile gap where Piper can still kind of exploit you at that range. And ZETA Division got this last pick, and you've got to question what they're kind of choosing to go for now. They're going to go for the nanny, and I do love that. I love the way this ZETA Division comp is lining up, but at the same time, I kind of did in the last game as well. Nanny going to be able to pretty much win every single match against this Piper, or in reality should do. And the same with a lot of other brawlers as well. Brock should be able to beat Lola and Otis at this range, but it's just a question of whether or not they're going to be able to hit shots.
This is the thing, and I have the same kind of level of concern a little bit here, because I feel like for the most part, ZETA Division have got the better comps, but are they playing it better? No, they're not. I think at the moment, Team Queso have got a great deal of confidence, a great deal of aggression coming into the field, and that cannot be understated. It really can't at the moment. ZETA now can start to bring back a set, and this will look a lot more interesting. Great Fat Splatter early on by Javi, and a face shift from Gary just to keep himself alive here. But yeah, realistically here, the Nanny should be winning this matchup against the Piper. There's not really much more to be said, and Boss is actually be able to push through now with damage gear in play and get the first sign of damage. It is crumbling down so quickly already as Team Queso take a commanding lead in the mid.
Yeah, they've got all control in the world, but not really a lot of damage to back it up just yet. Nanny going to be pinching across to the side, and Javi started so strong as well against this Max. The Fat Splatter hit, multiple shots hit after that, and LSJ just isn't being hit. He's pushing up like nobody's business. Do have a peep coming in from NAVI now, though, and 20% is all that was dealt. Javi's going to be able to avoid out that head, and he should go for the safe because of it. Does just go for the connection. Not even a teleport up to... Actually, he's using return to sender, so that's probably why, but Javi surviving once more. Homemade recipe not connecting, and LSJ's just mopping the floor with Meow.
I don't know how I feel about that gadget choice from now, if I'm completely honest, because Warp Portal surely is the way forwards here. I mean, that's what gives you such an ability to push back. A great offense is a great defense, in my opinion. Bit of a missed mark there from Javi. It's going to allow Gary to keep pushing forwards and can continue to pressure Boss. Double takedown on the left-hand side. Naui as well is the last man standing in that respect. But now, a chance, a glimmer of hope for ZETA Division to have to bring this one back.
I mean, in what's meant to be Boss's worst position on Piper in the defense, he excels the most and gets 2 kills and defends it nicely. Pete being brought out once more, and he does have that return to sender, so even if he does go aggressive, he can't really teleport forwards and get damage on it because of that. Double connection, but he does make the return to sender work and sends it back to Boss. LSJ trying to push up this side now, but he knows that he's just too low to really make the big moves. Boss trying to assist his teammates, but should go down shortly after. Does just that, and another one falls as well. 20% is going to quickly go down, and the lead going to be flipped.
Yeah, great stuff from ZETA, but I've got a question, like, you know, the fact that they've had to actually swap lanes with Natty going the left-hand side and, you know, being able to face off against the Otis as opposed to the Piper, which the Piper is the more favorable pick. Nice there to force out the jump from Boss and be able to get some damage in the meanwhile. It seems that ZETA Division are up in the gears just a little bit with 15 seconds now on the clock. A time to push for Team Queso.
Yeah, but I just don't know if they're going to be able to find the gap. Jiro's going to clean up on the mid, and Nani going to clean up on the defense as well. Not going to be able to get any damage more on this safe of ZETA Division here. They're going to be able to take the win and just move 1-0 up in Bridge Too Far against Team Queso. Not the most convincing game, but at the same time, they played it well towards the end and stayed quite composed.
Yeah, they had to really, you know, knuckle their ankles down into the mid like they did. And, you know, some questionable decisions for me. I am not really on form, you know, with that Nanny gadget choice, but I can't deny it worked better for them. So I feel like in this respect, if the team feel better by going with those ideas, then all the more power to them as far as I'm concerned. And, you know, sometimes it is those choices which really catch an opposition off guard. You know, they're expecting one thing, you bring in something different, it can work. Nice to pick up there from the mid there from Meow, taking down Boss. And again, the Brock is doing a wondrous job of taking down a Piper in what should be a matchup which the Piper should really be able to do a bit better with, really.
Yeah, just not finding the hits at the moment, and NAVI having a tough time as well, but does manage to turn around and clean up. Rocket Rain available from Meow, but should use it on the safe instead of anybody else. Or everybody on Team Queso so low. He throws it out to the right-hand side and actually doesn't find the kill on the Piper. Fat splatter from NAVI, and Boss once again doing such a good job on defense, and at the moment, just kind of seems like Alias J had such a good start to the first game, but after that, we haven't really seen much.
Well, chance to regroup. Speed coming in from Gary. They probably could have got all three players in, but it allowed NAVI to get straight into that middle area. Return to center as well to Boss and keeping the pressure on. In there, a potential miss. Homemade recipe from Boss as well, hanging on there though with damage gear in play. Another return to center from NAVI, and again that gadget choice that I questioned actually giving him a great kill in the middle like lane. Be able to get some damage with damage gear in play as well. But Alias J is capitalizing a little bit on this left hand side lane, getting some damage back, creeping things forwards. But Team Queso are still behind here, and the clock is ticking.
I mean, at this point, has now even been hitting shots, or has he just been returning bosses and winning the lane because of that? I don't even know. But having playing such a good right side, now Alias J got some damage over the left as well. They are still 18% down, and now he should be able to pretty much walk over Alias J on this side. But Boss juking in the mid, playing really well. Doesn't go down to the Incendiary there. Rocket Rain available from Meow, but not going to throw it out just yet. Giro going to get cleaned up once more, and NAVI is showing his worth on the right here, adding some damage to the safe. But Peep not going to find anything either, and he's still juking.
I love it. Like the synergy there between Meow and NAVI just meant that they were able to just ensure the double takedown was there by just ensuring that Alias J went down first, and then people was able to clear with Boss, and actually opening up the lane might go in their favor as well here. It's so little in it, 2% though. At the moment, Team Queso are still behind. At the moment, ZETA cannot go down here at all. They've got to stay on their feet. Boss low should potentially go down here, but no. Big taps from Boss, but can he seal the deal at the end? He's going to jump in. Meow's one shot, having as well. Oh my word. Team Queso bringing it back, and I don't think there's enough time. My goodness me. What do we just witness?
I mean, that was just flawless. Lovely stuff from Boss once again, and he's just playing the defensive Piper flawlessly. He gets the kill on the left, finds the jump, jumps away. Brock can't deal enough damage with someone respawning, and then NAVI and Boss deal the final blow onto the safe, and ZETA just can't even out in time. That is the Team Queso we love, and that is the Team Queso that we need to see if they want to be able to take this set down.
It's moments like that, though, that can really turn the tide, and I think that ZETA have got to be concerned a little bit around that. They do not want to go 2 sets down here, and it's a prime opportunity for Team Queso to do just that, but good body blocking. It could have been a lot more damage in all honesty, but Boss is playing out of his mind at the moment, let's be honest. Big taps from Alias J onto Gale on the left-hand side as well, and at the moment, NAVI and NAVI are just juking things between themselves. It's now he's starting to get a bit more advantage. Big tap there though, and a big return to center as well. The fast splatter won't be enough to deter him from moving forwards, and now a great opportunity for more damage. Oh, look at that. Oh, NAVI, beautiful gadgets, and I'll take it all back, mate. You've absolutely convinced me now.
Haven't convinced me just yet, as we could have seen a bit more damage because of it, but I like it. I do like it. It seems to be working for it. Not my gadget of choice, but still, it seems to be working. We see the super being thrown out by Alias J, not really getting a lot from it, as that damage gear from Giro going to be able to clean up, and Boss is hitting shots. He finds it round the barrier as well, and avoids partial shot of that nanny. Peep going to come out now, and they are still behind. Boss doesn't eat it at all. He can't even go for it. He's just going to have to go and try and connect it onto one of the other members. Does take down Alias J, but now they've taken a serious amount of damage to the safe.
Yeah, Team Queso now take the lead, and I don't feel like with this comp they should be doing this, but they are, and that is a testament to how they're playing this. NAVI left on the safe uncontested. It's just going to be trickling things down. ZETA are trying to double down the left-hand side with Geru and NAVI, but the damage is not really coming in. They've got to deal with NAVI. They just can't leave him there on the safe, dealing as much damage as he is uncontested.
I mean, we've got the Piper defense as well. He should be able to do it on his own. Have you got the damage gear activated as well as Brock threw a shot backwards? But 3 members on the safe. Can Alias J defend it? Boss is coming back. He's tanking. 11% needed. NAVI's going to be able to deal it. And they're getting the defense. 10% left. Can he get the final blow? He does. A 9-0. Team Queso managed to take the second set down. And they didn't even try to defend him. He had a mute in hand, to be fair to him as well. But not only did he not try and defend him, he gave him the damage gear.
I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one, mate. I'll be honest. I mean, if you don't see it coming, then I can understand if it's like a close moment of making a choice, but there was only one choice to be made in that scenario, and it's just to do something about NAVI. I mean, he was left uncontested for what felt like an eternity. it wasn't a surprise. And like you pointed out, Boss on defense, we couldn't quite see it off the screen, but I mean, he was obviously doing God's work, wasn't he? I mean, he must have been able to do so. I don't know how Team Queso were able to deter ZETA off the safe for as long as they did. It didn't make sense to me. But one thing there, you just gotta realize that, you just cannot leave someone on the safe like that. And 3 bodies there. I mean, yeah, Boss was body blocking a lot of those shots, but that should not have happened. In my opinion, it shouldn't have happened.
I think in majority of people's opinion, it probably shouldn't have happened. But I mean, is that 20 kills from NAVI coming in? I mean, I take it back. He's proven me. He's proven me as well that the return descendant's just completely broken.
I mean, I was certain coming into this matchup that there was maybe a gadget mistake on that side, and it pains me that they're not rewarded for those stats. That's the thing, and the comp really was in their favor. I mean, they had Nani over Piper, and they had the range advantage over the Otis. I just don't really feel like it should have gone that way. And now going into knockout for Gold Arm Gulch, I mean, surely Team Queso have got everything going for them. Despite them being, in my opinion, a bit outdrafted, their skill is what's been shining here today for me. Bans coming in for Queso are going to be banning out their favorite brawler of Eve, Max as well. Early draft tick coming in for ZETA, along with the ZETA bans being Grom, Sprout, and Max. On the side of Queso, Bo as well, with the Eve and the Max being banned.
Well, I mean, they're just banning out the other viable throwers and taking pretty much the only one remaining that's going to be pretty much decent. Brock going to be first draft from Team Queso, trying to bring some breaks in, trying to bring the range to be able to contest with this early draft of tick on the opposing side of things. And I do quite like this Brock pick. If they can get the map broken up, they might lose the first round, but once he does start to break up and excel himself, then he will be able to do quite a lot of work. And the same with Bonnie. You're able to jump towards that tick. He might have last hurrah, but once he's kind of used those gadgets against other opponents or even yourself, then the later rounds you're going to be able to excel quite well.
I don't know about that. I'll be honest. I really don't. I mean, I appreciate that they're bringing in a brawler which we don't tend to see here, but I mean, there's still options. I don't know about Nani, but then again, in the previous
he's just feeling himself after the last one. He's feeling himself.
Yeah, it's like 20 kills. I mean, bring that into knockout and you're laughing, right? I mean, but ultimately, I mean, it is going to do something to deter the amount of wall break from the Brock. I can kind of see that the more walls you break with Brock, the stronger then you kind of make your opposition with the Nani pick. But I mean, Peep can scout, sure, can get kills from across the map, but I don't know. Gene going to come in as the final pick here for Team Queso. I don't know whether I prefer the ZETA comp over that. I mean, that's a pretty strong one if you ask me, Trav. I mean, Bonnie needs to be great for assassination attempts onto the tick. Sure, last hurrah can deter it, but you want to be going for that and not the Otis for obvious reasons with the mute there being available. And they got a lot of long range. I mean, I'm not really convinced, but if ZETA can bring out the bag and do that now, they might be able to spur something back, claw things into a 5th and final set potential. But Team Queso have got the momentum behind them, and that's so dangerous in this scenario.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of a question of early game versus late game. Like, Nani's not going to be good really that much in the late game either. Neither's Tick, and Otis obviously is, but he's not going to be able to deal with these ranged opponents that he's faced with once the map does start to get broken up. And if Alias J can make some effective breaks, as I said, when they did draft Brock, then it's going to be pretty good, and that one isn't that effective.
Wow, slow steady start, but Alias J is trying to break his way forwards here. Don't mind necessarily, but both teams would like to get their first sign of super hits now to get his. So let's see. But the thing with the healing puffs is like, this is going to connect. Surely we'll break maybe some cover along the way, and Boss is going to survive it. But then the healing puffs are going to come into play and just bring everyone back up to speed. Might have been better to even save it maybe for the right timing for a takedown. But so far the aggressiveness is good. The pinches are on point here. Biao just really locking down that top left, and now with the mid and Gary from underneath. It is working, but it's these final moments that really make it known as to who's going to take the advantage. And oh, now his low goes down. Javi's muted out as well. Boss low, it could work out in favor. It's just Meow against the world, but can he get these shots on? I don't see it happening. With the healing that's going on here, Alias will seal it. A great start for Team Queso.
I mean, I really liked what Javi did there at the bottom. Like, he saw the peep coming in, he pops a gadget, managed to avoid it. Pretty much he entirely wastes that super and breaks walls along the way as well. So that's not going to be helping him out at all on that side of things either. Boss has got a pull in hand as well here. He's got to be sitting in this grass or even sitting in the left-hand side a little bit later on and just trying to find a pull. Peep going to be out and he might be able to find it right there. Surely goes for it. He does manage to grab him and get the takedown as well. Mistakes coming in, but the mute is going to be able to bring Boss down, make it a 2v2 and even things out.
Oh, a very important turning point now, potentially here on the side of ZETA, if they can keep this pressure up. Javi's concerned, but Gary's doing well to keep him back. Alice is just going to use the Rocket Rain on the entire left-hand side, actually, and not go on the aggressive with it. I don't mind it, especially in the later stages, to have that availability of the map open to his disposal, but it is quite a daring move here to waste that, well, I won't say waste, but use that utility in a fashion that breaks open the map. So Meow needs to land these shots a little bit more to trickle down the HP as now the gas coming in at a crucial moment.
Yeah, in comes the tickhead as well, and they do miss a shot on it. They're going to both be hit by it, and that is a mistake that you're probably not going to be coming back from. ZETA Division managed to guarantee themselves that second round, and Team Queso, that's going to hurt.
That's why you don't want to miss shots on the tickhead, isn't it? I mean, they got absolutely punished for it. I love to say it, but ideally, I mean, that was the mistake there from Team Queso. They needed to land that, absolutely so. And it was costly for them. Now Alias is straight getting caught a bit off guard. A little bit of a stutter as I think he's just adjusting his thumbs there, but he did take a lot of damage for it. Meow got his super into hand, and yeah, Alice Shane needs to be very cautious. Needs to heal up now to give it slower, get within the radius of the magic puffs and bring back to action. Now he's going to consider to move down to the bottom left here as the peep coming in, taking its time, juking around. Javi's going to be forced down to jump maybe, but no, it misses everyone, comes back around and just detonates in the timing that was not in the favor of ZETA right there.
Yeah, disappointing stuff, but I mean, Javi can't jump Jiro, he's got this mute, he can't jump Meow because he's got the tickhead and the last hurrah available. It's got to be a boss pull to initiate things here. Vengeful Spirit's going to be used, pull missed, and the ticket's going to connect onto Javi as well, but he jumps away from it. He sacrifices boss for the greater good, but it's not for the greater good, as ZETA Division do manage to take it home anyway. Team Queso, I mean, they're just... I don't know if it's a mistake or whether or not he should just eat that head, but he just didn't get the value he wanted out of leaving it either.
I wanted to see like a bit of an earlier jump there, to be honest, from Javi, just to go in and just secure something, and it just feels to me like Team Queso crumbled in these later moments, whereas ZETA are able just to keep things a bit more together, a bit more composed in that respect as well. Big break there from Alias to change the mid. But again, we're seeing that similar idea as this comp is working. I mean, I didn't think the nanny was really going to be able to cut the mustard here, if I'm honest, but with the tick in the top left, side and Gary from underneath, and everyone is kind of attacking this from a nice side. Look at the amount of utility they're being able to cycle in as a result of that. Fat Splatter goes down. Oh, the piloting there was on point. The nanny going to be coming in now, but will it connect? No, and that's the problem. It's great lead-ups, but now he has got to start to confirm these final moments to give themselves an earlier advantage.
Yeah, that's got to hurt. Vengeful Spirit's being popped, and a return to sender on a Vengeful Spirit is not something I've seen before, and I'm not sure he's going to be too pleased about the value he got out of that one, as he wants to be using them to secure himself some kills or defend himself when he's a little bit lower on HP, but he's got another peep out of it. Javi going to go forward and tank that one, and we've seen them tank things before, and it hasn't gone to plan. Alias SJ's low. He gets one hit for a trade, but doesn't get the finish off. Boss going to go for the shots, but he's just not going to be enough to bring them both down here. Almost gets Meow, but nowhere near to Jiro. ZETA Division now one game away from evening things up.
It's looking better. It really is starting to look a lot better for ZETA. It's not too late for them. Peep going to come around. Boss will take the front of it, but far enough away from all the harm that can be dealt to finish the job. He has got Paul, though. He's not really been able to land much in that respect. He did get the nanny in the first game, but we need to see a bit more from that on the side of Queso, a bit more team support. It's credit due to ZETA in that respect to keep the distance. And now coming through, and the utility has been more on the side for me on ZETA. Nice amount there of spread from Boss as the Vengeful Spirits coming in. They are pushing forwards now. I'd like to see a bit of a pull here, potentially here from Boss, but they're going to retreat. A bit more damage coming in than I'd like to see in the Peep. Going to be coming around and looking to make a connection here. Or not.
I mean, he jumps in, he goes for it, but he actually just gets muted on landing. In comes the ticket, and he just can't get it. Pull missed as well. And this is just a disaster for Team Queso. Boss accepts defeat, and Zeta Division accept the win of the knockout set, making it 2-1. Team Queso aren't going to be able to finish it off just yet. Zeta Division, the start of a reverse sweep might be imminent.
I'm surprised, if I'm honest, that Team Queso couldn't do more with the amount of missed peeps in that game. I mean, the ones that hit the mark, but I would say that more missed than not. For a brawler, it doesn't tend to come much into the equation with that map in speaking, but fair enough. I mean, that really was the time for Team Queso to close the door on Zeta. In fact, now what they've done is leave things wide open for a potential turnaround, and I don't think Zeta are out of the question here, to be completely honest, especially not if we look back at Knockout. I mean, I do feel like they threw the safe zone set, if I'm honest, being completely and utterly blunt about things. I felt like Zeta should have won that second set. They didn't. But now they're starting to bring things back in a way which reminds them that they have what it takes to beat this squad. And I don't feel like the Team Queso draft has been as good. But the credit due to them is the fact that they are making the brawlers that they've got in that draft work better until that last set. So where we go from here is really going to be up to Queso and Zeta, and who wants to take the lead. But NAVI got 0 kills there. Wasn't really able to provide much. Gary was 7. 4 with Meow. I mean, dominating scorelines. But we did see a very dominant scoreline in the round of heist. It wasn't safe zone. It was a bridge too far. But you know, my point being is that we're seeing great stats from Zeta, but that's the first set to really match that story.
Yeah, I mean, NAVI just sitting with 0, he couldn't really do a lot. It took him so long to get his super, and by the time he had his super, you know, we had Last Hurrah still available, tick heads, mutes from Otis, return senders and stuff like that, and he just wasn't able to get the value out of jumping in with Bonnie at any point in the game. And even at one point, he sent one of his teammates to the grave when he jumped away from the tick head, and it ended up going for his teammate instead. Probably a tactical decision, as he was quite low, but even upon landing, he just didn't do anything either.
Yeah, some struggles, some cracks potentially starting to show here for Team Queso. And this kind of, for me, has been a familiar story. Looking back to last year with them, they haven't had the greatest of score lines against reverse sweeps, let's be honest, but Shooting Star is a map that I feel can cater well towards them. There is no Eve ban here, and we have seen a little bit of Eve starting to creep in. Shooting Star, Zeta banning out the Nanny, which they've had 2 sets in a row now, so showing some confidence there, banning as well the Piper and the Mandy, Max and Gus there on the side of Team Queso. Some decent bans all around. It's going to make a massive statement to bring in a Brock now, surely. I mean, I would rate that as a very early pick, but the Eve as well, yeah, no surprises there for me. Team Queso going to be bringing that one in, and yeah, it's not the best Eve map, but we are seeing a lot of Eve on this particular map. It just kind of makes a lot of sense with the bans that are in play.
Yeah, a lot of those sharpshooters banned out, and to be honest, I think the only ones we really got left are Brock and Bonnie and possibly Bell. But I mean, we could see a different approach, but with Max out the way as well, it kind of gets rid of that kind of mid-range, more tanky approach of bringing in like a Pam or something like that along with a Max. So throw is still available as well, but until kind of we see Brock getting drafted or something like that, we might not see it. Bell going to be the first pick from Zeta Division. I like it. It's got a bit of range. It's got the ability to bounce around these hatchlings that are going to be coming in from Boss. So pretty solid pick, I think.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. The nest eggs as well. If Zeta Division gets a commanding role in the mid, can definitely turn around later on to provide some kills here and there. Let's see what they want to add to it. I mean, ultimately, I do think that the Brock is a great pairing to have, and will expose the Eve just a little bit more in those mid areas if they want to choose to break. I think that's a lot of the reason why we're not seeing any sign of throwers at the moment, because yeah, and there it is, and that's going to deter the very idea of them. So a good pairing so far from Zeta, starting to, for me, just if they can make this comp work again, like I said before, their drafts seem to be better. They seem to be a bit more traditional and a bit more fitting. What will Team Queso combine with this Eve to give themselves a bit more of an idea, a bit more of an edge here, really?
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I just feel like, as you said, Zeta Division's comps have just been better all day long than Team Queso's, but they've been bringing the fight, and Bonnie going to be the pick from Alias J. Jean coming in from Team Queso once again. That Bonnie-Jean combination that we saw in the last one didn't work out for them in Knockout, but they're hoping it works out for them in Shooting Star and Bounty. Zeta Division with the last pick here as well, and I mean, to be honest, there isn't really another sharpshooter, right, that they can go to, but... Yeah. It's a tough one. They might, I mean, they can take a thrower, right? Because they've already got the Brock and they can shape the map how they want.
True. I mean, Byron wouldn't be the worst ideas. I've seen a little bit from SK last year towards the end of it. Tick coming in. Yeah, I like that. I mean, it's not bad. especially like you say, if you can choose where to break, but it didn't really have much left for choice. I mean, you might have seen maybe a Fang coming in. You might have seen maybe something along the lines of, you know, it's kind of tough to say, maybe Leon, but there's not really much left for them to have to go for. Bringing the tick would give them some control, but also could cause a bit of a problem with the Eve and some of the hatchlings that come in. Botany as well is going to be a prime candidate for that tick, so it's a bit of a risky one for ZETA to be able to pick in that kind of brawler into the comp that they're facing. But nonetheless, I feel like the Brock and the Bell are two banger picks realistically here, and as long as they're cautious around the body and the timings of that and keep the distance from the Gene, as that generous tick over time for the Gene will be there for Boss and provide a nice bit of defensive measure when pushed up against the ropes. Let's see. First blue star goes the way of ZETA, and already that's going to provide them a little bit of an advantage. Now he low, Boss low as well, and very aggressive start, gotta be honest.
Yeah, LSJ did go quite aggressive off the start, but now NAVI taking his turn and doing the same, and it actually does work out for him. They got him pinned into a nice little corner down there, but Boss not healthy enough to go up and pinch and make more of the situation that NAVI had created pretty much alone. Meow had to back up as well, and still, we've not seen any breaks from Brock just yet, even on the opposing side of things.
Miss mark there from NAVI could prove costly. Meow's low as well, and should be running well oiled, so therefore keeping those heals coming in is going to be quite key for him. Alistair jumps away, and we'll live to fight another day. Javi's got jump though, that's got to be a consideration here. They've got to keep Meow in the mid and keep him protected. Now he's pushing forwards. Can't push forwards too much though, as Boss now with Magic Hand, and is going to keep more control over the situation. And you can see him creeping forwards. They're just trying to work out potentially when to get a pull, but with no support there, he's got to choose that timing very carefully.
Yeah, super available from Giro. Wants to try and use it on NAVI, but if he does, he might see a jump towards him. Doesn't just yet, as he pretty much entirely avoids the whole thing. But one kill still going to be enough to sway this game no matter who it's on. Boss going to get marked up and follow-up shots coming through. Does a nice job avoiding the label shots, but he's eating all of the tick ones. Brings the ticket down quickly. Pull going to be missed as well. Vengeful to follow up, and they actually guaranteed themselves NAVI with a little bit of help from LSJ.
Javi's got jump as well. He's not even used it yet. Now popping a gadget and pushing forwards aggressively. Rocket Lace is there for ZETA, were there for Geru just to keep him alive, but Boss out of position, but he can go down here. But there's 5 seconds. They're not going to be able to close the gap in time, especially not in this level of HP as well. I don't think there's going to be enough. Javi gets the jump. Yeah, and the final takedown there from Boss will move Team Queso on to match point, and they looked much better. They looked much calmer, much more collected in that set. It's got to be said, and despite everything that ZETA had to throw at them, it wasn't enough for them. Now, maximum pressure. The pressure cooker really is mounting for ZETA. They've got to show us more, and they've got to win 2 games back-to-back now to stay in this one.
Yeah, ZETA once again in a worrying position where Team Queso are going to be feeling pretty good about themselves right now, but Javi's going to stand still, almost guaranteed himself that Brock kill, but now LSJ pushing up, trying to get the pinch in as well, levitating over what used to be water, now looks like a bit of circuit board, but now he falling quite low on the right hand side as well as Boss pushing up, and they have done a little bit of a lane swap here as well on both sides of the map.
Well, good jukes there from LSJ. Ticket kind of come in now, and some great support from both sides. Just the 1 star, no takedowns at all yet from either side. Javi, so much HP, but he is standing still a little bit. I'm not sure whether it may be connection or whether it's just him feeling quite comfortable, quite confident in his positioning here. A little bit too long for me, to be honest, and to be a little bit cautious now, popping the gadget, going the aggressive, and it's all turned around so quickly. Oh, he's almost got the takedown on Gary there. Meow's coming for body blocking, and Javi just barely survives himself, let's be honest.
Yeah, with a little bit of help, though, we would have been able to get both of them. So I'm sure he's a little bit frustrated with his team and frustrated with the fact that he's running Rocket Laces and they had a last hurrah available as well to tank all of that stuff. But still got his jump. They've still got the lead. Don't need to overcommit too much, especially as Boss has got this super and he does have this the pull on the right hand side. But Giro just going to jump away there and survive it out. But LSJ was low on the backside of things as well, marked up and not got the best position whatsoever. Javi out of tank form now is going to be even more worrying for them.
It's a great opportunity for ZETA. They've got to start to secure a kill. Javi is the prime candidate here, and he does go down. Oh, and as well, now he's being pulled in. They're able to get the takedown onto Boss as well. Huge moments there for ZETA, keeping themselves alive in this, and surely with the time and the way it is, not enough time for a response from Team Queso. They remain on match point, but that was the game win that ZETA needed right in the nick of time.
Yeah, I mean, Team Queso still 100% got a chance of finishing out here. They had some good control pretty much throughout the entirety of that game, whereas ZETA Division just kind of came back at the end, got a couple of kills, and, you know, Alias J was marked up, and he was just getting shots thrown at him left, right, and center. Javi went aggressive, even knowing he had one of those rocket laces left, which is maybe a bit of a poor decision, especially because of how easily you can just three-shot him when he comes close.
I've got to be honest, I'm worried for Queso here. If they lose this game and it goes to the fifth and final set, I mean, the amount of turnaround potential that is available for ZETA under the circumstances is huge. I mean, the blue star, of course, no surprises going the way of Queso, but ZETA played that last game very much better than the previous, taking it slower and steadier and just working things through, making less mistakes as well, and forcing the hand. Good mark there from now in the right-hand side, keeping the pressure on. Alias J is going to be a bit cautious around the amount of tick mines in the mid here, but let's see. Javi's low again, and damage gear rolling in for it. I do worry for Queso in these moments, but so far, so good for both sides, just trying to churn that utility.
Yeah, and I mean, the issue is Javi he's going to want to use his jump now to be able to get rid of this mark, but he also doesn't want to because he's going to put himself in jeopardy when he does. Boss has got this pull and actually needs to make use of it this time, as in the last one he hit it, but he died whilst mid-pull and didn't really amount to a lot, but now he has got Giro low on this left-hand side and got a decent matchup against him, but Javi is just struggling so hard over the right-hand side.
Yeah, it's not really the game that he wants. A lot of ricocheted shots there between Alias J and Boss. Yeah, I was pushing forwards as well, and Javi popping another gadget, but not really too much avail there. There's not really an opportunity to go on the aggressive. Alias J is incredibly low here. Get everything on the left-hand side. Yeah, got to be still continuously careful about Boss. He's got Rocket Rain. Boss is in the corner. He goes for this. Oh, the magic hand. Oh, and it's Scary that comes out on top, bringing the lead in favor of ZETA. It's just the one star, but if they can maintain it the next 10 seconds, it will be enough.
Javi jumps into the middle of nowhere, no man's land, but he's doing a great job of juking. He's finding his way up. Giro's got a super though, and he's going to use it over on Boss. Can Javi find the kill? He's going for it. He gets the rocket laces away, and Meow's going to be able to tank. The tickhead comes in as well, and ZETA Division are going to bring it back to 2-2. Team Queso, they just don't learn. They're pulling nothing. They're jumping into nothing, and they're just making so many mistakes.
Nothing. I love your accent,
Terrible.
mate. I really do.
Terrible.
I thought Javi had a great opportunity towards the end. No one could hit him. I mean, he was dodging everything and weaving, but I mean, I felt like that was displaying to me the desperation that he had because he just couldn't do anything all day long. I mean, there was nothing there, nothing there in terms of support trap. Nothing at all, mate.
Honestly. Never thought I'd see the day where my accent's being mocked by another Brit on stream, but, you know, I'll accept it and move on at this point because it's not worth arguing over on a Brawl Stars Championship stream, especially when we've got such exciting gameplay as what we're seeing on the screen as ZETA Division bringing it back to 2-2 after being 2-0 down. And, I mean, at this point, is anybody better at getting reverse sweep than Team Queso as ZETA Division are nearing closer and closer to being able to do what STMN did at Worlds last year? And Team Queso don't want to be repeating history. Obviously, we're going to see more kills on the side of ZETA Division as they did manage to get the win in Bounty, and kills is pretty much the name of the game.
This is my concern big time here because, you know, you don't want to start 2023 as you meant to go on at the end of 2022. Like, you need to learn from those mistakes. It's not over yet, of course, for Team Queso, but this will now be looming in their minds, massively so, going to this fifth and final set. I don't think the comp was bad. I feel like ZETA had the better comp, but I felt like that for the majority of the sets today. ZETA have been drafting better, in my opinion, you know, across the board. Team Queso were kind of starting things out, you know, out-drafted slightly, but they were getting the wins. But now it just seems to be the case that as time has been going on, their confidence has been dwindling a little bit. Some of their picks for me have been a little bit worse than they were at the very beginning of the stream. I mean, Bonnie there can get some good value, but ultimately we saw ZETA and how they approached knockout. They were very, very good at just keeping awareness, keeping each other's backs effectively. There wasn't really many opening doors for Team Queso to come in and cause the disruption because, you know, ZETA had, you know, a lot of awareness around the potential assassination attempts. And that was the same story in Shooting Star. For Team Queso, they really should have secured this 2 sets back. And that's the thing. So going into hot zone, open zone, in my opinion, this is a map and a mode that actually Team Queso play very, very well. They like the long-ranged affair, as do ZETA, however. And I just worry now that they've given up so much of this momentum over to ZETA. You know, it was looking like a straight sweep going into that third set. Now, not the case at all. Level Peggy going into the final set of this series.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit worrying for Team Queso, but the bans are in. We got the B, the Bonnie, and the Stu on the side of Team Queso. I like what they brought to the table, and we got the Meg banned out on the side of ZETA Division. I like that as well. Into clearly bringing that idea over from Reply Totem as Team Queso do on the first pick. They're a little bit scared about that, but Crow and B are going to be the other bans. Double B ban, got rid of the slows, got rid of a bit of mobility on the side of Team Queso there with the Stu as well. And, you know, I like where they've gone with the bans. Max is going to be the first pick, and will we see the classic Max Poco Pam is what I love on this map, and I'd do anything to see it.
Yeah, you had to really go with Max first. It provides so much potential to combine ideas here. Still some ideas I quite like here. Otis could come in for sure. Poco absolutely so. I think ZETA might want to consider the prospect of that. Taking it away from the Max, I think, would be the play here for me. So having the Poco, combining that with something else, but definitely banning out the Meg. A smart idea, a smart move here. Grip can do some work, but that recent nerf, yeah, and that is where you've got to go. You simply have to. You've got, if nothing else, deprive it from Team Queso here, because it's such a hard thing to shake from the mid. But ultimately, let's see where this leads. There's still some long-range ideas available here for ZETA, but having that heal could even open up some other ideas to the mix here. But I'm sure Team Queso would have liked to have had that to combine with that Max.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I quite like the Pam to pair along with the Poco. It's pretty solid. But we do see a lot of Amber on this map, and I know that's something. Yeah. Shout out to 2022 and Ark loving his Heavy Amber. We might see that coming in if they don't take it, but they do take the Pam.
On the money trap!
I mean, what can I say? Today is the day. First 3 picks is what I've said.
I worry a bit for Team Queso right now. I really do. I mean, there's so much healing potential on their side. Some potential to have the healing station be covered. I mean, Team Queso are going to have to throw a lot at this comp to be able to make it work. I wouldn't be opposed to a spike here, to be honest. They're going to bring in Lou. I don't mind it. They could actually combine a bow with this, and it'd be lovely for them to have that much, delay mechanics on the mid. I think you need that kind of thing. If you haven't got the heals to really match it, you've got to go with delay tactics. And I like to see what they do combine with the Lou. They don't necessarily have to by any means, but if they did have the bow as well, which I think is a really, really strong brawler in the meta, it just does everything really, really well. Great range on it. You can have the Super Totem as well down to just kind of keep feeding in for the Lou or anything else if you get the takedowns that you need to buy the time that you have to really gain the value from it. Going to bring in Colette. It's a bit of a risky one, if I'm honest, on this particular map, because it is so open. But if you land the shots, I mean, Gotcha Gadget, let's be honest, it is a healer in itself. So I can understand why they're thinking it.
You're going to see the Amber. We're going for 4 for 4. I'm going to go for the Amber here. I just think it's a pretty decent composition overall. I do really like the Colette, especially into the Poco, into the Pam. It's going to be able to do so much work. They're going to go with the Bell, bit more range.
So close, mate.
A bit more
so
of a range
close.
approach. So close yet so far.
Completely
different brawler. but to be honest, I do still like ZETA Division's got that a little bit more. If they can, deprive Lou of these supers, which I know it's going to hard to be with Poco and the Pam, and Colette's going to be able to do such a good job against them as well. But overall, as a cohesive unit, I like ZETA's comp more, but Team Queso do seem to have just gone for countering those singular lanes.
I'm with you, by the way. I feel like the Amber would have been better for ZETA. I feel like, for me, the Colette wasn't the play. I think the bow was the play myself. But nonetheless, let's see. I feel like ZETA have got the better comp. I think Bell's a great choice to have. The Max is going to be a potential big turning point, though, for Queso, and they're going to really rely a lot on how AliSSJ wants to play this one. But so far, it's Gary that takes a commanding role in the mid. There is Meow as well, doing his thing and keeping everyone afloat. But the first takedown is now he goes down. Lou as well, going to throw down the ice into the zone. That's going to deter then what ZETA can achieve as finally Queso start to get a bit more of the objective under their hands.
Boss almost missed a shot there and it almost cost him his life. AliSSJ very, very low on this round side against NAVI, who managed to survive it out a little bit before, but might not be able to do the same now. Wasted soup from Happy as it was already secured anyway, but this Lou super really did a lot of work for Team Queso, just getting him off the zone and getting the control back, and especially along with the stun that we saw on Giro just before. But now they're all back. They've got this turret down. Bell's going to clean up the right-hand side, and Meow over this mid is getting some heals off, and Javi going to be able to get the Gotcha Gadget onto him, but he's just going to survive it out, wait it. And this is the first time I've actually seen the healing pads being used.
I gotta say, great protective tunes there from Meow to really just cancel out that freezing stun there on the side of Team Queso. But it's very, very close. Again, another protective tunes from Meow, and it's just keeping everyone afloat realistically here. Now, though, Javi is able to capitalize down and won't connect with the super. The shielding, though, is going to go a long, long way in keeping him alive against Geru in that matchup. But look at the scoreline now. If now he can get some big taps into Alias and Shape, but they're very, very wide, honestly. Should be landing a little bit better to buy themselves the time that they need. Javi goes down, and that's not what Team Queso wanted at all. Where is their third? Boss is taking his time on the left-hand side. Is he... I think he's struggling. Yeah, I wasn't sure. It seemed like he was out of the action for a while there.
Yeah, he just can't really find the angle through. Javi's going to miss his super there as well. Meow's going to get the heal off on both of his teammates. Such a great heal. Boss is going to go down. Alias SJ's muted. And it's match point for ZETA Division. Team Queso, they've gone from 2-0 up. The Kings have been reverse swept at this point. Can ZETA Division finish it off and put the last nail in the coffin?
I hope so. I put them on predictions. I need
Teach them a
Jason
lesson.
to win this game. Yeah. I mean, oh no, Team Queso. I feel for the guys. I really do. I mean, you know, when you come out of the World Finals after a reverse sweep, the last thing you want to have happen is the same thing again going into your first monthly final. But that is what we are seeing. And again, I just feel like the drafts have been better. ZETA was slow to the mark, but then now looking far more in control. Javi with the gotcha gadget does stay alive there. You know, there the Screeching Solo trying to do its thing from Meow. The pickup as well. The walls are coming crumbling down in a huge way. Team Queso are going to be kicking themselves looking back at this mod.
Yeah, this is not where they want to be. Marked up as well. Jiro's got to be able to find this boss kill, but he is going to get stunned out. Instantly negated, though, by the gadget of Meow on top of that. Javi just being kept back in a matchup that he should be dominating. And it's not looking good whatsoever for Team Queso. Still got control and got another turret as well. Surely going to throw that aggressively up here. Meow's going to clean up Javi once more and over again. It's just more of the same.
Yeah, it's for me done. It's done. And ZETA know it. I mean, a few little cheeky little spins here and there, just being disguised a little bit as maneuverability. But I mean, they're looking competent. I mean, there's no doubt about it. You know, Queso would have to do the world of work to turn this one around. It's not over yet, 10 seconds, but let's be honest, it pretty much is. And ZETA Division will be storming into the, to the semi-finals with the ultimate BM there would be out onto the ice. But what a reverse sweep it was. Team Queso just didn't put the nail in the coffin when they needed to. They left the doors wide open, and ZETA just stomped their way through.
Yeah, definitely didn't disguise the BM at the end. They were going straight for it. And I mean, rightly so. If you're going to reverse sweep someone, you got to do it with style. But almost 100-0 in that last game there. And Team Queso just looked defeated pretty much after they lost that first set. And they just seem to rely so heavily on momentum. It really is disappointing to see them lose to a reverse sweep once again. They're starting 2023, how they ended 2022. And that's not good.
Yeah, it's not what you want. You know, it's not what anyone wants to see either. But close games are what I like to see, regardless of how it went for Queso. I'm glad that it went to the fifth and final set, to be honest, as we kind of expect to see in this region. Just so much unpredictability and so much competitiveness that really shines through. But yeah, realistically there for me, Queso, just, I mean, they were on match point, you know? They were on match point in set 3. And realistically, that's where it needed to be ending for them. But ZETA Division now, they're going to be feeling good about themselves, regardless of what happens next in that semifinals. But having said that, I mean, I think they got a commanding chance to get to the grand final here today. I mean, that's what I put in my predictions. But there you see the stats and the score lines as well there. The kills very much more in favor of ZETA, and that's what you need in Hot Zone. I mean, if you're getting kills in Hot Zone, there's far more of a chance that you'll be able to get the objective as well, despite the delay tactics on the side of Team Queso with that loop pick. I mean, it just didn't seem to deter them. And all the time that you're keeping your opposition to be spawning back in, it's time in the bank. That's what keeps the objective rolling in. That's what gets you wins in the BSC.
Yep, and a win is what ZETA Division have got. They're going to be moving on to face Now or Never in that semi-final, and that is going to be a good game. Yes, again, I will say, you know, we all predicted the same because we all copied me. ZETA Division moving forward, and it's going well for us so far. We'll move on to the MVP, and it's going to be NAVI. After we saw some great Nanny plays, questionable Nanny plays to start with, but then quickly proved himself on that brawler and brought it back once again to prove himself yet another time.
Well, you voted for it over at event.brawlstars.com, and I, for one, agree. Now the MVP, great stuff to see. But again, you know, let's know in the chat, how are you getting on with your predictions over there? Because I've got to say, Trav, 7 out of 7 so far. I mean, that's good going. I'll take full credit for it. I mean, you're 2 out of 2, of course. You just woke up a bit late
100%.
when it came to APAC. Yeah, but we forgive you for it. It's all good. Well, time is getting on track. We've got to move on to our third quarterfinal of today. We'll be right back, guys. Do not go anywhere. Quarterfinal number 3 coming up after a short message.
You tired of not winning? Fed up of dying? Want to make it to the championship finals just this once? Fear not. Byron Snazzy Snake Oil can help. Carefully crafted by Mr. Byron himself from nature's finest ingredients, including essence of real snake. 50% of the time, it works every time. Byron Snazzy Snake Oil can cause twitching, excessive hollering, flatulence, and in 50% of cases, death.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship, where we are getting hot and heavy in the EMEA region. We are kicking things off massively so here in these quarterfinals. Pretty swift one to start today. That one was not the case. We went all the way, but it's great to have you back. What did you think of those matchups?
Crazy stuff, especially that previous match. I really expected it to be a sweep at that point, right? We saw the 2 first sets, Team Queso looking convincing as ever, but as history repeats itself, they choked, they get reverse swept, Ark.
I mean, I'm sure you were grateful for it, Teddy. You're just trying to rush your coffee there, and then we're able to get a bit more of a round in. But next up, we're going to be seeing Reply Totem up against Navi. That one is going to be such an absolute banger to see who's going to be going on next to those semi-finals in the lower stages of the bracket. Colossal Gaming as well, and ANR up shortly after that. All best of 5s here, guys, in the 2023 format. Let's crack straight into the rosters for Reply Totem. Teddy, Joker, Maru, and Maori. I mean, these guys need little of an introduction, but give us an idea of maybe some of the viewers at home might be new to the BSC. Talk us through it.
Yeah, if you look at their history, they started off in 2021, right? With that top 4 placement, which was very unexpected. They were the underdogs qualifying from the EMEA region. And then following up in 2022, they looked pretty much just as good, with Joker joining the roster as well, giving them that extra spice, that extra X factor. And they've been a fierce team, making every team scared of them. And you're just never safe when you're facing them, really.
We're going to mention as well, we have seen a bit more of a team roster change in regards to the coaching. We've got Roll coming in now from AC Milan Clash of LATAM South of last year now. As we know already, Inso going over to the ZETA division. We've seen them already progress to the semi-finals. But let's focus on Navi, MMA, Cube, and Angel Boys. We know it was Alex that parted ways, and we're seeing a little bit more from him later on today as he is on the ANR roster. But it wasn't the World Finals that Navi were hoping for. It was their first LAN, so we've got to give them a little bit of credit for that, for putting up the fight, which they did. But Tribe Gaming NA in that winners round of 16 really did, stomp over Navi. Let's be honest. We've got to say how it is. But coming in today, they looked great in their qualifier. I've really got to draw attention just to how much work they had to do. Some of the teams they had to knock out to make it to this monthly finals. In many of the eyes of the pros, Teddy, they had the harder run in that bracket.
Dude, I feel like every beginning of the year we count Navi out in a way, right? We feel like they're not looking as hot as they used to be, and yet somehow they make it all the way through, they qualify, and I'm expecting to see more of that today. I think they are a very fierce opponent here for Reply Totem, and they better be ready for them.
Yeah, I think they will be ready for them for sure. And it's going to be an interesting time for Reply Totem. I mean, I have them down to go all the way here today, but I mean, we have seen in the BSC in the monthly finals some moments of weakness for Reply Totem. It was a very slow start to the year in 2022. Going towards the end of 2022, towards the World Finals, we saw them exit in the quarterfinal stages, which is very unlike them to see. But again, with some team sort of dynamic changes in the background, of course, waving goodbye to Inso, bringing in Roll. It's been working so far, but you just never know. It's such an early stage in the competition, whether it's going to be smooth sailings straight off the bat, nothing different from previous years, or whether it might take some time to adjust. But going into Gem Grab for our first map and mode of the day is going to be Hard Rock Mine. As I always say, Teddy, one of the most balanced of all the Gem Grab maps, so a great place to start, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, it's an iconic one, right? I mean, I feel like every single competitive map pool has had it, with maybe a few exceptions. It's one of the classics. Ark, one of the things I think is quite interesting actually about this particular match is it's two teams with barely any roster changes, right? If you look at the core team, not looking at staff, they haven't changed one bit, and a lot of people have been pointing out the fact that they've been successful early on this year so far, despite not having any changes to their rosters. Looking at the draft, however, we do have Penny, 8-Bit, and Janet banned out. But Reply Totem, NAVI going to be banning out Gray, Gene, and Ruffs, and a first pick of Crow, which I think is quite an interesting one here for Hard Rock Mine.
Yeah, I agree. I actually think it's quite smart, though. Stu for the side lane aggression, though. Very much what we tend to see from Navi. It's definitely not the pick that I was expecting from Reply Totem, if I'm honest. But I do like the bans, for sure. I think 8-Bit in the mid, very underrated in this particular map. One that we see a lot as well. So it's kind of still surprising to me that many don't kind of see why that Brawl is so good as a gem carrier. For Navi, though, they like aggression. And this is where they thrive generally when it comes to the BSC. When they're not on stage, they're able to be a bit more relaxed in their element, and Otis coming in as well to join the forces with that Stu pick. I quite like. I don't know whether Otis, though, is going to be the commanding role in the mid, or whether they're going to maybe even try experimenting with a Stu in the mid. I'm not really kind of sure at the moment whether the gem carrier lies on the side of Navi with this particular comp, but Fat Splatter surely going to get some good value, but the Crow as well going to gain a lot of value on the side of Reply Totem. They might even bring in Buzz. I love it when they do. Honestly, they're a team that really can handle that kind of particular brawler so well under these circumstances, but definitely Reply Totem are lacking aggression. They need to bring something of that nature to the table.
Absolutely. So Spike not really in that train of thought, however, but honestly, it's not that bad, right? It's going to be able to slow down this too if he decides to over-aggress, can even potentially tank a mute with the cactus as well. So there are some possibilities there, a bit of a more plain pick, however. Gus, also not necessarily the most spice to it, but it does work. It's, quite standard. It's been in the meta pretty much ever since its release. I'm assuming that is going to be either played mid or on lane, and they could swap with the Crow depending on how they feel. And looking at this Rico, actually, I'm guessing they're going Otis mid or Stu mid. This is an odd one from Navi, let's be honest.
I mean, it's a new season of the BSC when it takes me this long to realize that Rico has not been picked, because it's my go-to brawler on this map. It really is. I mean, it can just do such wondrous work. I imagine that Navi were just a little bit concerned with wall-breaking potential, because it can completely eradicate the effectiveness of the Rico on the left-hand side. I prefer it on the right-hand side myself, but it's a bit more to the preference of the player. I think you can just get a better angle on some of the positionings on the right-hand side there, but it depends on how it's played, if I'm being completely honest. And surely Gus for the mid, right? For Reply Totem, they're going to be considering the Crow for a little bit, but yeah, now the mid role going to be taken by Maori, because then you want the Crow to be able to assassinate, and it can do a great job of assassinating on the Rico side. So that's what I'm looking to see really in this matchup between Joker and Angel Boy.
So far, Maori and Joker both low HP, and surely they'll get cleaned up when Maori pops the super just in time. He does go down. Is that going to be enough to slow onto Angel Boy? A jump in from Joker, still standing, but the poison will take him out, and eventually that will be the gems all on Reply Totem's side. Somehow they managed to keep them, and they'll hold on to them in that bush whilst they wait to get a couple more to initiate that countdown directly.
Very scatty game so far, very frantic on both sides of the coin, but it is going to be Reply Totem that are just narrowly edging towards getting their countdown. Joker goes down, however. A gem for the pick up Maori, though. Should be able to move forwards now with the help of Maori, and that will be swift and straightforward countdown. Navi had some moments, some franticness, it's got to be said, but I feel like with the amount of utility available to Reply Totem, it would be a surprise to me if Maori goes down here, but if Angel Boy connects, can't get the angle here realistically, and that's a credit to Maori, and as well the support from Maori coming in. First game in the bag, and it looked relatively straightforward. A few moments where Reply Totem were a bit frantic in their approach, but nonetheless started to bring it back to a bit more of a formality to see it through.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of just the motto here for Navi, right? They go for something a little bit unusual with their comp, and they are hoping that they create enough chaos in the early stages of those games that they build up some momentum and end up taking it. It didn't quite work out for them this time around, but it wasn't all bad either. Just got to be a little bit more careful with where those gems end up, as Cube takes a lot of early damage. Maori and Joker creating so much space down in the mid. MMA on that left-hand side is taking quite low HP as well. They can't quite line up the angle, but eventually Joker does, and that's going to be the pickup for Reply Totem. Just creating so much space for Totem to just pick up gem after gem and completely lock Navi out of the mid for now.
Angel Boy is trying to seek out and destroy Mario there, but now surely he'll find it. Oh, the pinch is great though between MMA, but the range needs to be closed in just a little bit. They are starting to collect the rats in the trap, and it's just Mario versus MMA now. Why is he not using Gadget here? That's about to be great to be able to seek out this situation and to keep the pressure on, but it was just used a bit too late there. Mario was the target. The time was there to allow then Joker to come into the mix, and it wasn't really the play there for me. And a very swift takedown of Angel Boy on the right-hand side as Reply Totem now really are just starting to secure things much, much better. There is time here for Navi to make a comeback. They've got 4 gems in the pocket, much better than before, but as the game continues to go on, I just feel like Reply Totem look very comfortable in this scenario, Teddy.
They certainly do. Cublo as well, and gets pinched by Maru. Angel Boy maybe a little bit too wide on that flank. That's gem number 10 for Maru. A shield popped as well, just for safe measure. And now Navi, they have 10 seconds to interrupt this countdown, or the first set will be going the way of Reply Totem. No chance here for Navi. They gave it their best shot, and it just didn't quite work out in the end. I think their draft was maybe just a little bit too wild, even for themselves.
I don't think it was necessarily for me even just the draft. It was like the play style. It was just a bit all over the place. I'll be honest. It just felt very, very frantic. And that actually kind of forced Reply Totem to be a bit frantic in their approach at the beginning before they just kind of felt like, guys, why are we playing into the ideas of Navi? Why are we kind of approaching this in the same way when we can just kind of sit back and control this a bit better? I'm not sure whether it was nerves or whether it was just a bit of aggression that they were trying to inflict that kind of just didn't really come with that element of controlled aggression that you really need to have against the team that are successful enough to be in the position of Reply Totem. I mean, you just cannot play that way against them, and they were punished for it. Simple as that. I think Navi are going to have to go back to the drawing board a big time, because this is not the approach to be able to take on a win against a team like them.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think it's just the draft per se, but when you commit to a stu mid, you need to fully commit, right? That means you need to be constantly on the offensive side and take map control and fight all the way up to their side of the map. And I feel like Navi were just really unable to get any sort of wins on their lanes and create that pressure for the Stu to start thriving. He was playing so defensively that the lack of range was really being felt, and the stats, I mean, really speak for themselves here. Angel Boy was the best results on the Rico, as kind of expected, as it is the most traditional brawler on this map as well. But for the most part, 11 kills on Joker, really not too shabby.
Yeah, I mean, Joker played phenomenally well in that match, and especially coming into it, we kind of questioned the Crow pick in Hard Rock Mine just a little bit, but I mean, you can see there why it's worked so well. Definitely one that I'm sure Roll had a bit of work to do as well when it came to that draft, but especially when you combine the Gus, it's almost like just a mega shield. I mean, we've kind of gone past the days where we've seen that much on the gadget side. Nobody's always slowing Toxin for Crow, whereas Defense Booster, it's really viable. In my opinion, it's still viable, but it's almost like Gus has now eradicated that gadget. It needs a bit more love now to look back upon, but there we see the vote as well, 74% there. And correct me if I'm wrong, Teddy, there, I saw a glimpse of it. I'm pretty sure that was in favor of Navi, if I'm not mistaken, right? And that just goes to show the strength of their fan base. I mean, I think it's not necessarily as one-sided for me. I think Reply Totem probably the favorites here, in fact, but I would say probably more around a 60-40 or a 65-35 for me, if I'm honest.
I could not agree more with you. Totem definitely coming in here as favorites, but as our draft is kicking in, they'll be locking in Otis and Poco right after Navi's first pick, which was Ems. Nothing too crazy when we look at the bans. I think the Spike one is probably the more interesting one for me. A Surge as a follow-up is gonna be quite interesting, playing off that speed gear in the bushes, making sure you make up for that lack of speed early game and try to get to stage 2 as quickly as possible, because with the right star power pick, well, you get to keep it for the entirety of the game.
I really like this and where it's leading potentially here for Navi, but Ash as well. I mean, it's looking scary. I think Sam would be a great shout here for Reply Totem, to be honest, especially with the Poco. I mean, that's going to go in such a fantastic way. I mean, You're looking at combining hearty recovery, star power, and a Sam with the Poco and magnetic field as well, just to bring in the Ash when it tries to escape away with the speed that it's inevitably going to have off the back of the Rage. I really like versus sparing for Reply Totem if they go with that idea. Nonetheless, though, Navi are aggressive. They're going to go with Colette. It's surely going to be Joker on that particular brawler. The man works absolute magic when it comes to playing Colette here. But I don't know. It just wasn't kind of where I thought they were going to be leading with it. Navi have got very much an aggressive comp here, but they've really struggled to make that aggressiveness count when it comes down to actually, outmatching Reply Totem, outplaying them. And that's where, for me, Navi have got to rein things back in just a little bit. Brawl is not a map and mode that you want to be making that kind of mistake with to give your opposition, free reign of the field. So coming to this one, I want to see a bit more of a slower, steadier start to get those surge stacks, especially Cube's going to land these early shots.
What a start from Reply Totem. Mari should be able to just slot this one in. And that is quite the early goal. They're 15 seconds in for goal number 1. And Navi already struggling here in Brawl. And to me, the key pick here was the Poco on Mari. That second pick on the side of Reply Totem just kind of set the pacing for the draft, because Navi, they wanted to go for the Poco most likely, and some tankier ideas as we just kind of know them for, but Poco is versatile enough to just go for something else, and another tank counter to deal with that Ashe seemed like quite a brilliant idea. Some good fights here for Navi. They're building up some big control down in the mid. Let's see if they can build a push off it.
Well, nice work there from Angel Boy on the left. Got Reply Totem a bit back on the ropes here. Great super there from MMA. Push through here. Surely the pass is there, but everyone low. Joker doing great work, but Angel Boy with the pickup will seal the deal just in the nick of time. But it was a kind of a shaky start for me from Navi. That was much better, but I just feel like they're just in a position where they can just change at any moment, really. I mean, they had like their entire team wipe on the side of Reply Totem to start things off. Now starting to slow down the pace. Exactly what they need to do now. Can they keep this up?
Third stage on the surge is massive for Cube. Just enables him to play more defensively and more at range. But Joker finds a big pickup on the right-hand side. MMA is very low HP as well. Maru gonna pass it forward. Cube gets taken away, actually pushed into Mari. But Mari just walks it in. And that's gonna be a pretty clean one, all things considered here for Reply Totem. Their first game of Brawl. Navi did manage to bring it back. It wasn't quite enough for them, unfortunately.
I don't feel like this should be as one-sided as we're seeing. I'll be honest. I don't think the drafts are that bad, honestly, for Navi. But the implementation of it, it's just not working for them. They've got to just reconsider their strategy here. Cube really out of position there. Great pinch between Mari and Joker. And just now they just push through, power through, gotcha gadget. Joker can't quite get the angle for the super shot. The pass through to Mari. It's just pitch perfect, Teddy. Another goal there in 23 seconds to 15 seconds prior to that in the last game. It's just Navi not learning from their mistakes.
This is a huge trade for Cube. If he didn't pick that one up, that would probably be the second and final goal here for Reply Totem in this set. Let's see if Navi can build up some sort of a push, and Angel Boy does not stand a chance against Joker on that Colette. MMA trying to make sure they can't go for a quick push themselves and build up too much map control and to maybe make a play, but another chance. Maru shuts him down and the crossfires are on point. Another great super from Joker, and this is gonna be it. This is the end. Maru just trying to walk it in. Not quite. The defense still stands for Navi, but for how long?
Well, Joker goes down. The speed there from Cube and the speed gear will go a long way into pushing this one forwards. This has got to be a goal. There's no way it's not, surely, right? They can pass it through, and there it is. Angel Boy will score it. We're all tied up. Let's see now with a minute on the clock. Who is going to be able to take this game? Is it going to be Reply Totem going up 2 sets, or can Navi start to scrape this one back?
I may have gotten overexcited, as Totem probably did too. It was an opportunity to score earlier and end the set here, be 2 sets up. Let's see if they can make up for it now, as Cube is low HP. MMA fell. Rats out. Angel Boy and Cube shut down Joker at 2-1-2, but MMA is respawning and closer to the action now to try to turn things around. However, overtime is going to be quite a question mark here for Navi with that Ashe.
Angel Boy's starting to push his way forwards. Great takedown of Joker. Robotic Rats going out now as well. And a whole load of hurt coming in for Mario. The pass through. Cubic can't miss this. And he doesn't. Great angle. Didn't hesitate for it. That was what Navi needed. Not always easy to make that work, by the way. It's a really tight one, especially when all eyes are watching. You miss that shot, everyone on your team is going to be coming for you. Great play from him. I'm glad he made it work. And now starting to make things a little bit more interesting in the second set.
Absolutely so. I mean, that was looking better and better. I think there was quite a couple of mistakes from Joker on his matchup against Diash, maybe playing it a little bit too close range, maybe some overconfidence here and there, and opening up that lane for Navi to build up some more opportunities. A great super there from Joker, but he has low HP. 3-on-2 now. Angel Boy and Cube both low HP as well. But can they slot this one in? And they certainly will, as Cube is mid-air when the ball goes through. Reply Totem again was the early goal, but we've seen Navi bring it back time and time again already in this set. However, this time around, it's an early kill again for Reply Totem.
Big push through, but can't really make it count. Great from MMA, but now muted out. And Cube catches it in, but can't get any value for it. Using to go on the right-hand side. Will stack up along the way, but Reply Totem realistically have got Navi exactly where they want them, and it's down to Navi to be able to escape from this position. They can't go into aggressive, and that's been their problem the whole way through. And look at this, Joker coming in. Heal from Mary did not quite connect, but it's just a 3 versus 1, and Cube going to be able to try to come in. Not going to happen. 2 sets up, go Reply Totem, and Navi with egg on their face.
Yeah, it was looking better on the side of Navi. It really was, but that's still not quite going to cut it. Reply Totem just looking super solid. And I feel like Navi, they're kind of stuck, right? Because if they play Reply Totem's kind of game, that just doesn't really work. Totem are just so much better at it. And Totem also happens to be really good at dealing with those short bursts of aggressions that Navi are known for. And so far, Navi just don't really seem to have any sort of answer for what Reply Totem are throwing at them.
Yeah, I mean, and for me, the answer is so clear to see. But when you're playing, of course, you know, you're in the heat of the moment. There's so much going on, so many decisions to have to make, not just in real time, but of course in the draft and all sorts of preparation processes. But they're just overly confident in their aggression, and you just cannot be against a team like Reply Totem. Very similar to how SK will play as well. They're just going to let you take that leading approach and go, okay, you know, you just keep showing us that, and we're going to counter that at every available opportunity and just play it much calmer, much more collected, and it's working out so much better. There are some moments where that aggression is working out, and it is paying off for Navi, and they are getting a couple of goals, but that's Brawl done and dusted now. We're through that set. That's like the game mode where it could work out better, if anywhere, in their favor. Now we're past it. So, in fact, I think that was Navi's best opportunity to gain the set from Reply Totem with that kind of strategy if they are going to continue it through. But that's now past. I mean, look at the DPS there on Joker. 350. I mean, that is phenomenal. You know, as soon as I saw the Colette come up, my instinct is saying, man, Colette's good, but it's not her best mode by any means at all. I mean, Heist absolutely is. But then I remember, well, it's actually Joker playing Colette. So that then changes things quite considerably. It is one of his best brawlers on that mode, honestly. And those stats say that same story. Mary as well, having a great game. But you know, for such an aggressive comp, and for such an aggressive playstyle on the side of Navi, those stats do not reflect anything near that same story.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that Navi let that Colette happen in the first place. As you mentioned, one of Joker's most iconic brawlers, and an obvious counter to Ashe too, right? So it's not really, you know, unexpected to see him bring it out as a very late pick in those sort of situations. He's been farming that Ashe for the entirety of that set, and I mean, the stats absolutely reflect that.
Well, going in then to Canal Grande for Bounty. Could be the last set we see in this series. 26% of you on over at event.brawlstars.com did think that Reply Totem had that enough to go all the way. There's 74% of Navi. And well, the exact opposite story is occurring. Navi have got a huge fan following, it cannot be denied, but looking at the facts on the field, it's not saying to me that Navi have got what it takes at the moment, unless they make a big change here. Coming in first with that Gene pick with the bands there of Carl, Penny, and Squeak. On the side of Reply Totem, going in with the Grey, the Poco, and the Eve ban I quite like those bans, if I'm honest. I think Eve here can get some tremendous value. But there's not be as much fight over that blue star, to be honest, now with the Carl ban and, of course, the Eve ban as well. So Otis is going to come in for reply totem and the Janet. Oh, this is a reply totem comp here coming in thick and fast. I love it.
Absolutely so, and two brawlers that are in a really good place in the meta and also that don't really have proper hard counters, right? Like, yes, they have some brawlers they will struggle against a little bit more than others, but they don't really get hard countered by a single brawler, and I think that is very much in line with Reply Totem's mindset in general. Ashe is going to be a way to try to disrupt that because you need some extreme measures to deal with those sort of situations. Surge going to be joining in the ranks here as well for NAVI as their final pick. Very similar plays and draft here than what we saw just earlier in Brawl Ball, but it didn't quite succeed in Brawl Ball, did it?
This is the question. You know, can Reply Totem keep this aggressive comp back in the spawn? Because if they can, I mean, they got a chance to counter it. We could bring in Lou here. They could bring in, well, Spike's not the worst of counters. Not my ideal go-to, but it has the range, which is what you want to have realistically here if you can get that mid-control. So I don't mind it. I think this is going to be a very good comp here for Reply Totem if they can keep that mid-control. Ultimately, Navi have got a fantastic opportunity to do the same thing themselves with an early surge gadget coming in to get those additional stacks and a quick positioning power for the Ashe. They might be able to do just that, but I think the drop the base here for Mari, or I imagine possibly Joker and Janet, to be honest, it's going to show up where everyone lies in those bushes. And, you know, a fat splatter as well for Otis, going to get some great value as well on that, you know, information side. Yeah, Joker going to be going in with the fat splatter already. And I love the way that Reply Totem are approaching this one.
Yeah, I think they got a lot of utility to work with as well with that comp. And sure, there is that gene pool that's always going to be a threat, but in the early stages, it's just going to take quite a bit of time to build up and charge up on the side of Navi. It does end up getting it now, but it was at the expense of an early death of Angel Boy on that left lane, and therefore a one-star lead now in favor of Reply Totem. Maru flying over them. MMA is one shot. Maru not overcommitting, and he does get pulled. It should be a one-for-one trade, but a beautiful mute from Joker coming in to make sure that that trade does not come true, and Reply Totem 5 stars up now.
Wow, it's a flying start. I mean, this especially for a map like Canal Grande, the mid-control is where these games are won and lost, and getting that early control so essential, so crucial here. Mari couldn't quite get off there, the super up, but Mari will take the skies and live to fight another day. He's got 4 stars above his head. He's got to create a bit more distance than this, actually. Joker's completely out of position there, but not really his own fault there. Just couldn't really do much around the pinch that was coming in inevitably. So Navi's starting to bring this one back just a little bit here. Just the 1 star and an aggressive comp to be able to really snowplow their way through these final seconds if they want to with it. But Reply Totem will be just trying to hold their ground, and Navi can actually rotate around the right-hand side if they're not trying to pinch it yet. That's what Cubes can do right now. I love that play from him.
That gene pool from MMA might be critical here. They do have some utility to try to tank it, but that's a cactus out of the way. Already the pool now, and yeah, another cactus plays down by Mari. Gonna be baiting that one. 60 HP, however, and that's 1 kill. The second Maru, 1 HP. Angel Boy should be falling. No, he's gonna be staying up, and that's gonna be just about enough for Navi to pick that one up. But that was a close one again.
So, I mean, Angel Boy was inches away from going down there, and those 4 stars would have given Reply Totem the win there. Absolutely so. If that spike shot had just been able to land, I mean, if he'd had maybe just been a few pixels away from that corner, it would be a different story. But that's exactly what Navi needs to do right now. Mari under very quick scrutiny. As Cubic there gadgeting in very early on. And drop the base. Will be protected for all it's worth by Reply Totem here in the early outset moments. And they will gain the blue star for it. So a lot of utility was used to gain it. And now, the response will be that's the second drop the base here for Reply Totem. I think that Navi are making this work quite well for me. If MMA can get like a good pull here and just kind of heal himself up and start to gain a little bit more of an advantage here. Great pinch is going to be said, but actually getting a bit overzealous there as Cube goes down.
MMA does have the gene pool. 3 players low HP. Angel Boy was a nice pickup and a gadget to heal himself back up. Still 1 star in favor of Reply Totem, and NAVI, they do have everything they need to try to bring this one back. They certainly did earlier, and now they even have more time on the clock to do so. 55 seconds left, and Reply Totem are playing very scared on their side of the map, not really willing to give anything away, but by doing that, they're giving away a ton of map control.
Angel Boy just out of harm's reach there. MMA all punished massively so, and almost went down there as a result of that curveball. Gonna have to heal up big time here, and the healing puffs will go a long, long way. That 1 star is all that's there realistically here. All the mark did land. What a great play there, honestly, from Joker to connect it as well as he did. But the pull will bring back a plant. Not the ideal one to have for MMA, as Maru tries to assert himself a bit here with 15 seconds this time. But I don't know whether NAVI can really push this at the moment. They're too low HP.
Yeah, they do have the flank from Cube coming in from the right-hand side. Another Cactus plays down, and that's a big pickup from Maori. That's going to relieve so much pressure and leave some other opportunities to leave the area as well in case they even needed them. It's better from Totem, but I wouldn't say it was solid. I feel like NAVI, they're still looking better in this set to me, and if a couple very small adjustments were in place earlier, I think that probably would have been set for NAVI.
I agree. Big time, honestly. But what a position for... Oh, look at that. That's a value. He's on the base as well. Cuba needs to move. He needs to move, man. You're going to go down. Oh, my word. The healing puffs couldn't have come in at a better time. Somehow, some way, NAVI come out of that with 5 stars. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I did not think that they were going to be able to push through in that situation.
Wow. What a crazy way to fight off the match point here. That's in favor of Reply Totem, as NAVI are trying to make sure they lock in a set and continue their adventure in this monthly final. Maru, low HP, takes it up in the air, but not really do all that much when he's that low HP. And as soon as he lands, he is greeted by Angel Boy. MMA finds a second, and that is quite a substantial lead here for NAVI. 13 stars now in their favor. Reply Totem don't really seem to have any sort of solution for now.
Yeah, this is a big deficit, isn't it, for Reply Totem to have to do something about. Great mute there from Joker, but things will be a bit cautious. Low HP, and Angel Boy can just close that gap so quickly. Robotic Rats as well to the left-hand side. Oh, Mari. Oh, Mari goes down. Oh, no. Everyone going down for Reply Totem, and it's just not looking good. Oh, and that pull as well. Remember, May got to surely be running the Mythic Gear there. Talks the hand, extending that range in just a perfect way. A ditched attempt there for Mari to go to the skies, but I honestly think this was all over, Teddy. Surely not a chance for Reply Totem to bring this one back.
Yeah, this is not going to be happening. There's just no time to make it work at this point. The lead is way too massive, massively in favor of NAVI for this one. What a turnaround here from NAVI, as they were on the verge of defeat. They'll be able to live to fight another day, or at least another set here, as they will be taking Bounty home. And it was quite a messy set, let's be honest, but that final game, I think, is quite important because it's going to give them not only momentum, but also just some confidence getting into the next one. And I think at this point, they kind of needed it.
But I think you've nailed it on the head, Teddy, as to how I would describe this series. It's been messy from start to where we are. I mean, NAVI just have that kind of play style, it seems, at the moment, to really try to ruffle their feathers and just try to take them away from what they know is actually the... Look at this, though. Cubic just managing to stay alive here, and then as soon as Angel Boy was able to close the gap, that double kill just really sealed it for them. And then the Robotic Rats forcing back Maori. But, I mean, Reply Totem, they are able, of many of the teams that we see to take on NAVI, to really show NAVI how it's done. I mean, they've been so composed until now, but in Canal Grande, it really is that situation of if you have that control of the mid, then more often than not, great pull from MMA. Honestly, it really was. You know, having the mid control is what you need. If you get that early on, and that's what NAVI did at that set point opportunity against the match point, no less. It's just to be able to hold that position in power. You're pretty much always at a disadvantage trying to push in to that high ground, and the kills on the board will say the same, despite the DPS being much more on the side of Reply Totem that match.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've had the chance to get some decent damage onto the Ashe across the board, which probably is what inflated those numbers a little bit. But with, you know, the health gear and just the opportunity to play well with your team and heal back up quite quickly, get back into the mix, Angel Boy still got so much work done. 7 kills by himself, that's the equivalent of the entire Reply Totem scoreboard. So, honestly, even though the DPS itself might be lower, they've just been so much better at closing out those kills. Because if you get a gene pool, that's a confirmed kill. If Angel Boy gets into your face with his Ashe, that's a confirmed kill. And I think the ideas there were just a little bit better on the side of Navi and Reply Totem, perhaps underestimating the power of the Ashe in this one.
Moving forwards then, and actually, this map and mode, it kind of caters Navi's playstyle. I mean, it really does. This is not what Reply Totem really want to have here as the 4th set, but have it we do. It's going to cater massively to a lot of tanky ideas. You know, look out for Primos and Balls, and in fact, Primos banned already on the right-hand side for Navi, but Ball's still available here, and it's a big pick to have. Bans being Otis and Dynamite for Navi. Dynamite don't sort of look upon that broader and think, why are they banning it? It actually works out pretty well here. Barley banned, Ruffs, and M's on the side of Reply Totem, but for me, BB can actually have a good amount of value here. Nita coming in for Navi, I really love that. You can't leave that on the safe. If you got a Bruce Bear to hand, you know, expect Hyper Bear on that safe and just for it to be shredded. I mean, Jesse as well. Combined with that, don't shun that idea away either. It can actually do some serious damage, and the game can be over in the blink of an eye. But coming in now for Reply Totem is the chance to ban. I love Buzz here. I really love Buzz here. Been running it a lot in Power League myself, and it can shut down so many ideas. Let's see what Reply Totem are thinking early on, but I mean, the chance to break the map wouldn't go. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. You gotta have Ball here. I'm surprised that Navi didn't ban it, in all honesty.
Yeah, I do like the pick, to be honest, and directly trying to pick off Navi's brawler pool, right? Making sure that they are going to be damaging their plans and throwing in just some sort of confusion, perhaps, in what Reply Totem are willing to bring and what Navi would have read and prepared for this specific set. Spike, again, a little bit more plain of a pick. He's been coming back into the meta, interestingly enough, probably just because there aren't as many viable tank counters, especially when brawlers like Ems are banned out here on this map. I don't know. We'll see the surge again, I guess, here from Navi. They brought it in nearly every single set so far with varying results, but they're off, you know, a bit of momentum playing that brawler. So let's see if they can make it pop off again.
I just don't know whether it's the right place for it. I mean, there's still a chance to break the map open, and I think with the Darren as well, that's kind of what the thought process has got to be here from Reply Totem coming into this one. Just to have something to... I think it might be too late, actually. I think it could be well too late. They might have to play their own game around this. I don't know where they go from here, to be honest. I mean, you might want to go with some tank counter ideas. Penny wouldn't be that for me. I mean, I don't know whether Penny is it for me at all, if I'm honest. I mean, it's a bit of a tough one. Navi just come in so super aggressive. Really kind of pick the brawlers, which I'm sure Reply Totem would have liked to have had. I'm not sure. I'm not sure here with the Reply Totem have the draft, in my opinion. Obviously, the Spike has got to do so much work on defense. They're banking on getting the Penny turret, which we now know is called Larry, apparently, to the top left or right-hand side to really have it honing on the safe. But I'm not too sure. I mean, Ball can do a lot of work here. There's no doubt about that. But I think that Navi might be able to take this all the way. This is the comp that surely has legs, if nothing else.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Cube already aggressive on the left side, creating some space as well for Angel Boy to just roam freely towards that safe, and beautifully rolls through that that barrel actually, and just doesn't really care for it at all. Able to get onto that safe and some nice early damage. Maru gonna try to match that, but just not really able to do it to the same extent, at least not this early on. Mortar will find some value here and there. Cube going in for a flank onto Joker, but Joker reads it and is able to reposition very nicely. They're getting a super down onto MMA, which should be locking in that kill. And a chance here maybe to get some damage on save, as Maru will get a couple hits in. Equalizes for now, but a spike super from Joker will be giving the lead to Reply Totem, at least temporarily.
Well, it's quite a close match, in all honesty. MMA, though, no one's feeding him, and that's exactly what you need to do against the Nita. Maru's going to be going in now. They've got to be very careful in their positioning here. Yeah, he's playing it slow and cautious. Now I have to think better of it, or try to rotate his way around here. Good roll from Major Boy. Brilliantly done. I mean, look at the way that NAVI turned that situation around. But no one is feeding MMA. They are so careful to not give him Bruce, and I love the fact that they are treating it so cautiously.
We certainly have to. Maru gonna try to break out, find his way towards a save. MMA still no bears available for him, but now the lead is quite substantially in favor of Navi. They're getting more value now as well. A chance maybe to catch up, as I think Maru is still on that save, but a couple more hits, 2 in fact, for the Nita would do. Not quite gonna get it done just yet. They do have a Daryl roll with their own save. Is also so low HP. Mari gonna get a connection. The mortar plays down as well. A couple more hits would be enough, and the fire of the mortar will be what does it here. As Reply Totem, they catch their 3rd match point, and NAVI, I mean, they're kind of right back at the position they were a couple games ago.
Yeah, but they were able to sort of hold their own a bit when it came down to that, and I do feel like it was very close. Probably a bit closer than it probably should have been, actually. But they can turn this around. Reply Totem don't keep their focus and keep their eye on the prize, then this could go from a good day to a bad day very quickly, especially with a Nita on the other side of the field. But that is not the start that Reply Totem wanted. Cube, oh, great shots though there. You have to heal up now massively. So Angel Boy's playing out of his mind right now, but they're a bit too much, and the Penny Turret will do wondrous things when it's in that defensive position.
Yeah, I do like the Penny mortar against the stage 1 Surge, because he's just so slow that if he does the slightest movement mistake, he's going to be tanking that damage, and that's a lot of value for Mari, helping him cycle through those mortars. The second one plays down already, and this one has access to the save, so the value is going to be much more substantial now for Reply Totem. 25% in their favor, and it keeps extending, and the save is burning down. And I may one shot 18 HP, still standing for the time being.
Wow, Joker's got a heal. Bruce coming out, and that's a bit of a waste for me. Served a bit of a purpose, but you really need to land those things onto the safe, and Joker just, yeah, absolutely sparing no experts into MMA. 3 consecutive shots, and it just eradicates that Nita's potential there. Great pinch between Joker and Mari as well. It just seems like Reply Totem playing these moments so beautifully well. From a defensive position, taking not a shred of damage, to now where they are on the map. It's great to see. It really is just pitch perfect from Reply Totem right now.
Yeah, solid defense on their end, and Navi, surprisingly enough, this is the first damage they're going to be getting on safe of the entire game, and when you have a match point in hand, that's got to be quite a scary taunt here for Navi. They still got quite a lot of catching up to do, halfway to catching up, as a matter of fact. 25% left here if they want to try to equalize, but that's considering the fact that Reply Totem wouldn't be getting any more damage on save themselves. Salty Barrel plays down, Mortar plays down as well. This is a chance to get some damage, but I don't think Totem care. They know that Anita without a bear and the Surge, that's just not enough DPS on safe, and they'll be closing it out themselves as they get some more damage onto that red safe and lock in the victory here and their slot in the semifinals. Reply Totem are moving through.
You just can't get the damage you need without a Bruce. It's as simple as that. And, you know, I think Reply Totem played that perfectly. You know, in those moments, you've got to make an instantaneous decision as to what you want to do. You know, if you know that you can win that trade, then you've got to fully commit. That's exactly what they did. No hesitations about it. They were certain the Bruce was not there. Simple as that. And without that, they get the win. They move on to the semi-finals. Great stuff from Reply Totem. NAVI, although they had some good moments and the potential was there, a lot of the drafts I actually quite liked from them here today, but their playstyle was just a bit scatty. It just didn't feel as methodical. It didn't feel as calculated as what we saw and witnessed on the side of Reply Totem, and they thoroughly deserved the win in my opinion. I just felt like they were playing a better game in general. I just felt a bit more composed along the way, and it just goes to show, you know, sometimes the best drafts are those that are just like the simplest. You know, they had Spike more often than not, as it's just a bit more of a versatile pick where you're not really necessarily sure what you're going to be leading into. It's still one of the best brawlers in the game, in my opinion. It's not necessarily what you'd kind of expect to see in the drafts all the time, but it works. You cannot deny it. Joker with a fantastic game. 11 takedowns and over 300 DPS, and that is pretty much the same combination of two of the NAVI players combined. You know, little to be said really for the side of MMA, but what you've got to say on the side of Reply Totem, they did not feed into him. That is the best way to counter a NETA when it comes to any heist map. If you're not giving them Bruce, they've got really little to go with, and it's just as simple as that. Don't feed NETA, and then you'll be able to make it work on your side of the draft. Great stuff. Reply Totem for me today are a team to be feared.
Absolutely so, and I think you make a very valid point regarding the NETA Bears. We saw like 2 or 3 in the entire set, and that is just not quite gonna cut it. Joker, I mean, is it a surprise that he's getting elected MVP here? I don't really think so.
No, I mean, I don't. I really don't. The DPS was always in his favor. Absolutely phenomenal day for him so far. Just really, really convincing with Colette on Brawl Ball. And, you know, every time that we see him draft, you know, it is just great stuff to see. But let us know in the chat, guys, in the stream right now, whether you're on YouTube or Twitch, how are your predictions going? You know, how are we getting on over at event.brawlstars.com? Have you gone all the way so far? I think I'm looking pretty good. I'll have a look in just a minute as to where I'm up to on my tiers, but hopefully you guys are having a great time as well. And it seems like Paolo from Supercell making a bit of an appearance here, Teddy. Is there anything you want to share with us right now?
I'm not entirely sure what you're getting to.
No? Your tag down the screen, Teddy, was showing Paolo, so I wasn't sure whether you were her in disguise. Maybe we were going to get a Brawl talk early. Who knows? But nonetheless, that is just something that I picked up on. Colossal Gaming and ANR up next, Teddy. Talk us through a bit about these two teams, because I would say that it's fair to say that for today, we've not really come across these two teams very often. Colossal Gaming, of course, Philip Stell, and same. I mean, these are players that you actually know really, really well, Teddy.
Yes, well, I've known them from the Tier 2, Tier 3 competitive scene for quite a while now. Never really managed to get their breakthrough. This might just be their chance now. Today, they don't have the hardest opponents either on paper, so this could really be their opportunity to kind of get out of that, you know, Tier 2, Tier 3, where they have been grinding for the longest time, playing in so many community events and smaller tournaments. This is, I believe, the first monthly final for every single one of them, and yes, they're not quite the same caliber of players as the rest of the competition here. They're looking to prove all of us wrong, and this is their chance.
This is indeed, and they're playing up against ANR, and this is an interesting roster, I've got to say. I mean, you got Rama, former, you know, Chatspot Gaming EU, now ZETA Division 1, with Nob from Kazaki, that then were effectively former Mystic EU, and Alex from NAVI. So it's like a bit of a mixed mashup here going on, but nonetheless, you know, these are already established players in their own right, and now coming together for the first time with, in that same idea, little to be said for the amount of you know, eyes on them. They are the underdogs here, and you know, if they've got that ability to really bring an established level of connectivity between themselves as players and really have that synergy to start off a 2023 season, this could be a good day for them. I mean, let's be honest, on the other side in this particular bracket, they're going to be facing potentially Reply Totem in the semifinals if they go on to get the win here. That's far from what most teams would probably want as a preferred outcome, but I mean, this is a great chance for them. I'm very curious to see who is going to be actually able to take this one, and also to see the poll over at event.brawlstars.com.
Yeah, absolutely with you there. I think here, at least at a first glance, ANR, they have the more experienced players. Colossal Gaming have the more experienced roster, right? They've been playing together for just a little bit longer and grinding together through events. ANR, they do have players that played on the biggest stage, the World Finals and countless monthly finals too, and that experience should give them the edge. I think that's why all of us casters decided to side with them. But Colossal Gaming, I mean, sometimes chemistry is just all it takes to really make the difference.
Exactly that. It really does. I mean, you've nailed it, really. I mean, the more experienced roster, absolutely A&R, but the more experienced players, Colossal Gaming. This is a really tough one to call, to be completely honest. I think that we went the way that we unanimously for A&R, but at the same time, this is not out of the question for a potential upset here when it comes to Colossal Gaming. I'm looking over at event.brawlstars.com right now. I'm on 1,000. I think I've actually, do I have my spray? I think I might even, I'm very close to having my spray. I know 800 I'm at. So I'm doing, what was it, 1,000? I think I'm at 1,000. I'm storming it either way. I've got 100% right all day long.
I'm proud of you.
Trying to come in. Thank you, Teddy. That's what I was waiting for. Just needed to hear it. The bands, Petty, Stu, and Russ for Colossal on the side of A&R. We've got Russ, Otis, and Gray.
All right, a Janet first pick from Colossal Gaming. We saw earlier how valuable that brawler can be. This time around, it's going to be played in Gem Grab, and I really don't mind it on Crystal Arcade. It's quite versatile here as well. Oh, already A&R going to be hitting us with the Sam. And God, Sam has been a problem lately. Maybe not as much at the top of the top, especially on the EMEA side of things, where, you know, we usually don't love the tankier brawlers as much as other regions, but it's been a pretty consistent problem, and I hope Colossal Gaming are ready to find some sort of a way to deal with it, because they really need to do so, and already at the drafting stage of things.
But I love the strategy as well, you know, banning out Otis and picking Sam, which would have been like a fantastic counter to have. Fat Splatters be able to show him up in the bush and then to mute him out and just really keep cycling that over and over. Great stuff so far from A&R. Crow, I think it's a great thing to have here, especially if they can start to combine some wall-breaking ideas. They banned out the Ruffs, but they could bring in a Brock later on down the lines in that final pick if it makes sense to do so. Janet, though, is always going to be a good one. Ash going to come in to really kind of match that Sam idea on that lane, I imagine, there. But as we've seen already today, it's a bit of a tight matchup when it comes down to those two ideas. And let's see where they're going to be heading now with this third and final pick here, realistically. I mean, yeah, I do like some aggressive ideas to be able to really kind of go against the Sam, but I think just put the Ash on it, if I'm being completely honest. Have something of range to really have as a potential to counteract their third and final pick and go from there.
Yeah, the thing is, it is going to be forcing those picks, right? Having that Sam early on, that forces out the edge, that forces out a brawler like B to try to deal with it. I'm assuming then that the B will be played out in mid and we'll see Janet on lane, but that is still not entirely certain either, to be completely honest, as there might be a chance that they try to kind of follow around the Sam. We'll see how exactly they want to execute that, but B mid would be much more standard, and that leaves things open for a potential final mid pick on the side of A&R. Unless they want to be running the Crow mid, and it's looking like Crow mid then, because Carl seems like a better lane to me.
Yeah, exactly that. And this makes me a bit worried about the Crow. I mean, surely you're going to get some good shots when the players do go in for the gems, but without any wall break, really, to be seen, you can just kind of sit in that middle area and just kind of like, you know, use the car pickaxe if you want to just deflate the situation. I definitely feel like the Janet is going to be played on the lane side for sure and placing down the drop the base, and realistically then there's going to be little places for a brawler like Sam to follow, but then you're going to be placing the Janet onto the Sam. Let's see where they want to go effectively here. They're going to have the Carl onto the Ash, Carl into the mid, and Janet onto the Sam. I mean, I don't mind it, but they're going to have to be working a great deal to really double down, which is what they are with the B and the Janet. In the meanwhile, it's going to be actually A&R who clear up the left-hand side lane, so very similar ideas on both sides. And a bit of an aggressive start for both teams, really.
Yeah, the difference is A&R were able to just snatch a couple more gems in the process. Alex going to be clearing out as much utility as he can. Doesn't really find more than just the break of the gadgets there. And so far, it's a big chance here for Philip to build up some better mid presence and find some more connections as well. And right now, Alex, he's being harassed all along. That managed to push Same back just a little bit, and he's constantly going to be healing up with his super. And that means that he is a constant threat on that right lane. He's able to dodge the charge shot as well. As Same is still trying to deal with him, and eventually Alex does get the kill, but a bit of an awkward placement for that glove, and eventually Philip will manage to catch him and are trying to catch up gem-wise, and they're doing a pretty fine job at that. That's going to be 6 now, and they're all evened out.
Some insane interactions between Philip, Same, and Alex there as he came off the spawn. Philip with a great slow, perfect in time, realistically, to really capitalize on the situation. And the Same took to the skies just as we were going to see the gadget being used by the Sam. It just cancelled the whole thing out. Now with 8 gems in the pocket into the mid. 9 now for Philip. You've got to play this last one very cautious. Nob's got super. Alex going in now aggressively. Couldn't quite connect with the gadget as well. Nob going to really take down this left-hand side lane. Beautiful stuff from him. But now Philip will start to punish the idea. He'll get some consecutive taps. And Same with the follow-up. Great stuff, honestly, there from Colossal. But can they keep this countdown?
Jump in from Rama and immediately gets shut down. That is going to be the team wipe for Colossal Gaming, and the first game secured on their end. And so far, I mean, you know, we asked the question earlier, is it going to be individual experience or team experience? Team experience taking game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it was very close. It was very close. Ultimately, I liked a lot of the ideas that were being put into play by A&R. But they're just going to be a bit careful in this right-hand side lane. It just seems to me that Same and Philip are very, very much aware and keeping with the idea of let's just really work together in synergy to get these pinches. Let's deal with the Sam and then focus on everything else. And it's working out great. But now Philip very, very low here. I want to see a bit more from Rama this game. It's a bit tough for him because he can't really go on the assassination approach as much as he would probably like to here. Despite being, you know, the gem carrier, I mean, I just don't know whether I agree with that decision. Ideally, you want to be able to go in on those bees and just try to get them when they're low and come back with some good speed of trouble. But they are starting to work this right-hand side a bit better for me now, although Philip and Same are still getting the upper hand.
Eventually, Rama is pushed out of the mid. A nice pickup from Nob. Nob looking for the second, and he will certainly find it. Doesn't even get traded out by the Rat Seeder. Same looking to reset the heals, and Nob catches him. And wow, that is just incredible from Nob, just single-handedly destroying the entire structure from Colossal Gaming and locking in that countdown for A&R. Beautiful stuff from him on the call.
Same takes to the skies, looking to try to keep everyone low, and he's doing a pretty decent job of it. Oh, Philip coming through from beneath as well, but can they get the takedown? They do get 1. 3 gems down. Rama can't really contest this, but a great stone toxin for his troubles. Can Nob try to close the gap here? He's got flying hook, surely, but he doesn't even need it. Goes in. Oh, they managed to secure a bit of a turnaround here, but can they keep this going? Honestly, the way the Colossal are playing, I'm surprised they were able to even reset there.
5 seconds left. Colossal Gaming still need a reset, and it's only Same left alive. Not a chance. A&R, they even things out. And honestly, I mean, this is all up for this one. He played a phenomenal card gameplay in this one, and just got so much value overall. He just kept going in, getting a kill, getting out somehow. They would follow him around and still end up dying. Untradeable. Absolutely untradeable in this one, and constantly being a threat on his lane, not leaving Colossal Gaming much of a chance to build up any sort of map control on his lane.
Well, everyone low here, but Same does manage to get the takedown for his troubles, and Rama thought better of it. Oh, but a bit overzealous there and too close to Stell, and shots stung, packed a punch. And it's coming in, throws out Gauntlet, picks it back up now. Trying to keep the healing coming in there. The back of the hearty recovery star power, but yeah, it's that same story. I'm surprised he got 1 takedown there, to be honest, but Philip and Same really are super all over these sides when it comes to the Sam, and that's what you've got to have. 5 gems in the pocket as well, and a good amount of presence in that middle area. A&R have got to start to bring this one back a bit.
Alex aggressing the left side, but Philip is ready and able to assist Stell in that takedown. Double the gem count in favor of Colossal Gaming. Now 6 to their name. Still going aggressive. Does get punished for it so far. A big pickup again as Nob strikes and finds a cheeky double for A&R. And that's 8 gems out of nowhere. Suddenly locked in for A&R, and a countdown that does look quite unstoppable here. And Colossal Gaming with a final chance here. Nob is low, but he's dodging as he's done so well so far. Still just can't quite find a range. Does manage to cancel the countdown, but he's going to go down with the gems there too. And Nob is just able to get the countdown secured again. Can Colossal Gaming interrupt it again?
But Alex goes in aggressive, but same takes to the skies, and this is where we saw the last time the reset. Can they do it twice again? Great jukes from Nob, full HP, and able to dance and dash away. Beautiful stuff. A&R will take the first set, but it did feel like a bit of a steal on both times around as Colossal got the first game, but what a turnaround for A&R there, honestly.
Certainly so, and as much as I want to, talk again about team chemistry and team experience, this one, I think, came down mostly to Nob just popping off, locking in both games they won in such an impressive manner as well. That was super, super solid on his end, and I was just not really expecting that, to be completely honest. This explains perhaps as well why Rama and Alex, players of that caliber, were willing to team up with him. He just didn't quite have the same level of experience, didn't play for the same caliber of teams as they did. But so far, he's most certainly playing his part.
I've always rated him as a great player. For me, he was my favorite out of the trio for Kozaki, and he's just showing us how he can make it work so wondrously well, isn't he? I mean, ultimately though, I've got to say, Colossal, they played the strategic side of that game spot on. I mean, that's exactly how you handle with a Sam lane, on that particular map. I mean, look at Nob though, 14 takedowns, 324 DPS. I mean, but at the same time, I don't think Philip had a bad game himself. 10 takedowns for him. I mean, that's more than the other two players on the A&R squad. So it just was a tough one for Stel and Same, but at the same time, Same and Philip were doing wondrous work at pinching the Sam more often than not. I just felt like at the end of the day, it was moments of weakness for the side of Colossal that just A&R really exploited. And in Gem Grab, that's where you start to lose games that you'd like to otherwise win. But moving in to Hot Zone, Dueling Beetles is the map, and a chance for Colossal to bring things back, or a chance potentially here for A&R to take 2 sets up.
I don't think anyone played bad in that set, really. Yeah. But at the end of the day, that was a bit of a joker game, really, from Nob, able to just really outperform the competition, and his teammates really shine through that opening set. We'll see if he can bring that sort of energy here on Dueling Beetles, as our bans have come true, as well as our first pick. It's going to be EMEA joining the action. A brawler that's been getting more and more popular when it comes to Hot Zone. I think you guys mentioned it earlier. It was initially more on Ring of Fire that it was played out by teams like Reply Totem towards the end of last year. Nowadays, it's a bit more present across the Hot Zone map pool. Crow is a decent way of dealing with it because, yes, it's not quite going to have the DPS to shut down the mech, but a slow is going to be very helpful in just, making that process so much easier.
Honestly, if you're struggling in Power League, just pick Meg on any of the Hot Zone maps, and that's what I do, and it works out really well. But I do like the strategy that we're seeing a bit from A&R here as well, banning up the Poco, which would be a great thing to combine with the Meg, but knowing they had first pick, you gotta choose one or the other, and I think Meg is the way to go here. Especially as the ban on the side of the Colossal was the B as well, which is a great brawl to have against the Meg. So things are working out well for A&R. They've got so much in their pocket for me at the moment. I wouldn't mind an Ems mid here myself. I've got to say, you can really apply a lot of pressure. Not necessarily the sort of thing we see in the BSC, but one thing that I've been trying out a lot myself, and it gets some good results. So far, though, no wall break on the side of Colossal. They've got the third and final pick, so there's that consideration to have. Janet going to come in for A&R, a bit more of a safer idea, and one that can have a good load of range on those lane sides, so it makes a lot of sense for me. Let's see what they pick on the third side coming in swiftly.
Still a lot of strong brawlers when it comes to control that are available. Potentially something like a Grom could make an appearance, or something a bit more traditional like an Otis, a Max, a Carl. It's going to be a Gus, and that is very much in the same sort of direction here, especially when it comes to Hot Zone. I don't mind it. I think it's a brilliant support brawler that can just offer so much value to his team while winning those 1v1s, while winning his own lane. And we'll see how A&R put that one to work as Colossal Gaming proceed to their third and final pick, the final one of this draft, and it is going to be that call that is brought into the action this time around, not on A&R side, but on Colossal's.
I didn't mind the call, very aggressive, of course. I was expecting a bit more of a Sprout. In fact, I'm kind of surprised that in EMEA, we haven't really kind of devoted ourselves towards the kind of Brock strat where you just break open your entire south wall and then have so much space to maneuver. And a map like Dueling Beatles, where you got these tight corridors in both the left, right, and middle lane areas. I quite like that strat, but it's not what people are going to be going for here today. I think that if Colossal can make the car work as well as Nob did in the previous set, I mean, this could be definitely their set here, but I don't think that's quite necessarily an easy feat. Let's see how these opening moments start and whether they really devote their time on the side of Colossal to just not feeding into Alex. If they give Meg the mech, it's going to be really much a cycle, rinse, and repeat idea here for A&R, with the first to kind of start to tip their way into the zone.
Early mech here unlocked, and that drop to base is going to be a bit of a nightmare for Philip to deal with. Nice little double for A&R, and that's going to be locking in the early control now in the mid. Colossal Gaming need to find some sort of an opening, a crow slow, but only onto Rama. Not really going to be providing any value, as no one even has any sort of line of sight onto him. So far, it's pretty much going as good as it could be for A&R.
It's the perfect start. It really is. And yeah, giving over that mech so early was definitely not the play. Not going in now, and it's a 3 versus 1. Stelvio last man standing. I don't know whether that's the best time for the turret. I mean, Alex can close the gap now, probably get a swipe on it as well, and he will do just that. Yeah, exactly, and just able to utilize the shield as well. What value was he able to attain off the back of that? 75%, now 80, 20% left, and only 15% made by Colossal in the mid here. It's just not looking good, Teddy.
It certainly isn't. It certainly isn't. So far, A&R looking incredibly dominant in this one. They'll be locking in the first game, and this is where things get dangerous for Colossal, right? The momentum is starting to really build up on the side of A&R. What is it, 3 games in a row now? And honestly, looking at that draft, I'm expecting a 4th, and then suddenly we're going to a 3rd set with as much momentum as you can have, and it's all on the side of A&R.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't want to call this too soon, but unless we see more from Colossal, I mean, you know, I think everyone at home is probably on the same mindset that it just looked very, very convincing, and they can't feed into Alex. Estelle is really doing a great job of that, let's be honest, and one more mech to start things off, and they're going to be able to get in position, hold their own, and before you know it, time is against them here in these moments as well, and they've got to really start to find on the side of Colossal a balance between aggression and time on the zone.
Nicely timed super from Nob as Philip is trying to escape the mess that fight was down in the mid. He doesn't manage to do so successfully. Alex up close, he has that swipe, and still knows it's just a matter of time until he gets swiped out of existence. Alex still finding more value, should be getting taken out of the mech, but actually still finds one nearly the second as Same is able to get the kill eventually, but at what cost?
Yeah, it's a good amount of control, isn't it? But Phillips spots the opportunity, gets Rama taken down. Nob obviously able to escape to the skies there, but we'll get... Oh, he's actually found a really nice spot here. Trying to juke his way around. Oh, great, though, from all 3 members of Colossal to take him out. Let's see here now. Alex didn't quite connect with the swipe, and Philip going to come in now. This is looking better. Looking a lot better for Colossal, and they know it. Starting to really capitalize on these moments and start to get the pinch on. Great shield, though. Hands over from Rama to Nob, and that's going to allow him to push forward just a little bit here and buy some valuable time.
Still is low HP as well. Alex trying to work his way through this situation. Can't really do anything once Philip starts spinning right next to him. And now Colossal Gaming going to be taking over the lead, but there is a mech available for Alex, and eventually that barrel is going to be taken out by Alex as well. The shield on top of the mech makes for quite a powerhouse, and eventually it's going to be a team wipe in favor of A&R. And now suddenly, with this little time left, they need a quick decision on the side of Colossal regarding how they approach this. Still up close, Rama gets taken out, and that's the team wipe. Colossal Gaming, they may have just brought it back.
They absolutely have, and I just wonder if that shield from Rama had connected, whether it might have been a different story. What an amazing end to a game. Great stuff. I mean, it's not over yet. Colossal have got what it takes, clearly some resolve. They're able to dig deep enough to be able to turn things around just a little bit. I hope it's not lost here. I don't want to take too much into consideration here, but that was better. Let's be honest, that is the way to start to turn things around, and we could be at the end of this game level here. A&R, though, for me, are the more convincing. But if they miss the mark like that again, it's not the craziest of things to say.
Well, so far, the start is better for A&R, which, considering they don't even have a mech yet, is quite decent mech at last here for Alex. Philip dashing in. Should be taken care of quite smoothly by Alex, and he will do just that. Same also in a tough situation. Stel will be next in line to fall. Eventually, that does mean that A&R have full-on mid control, and we're back to disaster on the side of Colossal Gaming. Near 60% lead already, as eventually they stand a chance. But even then, that barrel not going to be lasting for very long. And the lead is just so significantly in favor of A&R.
Well, Alex comes out on top there despite a great deal of splash damage from Stel. Nob takes the skies and gets so much value for his time. I just don't see a way that Colossal Tennis went around. I mean, it's going to take a team wipe and nothing but solid mid control now, 8%. The team wipe is there potentially here. But Colossal, surely not right, Teddy. Like, surely not.
This should not be possible. We've seen it happen before, don't get me wrong. But I don't want to believe in it. I don't want to believe in it. I think A&R closes this one out. Alex has a shield now as well. Philip is still up. I mean,
I don't know.
It's not looking too good for A&R. There's no shot. Now there's one shot.
No
should
way,
be
right?
dealing with Stel. This should be doing it. Right? Right? There you have it. A&R lock it in the end. Oh,
that would have been.
I was
player of
down
the day,
to see it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, a valiant attempt nonetheless, but it just feels for me like A&R are able to dig deep when it comes to their, competitive roots. They've been in this position before. They haven't necessarily had eyes on them all year long in every respect, but they have had their moments, and bringing players of this caliber together in a team in a way that doesn't feel like a super team, I actually really like. They're all very, very respectable players in their own right, and they're just not really the kind of players that we were necessarily expecting to all come together as a squad, but it's working. For the most part, it's working. The decisions are on point. And little moments of hesitation here and there that the Colossal are, in their own right, starting to capitalize on. But for the most part, the decision-making has been on point. We cannot take that away from themselves, and they're looking to be working really, really well now that they've got through that first set. Some of their little moments of teething issues at the beginning are now all over and done with, it seems, and they're starting to look good. This might be their third set and final set of this series. Let's see how it fares going forwards into the next ones.
Well, stats are very much looking good for Nob again. 12 kills and nearly 300 DPS. 11 kills on Philip as well on the car. Very impactful in this one, and I feel like most of the moments where Colossal had control, it was due to Philip creating some sort of big opening with a flying hook or with a nicely timed super. Across the board, though, and just coming back, to what you were pointing out, Ark, about this team of A&R being brought together here, in a way they almost kind of feel like they were the black sheep of their teams, as, I don't want to say they got kicked out. I don't know exactly how that all went down, but they did end up leaving some very successful rosters to join up together, and it was a little bit scary at first when I saw that FA roster. I wasn't too sure if they would be able to get the success we'd hope for those sort of names, but so far they've been really impressive. Qualifying here in the first place is very impressive, but 2 sets in, they are looking solid, and I feel like the game they dropped earlier in Hudson was probably more due to their own mistakes than to Colossal Gaming really pumping off.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. The bans are in. Otis, Poco, and Janet banned out by Colossal. Rosa, as the spike gets picked by Colossal. Surge and Poco. Pro coming in to combine with that. It's kind of a very interesting time to go so early in with the spike pick here for me, but Nita is quite a nice one for A&R. I'd be interested to see. I imagine maybe Bear With Me, star power for the healing qualities, but combining with that, I wouldn't mind seeing Ems in the mid. I mean, it's a great thing to have. Ideally, maybe even a B or Sam or Ash or something. Tanky abilities would be nice as well, especially considering the Otis ban on the side of Colossal and the Poker ban as well. Kind of makes things a bit more straightforward. Jesse, though, was not the pick. I'll be honest, that was not the pick for me. And I don't know how I feel about it. I like Jesse, despite obviously knowing that you and Trav don't, Teddy, but even liking Jesse, I'm not sure whether I like her that much to have her in Sneaky Fields, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I'm somewhat unsure here about the plan. We'll see a Sam brought in, which
makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite decent here, don't get me wrong. It's probably the only brawler of their comp that I was really expecting there. And we'll see the Primo to match the energy instead of Colossal, which I do like. I think he has a pretty good matchup overall against Sam, and is, I mean, this is an interesting one. This feels like ladder to me, and I'm not talking about, like, you know, rank 35 sort of ladder.
I mean, I don't know. For me, I just feel like there's other options. Squeak would have been a good shout. Maybe the Max could come in as well. I mean, Ems mid, I mean, I personally love it. It's a big pick out in the APAC region. I just don't really know what I feel about a lot of these brawlers in the way that they're being put together here. Keen's been proven wrong, I think is the best way to put it, but I don't think the Primo should be against the Nita. I mean, you're going to be feeding into Nob so much towards that Bruce Bear, and he's already got it. I mean, takedown is there, Bruce Bear going out, the pass-through from Roma could be there as well. Great gadget use. I think this could be a very swift goal to start things off. Yeah, and it is, bear with me. Great start power to have on Sneaky Fields. I really rate that.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much a must-have in these sort of maps, Alex. In 1v2, one that he probably could have scored. I think he lost his super there by supering the ball. Oh, no, he did super it true. But, I mean, not exactly in a very accessible position either, to be completely honest. And Bear is going to be placed down. Same does have his super. Maybe a chance there to get up close and personal. Maybe a little bit too far there on that jump. Philip trying to get a hold of the ball. Alex pushing forwards, and that should be the goal at last here from ANR. Madness across the board, but it does seem like ANR are standing out of the pack so far.
Yeah, a bit chaotic. Pretty sure that we could have seen a goal earlier from Alex there, and maybe a few nerves coming into play, but the Jesse tart is kind of working me. I'm not going to lie. I mean, it's chaotic, it's frantic, but I kind of like it. A&R moving on then to match point, and in not the fashion that I expected, but in a way that I found pleasantly enjoyable, actually.
Dude, the fact that the Jesse turret was placed behind a wall, and then we had the pull from the Sam to pull into the range of the turret, that was quite attractive as a play there from Alex and Ram. I liked it. I liked it quite a bit. Let's see if they can make it work again, or if it's gonna be going in a different direction this time around. A double kill there from ANR. Same goes down as well, and that is going to be an easy goal there for ANR. 25 seconds in, Colossal Gaming in big trouble because this is already match point for ANR, and they're a goal away from making it to the semifinals.
He plays it from Same, but the ball is going to be cleared away. Alex will be the protector of it as the Bruce Bear coming in to really start to hassle Stell, and only so much you can do about it. Alex with a nice takedown there on Philip, and they can just keep the ball there for the most part. I mean, they've got the goal on the side of A&R. If nothing changes now in the next 1 minute 30 seconds, then they will take this series and move on to the semi-finals. So there's no reason for them to necessarily go over aggressive here, although I'm sure they'd like to tie things up. It does make a little bit of sense to play it a little bit slow and cautious. Good tap, so Same going in, gonna break and then take down on the knob. The ball coming through us as well. And the gadget there from Same. It should be a goal here, surely. It has to be. Colossal will get it. Tying things up with 1 minute on the clock, more or less. Not what A&R wanted here. They're going to have to be able to respond to this.
So far, just a little bit more presence in the mid. Same was a big jump in, the double connections as well, and the pass is perfect, but he doesn't go for the shot. Probably out of ammo, but he had his super. I'm assuming his finger was already locked in onto his regular shot, so he kind of choked it there. But that was a game right here, right then.
Yeah, bit of a choke for me. Gotta be honest. I mean, that is a super shot right there to be had. I'm not sure that he didn't realize he had it or not, but a great play. I mean, they made the space, they made the opening. They're starting to make some moments happen for themselves on the side of Colossal, and that's got to be said for something. Great takedown there of Alex. Same going in, and Philip had the same idea as well. They could have probably separated a little bit more out there. Someone needed to get the ball. For me, it's probably Philip, but some synergy issues. And can now A&R, with, in my opinion, maybe a better comp to have in overtime. Maybe not, but if they can get it towards the goal in the final moments, they could get a quick snatch here in these moments towards overtime.
Yeah, I'm really not sure who has the better comp here when it comes to overtime. I might even be favoring Colossal just a little bit. Same with a jump in. Alex is going to be burning down. Philip with a super shot, and that one does go in. Dude, I was scared. I was scared that choke would be the end of it for Colossal Gaming. They will manage to push it to another game, fight off that match point, but they do have another one to fight off right now. And honestly, I mean, A&R still looked a little bit better overall to me. Let's see if this is going to be it in 3 sets or if Colossal can take their first. They got a game in every single set so far. They've yet to lock in the set. This pass to Same. Oh my god. Nom got the ball just about in time. But that was a close goal. Philip should be able to make it work anyways. But man, what a start of the game.
Some definite, synergy issues on the side, really, isn't it, of Colossal? But now they're starting to make it work a bit. But that's a great Bruce Bear. What value there obtained by Nob. The Rama's being a bit hesitant with the ball. I don't know about this. This should be a goal for me, realistically, here. Philip jumps in and gets a great amount of value with the slowing toxin as well. And the ball somehow now cleared. Same going in. Great aggressiveness, but that was a goal opportunity for A&R if there ever was one.
Yeah, well, it gets turned around. What a chance here for Colossal, and yet it's A&R that are able to capitalize. And again, a goal away from making it to the semifinals, and quite an explosive start there after the ball gets reset. But the kill is in favor of Colossal. Another great super from Sane. The double connection, Rama burning down, will survive, but it'll take so long to reset. And in the meantime, Colossal Gaming were able to build quite a bit of mid control. Alex trying to make something happen there against Philip, but Philip is going to be respecting the Sam and giving him the space that he should be allocated to. Oh my goodness. Nob still somehow manages to keep hope up alive here for A&R on the defensive side. Still low HP, does get the pickup. 40 seconds left, and this is looking like it might just go to overtime again.
For me, Colossal should have won this set already. There was a moment there when we saw Rama very low on the left-hand side. Philip could have jumped in, pushed the ball forwards, and there was only Alex on the far right-hand side to contest it. It would have been a goal. It would have been the end of this set, but we're not there now. As the push coming through from A&R, the Bruce Bear's going to take a lot of these shots, allowing a bit more healing on the side of both Nob and Rama. Turret as well, they could potentially heal up in the mid if they wanted to, if they're running that particular star power. Just in the eventuality of going into overtime, which I think is pretty likely, let's be honest. If Alex can get the ball, though, a super shot is going to be imminent here for A&R.
Positioning is key when it comes to those early overtimes, especially if you are a slight underdog. The charge shot, and it's perfectly placed.
How did they not see that coming? That's the question for me. It was so obvious. You cannot leave a Sam on the ball. It was a great shot, nonetheless. The angle had to be perfect for A&R to take home the win. But I think that should have been defended just a little bit better. And in fact, even way prior to that, Colossal should have won the set. There was a moment there where a simple crow jump, pass the ball forwards, that was a goal. Colossal would have got through the set, but it's not the case. A&R will take it and see themselves forwards going in to today's semifinals.
Yeah, they had their chances, really. 3 sets, 3 games picked up on the side of Colossal Gaming. Just some slight adjustments here and there, and it could have been a very, very different scoreline. But this is Brawl Esports. It's about closing them out, and that sometimes can be quite the challenge. Shout out to Team Queso earlier today as well. That does apply to them quite a bit. But at the end of the day, you need to close out the sets, and Colossal Gaming were not able to do so successfully at all, actually. And despite a pretty good showing overall, A&R showed why they wanted to bring this team together and the potential that they have as a roster. And I like most of what I was seeing from them, really. There were some super solid plays, and Nob especially impressed me because throughout this entire match, I feel like he was the star player to my eyes.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if over at event.brawlstars.com that is the case when it comes to the MVP. It looks very, very much the player for me on that squad that was the most composed. I mean, I've got to draw attention though to some of the stats in that last game. Colossal had some really, really good ones. You know, same Anstel had flying games. Philip had lesser kills, but then with the Crow, your job is not necessarily always to be able to bring those in for your team, despite us watching Joker do so well earlier today. But A&R for me, as we all had unanimously on the casting desk, felt like the team that were going to take it all. Bit of a slow, rocky start for them, but they did start to gain their momentum in that series, and what a flying one it was for them. I felt like that was the way it had to end. Colossal had some doors open. They should really have taken it to a full set, but it wasn't to be, and A&R take home the win.
That was quite a fantastic performance all around from A&R. I feel like they are really just showing up, right? Because as I said earlier, there were some question marks about how they left their teams and why this roster comes together in the first place. Probably not for the best reasons, but so far it is paying off, and they are heading straight to the semifinals.
Well, that is it. All our quarterfinals are done and dusted, Teddy. We'll be moving on swiftly towards the semifinals in just a tick. We'll be right back, guys. We're going to be going away for a very, very short break. We'll be back after these messages.
Through the wind and fire, run when you're beating tired. Just when you're feeling low, here comes a hero. You know, oh, what you waiting for? They're knocking at your door. Stand up, it's deep in your veins. Stronger, you'll show them the way. They can make you a hero, a hero. Just believe when they say. You are a lion, you are a fighter, the one who can answer the call. Top of the mountain, you are defiant. Get up with it all. Through the day, through the night, you won't wake up and never let you give in till you reach the end. No, 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 no. Lion, you are defiant, you are a fighter. Don't you know you're the light that lifts us up? Never giving, never done. Second to none. Second to none. When you're feeling low, take my hand and then we'll go. No one can stop us now. No one can bring you down. They can make you a hero, a hero. Nothing stands in your way.
has all been coming down to this.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first in, last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get brawling!
Welcome back to the first monthly final of the year for EMEA in the Brawl Stars Championship. As always, I am Trav and joined by the wonderful Teddy for the upcoming semi-finals. How are you feeling about how the day's going so far, Teddy?
It's been all over the place. We've had some very one-sided matches, some going all the way to the 5th set. A reverse sweep in the quarterfinals. Couldn't really ask for much more, much better. It's been super fun, and now we're finally going to be seeing who between Now or Never and ZETA Division are going to be our first finalists of the year here in the EMEA.
Yeah, then up after that, obviously, we do have the Reply Totem versus ANR game. Quick little browse over those quarterfinals if you are just showing up as well. But we have been doing our predictions all day long, and you can as well at event.brawlstars.com. I believe we're all doing pretty well so far, considering everybody copied everybody. Now or Never correct, ZETA correct, Totem and ANR all going absolutely flawlessly for Arc, you and me so far. We have obviously gone for ZETA Division up next and Reply Totem. If you're looking to get some predictions in at event.brawlstars.com and you're lost for a bit of inspiration, you don't really go amiss by copying mine and Teddy's homework just at the moment.
Yeah, so far it's been pretty flawless on the predictions front. Obviously, if you guys want to do your own predictions at home, well, that's event.brawlstars.com, the best way to watch Brawl Esports.
Definitely so. I mean, our first game, though, Reply Totem versus ANR of the semi-finals. It's going to be an absolute banger. We saw against Now or Never, Now or Never, Kanan, Tomsy, and Lukey coming back again against Jiro, Nawi, and Meow. We've seen these teams play absolutely incredibly today. Honestly, I was really enjoying how Now or Never were playing as you were watching from the sidelines. And Lukey, he's a bit of a mystery to me coming into this year, but he's been playing so well.
Oh, he certainly has. I mean, you know, it's great that he does have some experienced players to kind of like show him around. He joined a little bit late as a 4th player, and I like the dynamic that Now or Never were willing to, you know, put him like from the get-go into the action, rotate in and out. And I think it's great that he's not just the 4th, right? Not just a bench warmer for the team. It really feels like he's a part of it, and a part of their approach is to put their best players in depending on the map, depending on the brawler pool available for set maps, and make sure they maximize their chances at victory.
Yeah, I mean, so far it kind of seems like they are the only team in EMEA who's been taking advantage of this 4-person roster rule they have brought in. We can switch in and out between games. It really has been working incredibly for them, giving them the strengths and subbing players in the best game modes. Their opposition, though, ZETA Division, Jiro, Nawi, and Meow, previously Chasmat Gaming last year, just impressed ZETA so well at Worlds that they were picked up by them.
That is quite a way to say it, Trav. But yeah, obviously they are a team we have been knowing for quite a while by this point. Full Polish roster as well. Enzo joining in as a coach straight from Reply Totem for the last 2 years before that. It's been quite an interesting mix so far. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's incredibly impressive that they managed to reverse sweep Team Queso, but it is also at the same time ever so slightly questionable that they got in a spot where they needed to reverse sweep Team Queso.
Yeah, I mean, definitely so. You know, I kind of said it at the time that Team Queso have just been this kind of unpredictable team, and they've been a bit back and forward, getting reverse swept quite a lot at the moment. But ZETA Division, it kind of just shows the grit and the drive that they have to be 2-0 down. Quite a lot of the time, you are kind of just feeling like you're down and out of the game, and they stuck to it, and they won 3 sets in a row and managed to claw it back little by little. And coming into this one, they are the favourites, I would say. Now or Never, they've been a great team in the previous year, narrowly missing out on Worlds, but ZETA Division, they made it, and they gave a pretty good fight against, at the time, ZETA Division.
Yeah, it gets a little bit confusing here and there, that's for sure. But as we're gonna be kicking things off here on Crystal Arcade for some gem grab. Wow, looking at the predictions, I mean, probably half of the people predicting ZETA think it's Japanese ZETA. They might be disappointed, but either way, I mean, it's not quite like that. I would call it probably 65-35, 60-40, more in those lines in favor of ZETA Division, of course.
Yeah, definitely. So I mean, you know, it's not as close as not as distant as the public prediction said, but it's not as close as some may think either. Me, I'm going to be picking up that Janet as the first pick, and I've been saying it all day long. Such a versatile pick, not really but countered by too many things, but also not completely dominant over the majority of brawlers either. So somewhere in that mid ground, definitely up there in terms of first picks though for ZETA Division. Gonna see the Crow as a return pick from now and ever, and it's been sneaking in little by little, and it just seems to be picked pretty much everywhere nowadays.
Yeah, I feel like we've been seeing so much Crow already today. Been quite an interesting brawler to see just kind of rise from the ashes. Don't get me wrong, it was always in a decent place, but definitely not getting this sort of pick right. You know, if you don't look very far away, it was still not nearly getting as much playtime. Stu gonna be brought into the mix again here. We did see him a couple of times today. Not necessarily was the most success, but it is a highly mechanical brawler, of course. So if you are able to start popping off and really start dominating, I mean, it's one of those brawlers where you can hard carry your team. You just really need to be on point when it comes down to your mechanics. And Spike is a pretty hard counter, and another brawler we've been seeing more and more today, especially when it came down to reply Totem earlier, bringing it in nearly every single set.
I mean, Spike must have just completely flown over my head, to be honest, because all of a sudden it's just being picked this in these multi-finals. And before this, I hadn't really seen too much of it, and it's kind of just like snuck in all of a sudden, and now it's just a really, really strong brawler. And talking about strong brawlers, B, just so good at the moment, and it's going to be ZETA Division's last pick, sliding in on that mid, and it definitely is a pretty solid one at that. So far, ZETA Division have got a very, very good draft, very versatile, can play at short range and long range, and honestly, I'm kind of siding with them at the moment. But Carl, the last pick coming in from now on ever, and I imagine that means we'll be seeing some Crow mid.
Yeah, I do kind of like the Carl here, to be honest. Has a pretty decent matchup overall against both the Spike and the B. Not exactly, you know, out of this world either, but should be able to get some nice value with his pickaxes. And if he can get some good placement, it might get more challenging for ZETA Division to try to get him out of position. However, only time will tell, as we're going to be ready to jump into that first set any second now. And there we go, Now or Never versus ZETA Division.
Yeah, I like the quick flying hook over to the right-hand lane. It gives Tomsy that instant control, and Janet straight away pushed pretty much back into spawn, now being pinched by Lukey, and they are going to be taking the Stu mid instead of that Crow mid, and I think that's probably the wise choice, considering you don't really want to run that Stu into either Janet or Spike, and having it down the mid, it can quite easily find some connections onto the B.
So far, it's not going half bad. Dash to dodge that charge shot. Garrett quite low HP himself, and Lukey already has his next super as well, able to go for the gem, pull out, and right now still 78 HP left. Sorry, on Garrett. That's not a lot, but enough to survive and start healing back up, get back into the action. Lukey gonna get slowed, but again, does have that dash as a safety measure, and so far it's been doing wonders for him.
Yeah, now he's not able to find the kill down the right-hand side. Does drop the base just to reset some of that healing, but not sure if it clipped Tomsy or not. Regardless if it did, he's going to be healed up and ready for it to come back nonetheless. Lukey getting hit by that shot by Jiro and bringing him low. Kanan more of the same over the left-hand side. Just no control for them whatsoever. It's set from this right, and having the right-hand side's really not doing a lot for them. Speed zone being placed by Lukey, but he's not pinching at all, really. Like, he could have just headed straight down that side and tried to grab the side, as now this next gem is going to spawn on Jiro. Tomsy's going to come in, but he's going to get obliterated instantly, and Jiro's not going to stop there, and he gets the three. All three down, connection after connection, and they're surely going to be taking this first game.
Fantastic connections from Jiro on the B. And so far, not really much of a chance for ZETA Division, for Now or Never to do anything against him in the mid, shutting down pretty much any player that dares, you know, get in any sort of interference with him on his lane. they just die. They just disappear. And honestly, I mean, he's been connecting shot after shot and playing impressively well for ZETA.
Definitely so. I mean, at this point, it was kind of the Spike and the B who were really making those incredible moves, and they've actually predicted the swap as well. Meow's going to head straight over to Kanan's lane as he did rotate over to this right-hand side. Was Jiro just trying to establish himself in this mid once more. Tomsy not getting the quick control that he did in the last one this time, though, and now he's getting pinched in and taken down by NAVI and Jiro. Lukian trying to pinch in on Meow, and even with the pinch, he's not doing the best. He does get hit and survives on a slither of HP, 360 there over the right-hand side, but in the meantime, Jiro's gone and picked up 4 gems.
Yeah, it's kind of the problem when it's the gem carrier that's, you know, kind of ganking towards the other lanes, to use MOBA terms. You lose your gem carrier, right? And suddenly mid is free for your opposition to just pick up gem after gem, and that is not working out very nicely for now or never so far. Luki quite low HP again, and as much as I want to praise his ability to survive down in the mid with that stew, he's also just not really finding all that much value and not that threatening to Jero in any way. Jero kind of just feels like he's never been all that close to going down, and when you're playing a squishy brawler like B, that's just not the best sign.
Yeah, I mean, survive all you want, but if you've got no gems, you're not going to win a game of gem grab. Now he's going to take flight. Tomsy trying to come around the right side, but it's just too little too late from now or never. They don't manage to bring it back, and it's going to be ZETA Division who take the first set, and that second game definitely quite convincing, but the first was a little bit more back and forward. But ZETA Division, I don't think they really seemed too scared at any point in that game.
Yeah, I mean, that first set was a 92% to 8%, or whatever it exactly was. It did kind of feel like it. I think it was probably a bit of a misdraft on the side of now or never. I'm not gonna lie, this 2-mid was not very convincing to me. I just didn't really do much, you know? Like, yes, it wasn't dying too much, but it wasn't, as you said, picking up many gems nor threatening the gem carrier, which you need to do either one, or like at least one of the two, right? If not both. And Jero was doing the exact opposite. He was able to constantly be a threat, get involved on the lanes on the side, get some tags from far away onto Luki too, and get gems picked up. And I mean, he's basically, you know, succeeding where Luki just couldn't really find much success with that Sue. And I do think that most of it was due to that pick just not really being able to find all that much sort of opportunities to shine in that opening set.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, though, I'm surprised that after that first game, they didn't just choose to swap that Chrome into mid and attempt something a little bit different, because, you know, if you've lost the first one, you need to change something up, and it kind of just seemed like they came with more of the same. They didn't even swap the lanes mid-game or anything like that. It kind of just stayed how it was, and they accepted defeat just because their draft wasn't as good as the opposing sides, and that's just not what you want to do. It's not the mentality what you want to bring into these games, especially against an established team like ZETA Division, who have proved time and time again that they have the drafts on their side. They won probably 5 out of 5 drafts against Team Queso, and now or never. Just if all of the game relies on the draft, then ZETA Division's not a team they're going to beat.
Well, Kanan is going to get subbed out for Shiaku for this next set, and again, the same sort of dynamic we saw in their quarterfinal match, where I'm kind of expecting them to have some swapping around in their roster from set to set, unless they really have, you know, 2 in a row where the same roster seems like the best option to them. I like it. I think it keeps things fresh and makes it a little bit more unpredictable, especially if you do it always. We saw earlier they did it even when they would win a set. If they would lose, they'd pretty much always be swapping, and I think that's quite a wise approach to keep your opponent on their toes, on their guard. And I mean, they need to at this point, because right now, ZETA, they looked so much better in that first set, and I have to say, I wasn't the most impressed by ZETA's match earlier today in the quarterfinals. I thought they looked a little bit shaky for quite a bit of it, and right now it's a completely different story. They looked as convincing as ever, and I'm kind of hoping that it was just a big miss in the draft on the side of now or never, and that they can just, you know, have a bit of a clean start here in Heist as we move on to Pit Stop.
Yeah, well, Pit Stop's kind of one of those maps where, you know, the draft is tanks or you go for that control. There's not really much of an in-between. We've got the bans in now, though, and the first pick. Going to go with Ems. We're going to go for that heavy tank counter early on, but in terms of bans, we've got the Stew, the Ruffs, and the Spike on the side of Now or Never, and if I get a chance to read the other bans, I will, but Max going to be the first pick of Zeta Division. And Rico, we got a quick draft going on here. I guess I don't want to read the bans.
They're being quite quick about it indeed. We'll have the Penny ban, a double Ruffs ban, as well as an Otis, a Spike, and a Stew all banned out. I find it interesting to go for the Max against the Ems. I mean, I don't want to say Ems counters Max, wouldn't quite go that far, but it's definitely going to be an interesting dynamic in those fights. There's going to be a little bit more range overall for Max and the mobility, but the ability to slow it down for Ems and maybe create some openings. You know, if you have your super near enough walls, you can really creep up to your opponents and give some nice opportunities for both offense and defense. The Rico on the side of Zeta Division as well is a pick that I do like on this map. Not necessarily the most like seen brawler on Pit Stop, but one that has seen quite a decent amount of success in the past. And we'll see that Primo as well join in on the side of Now or Never. So as you predicted, those tanks kind of you know, known for on Pit Stop. But at the same time, there's also that heavy control that you get from brawlers like Ems and especially Barley on the side of Now or Never. Not really committing to either, but kind of committing to both in a way.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Zeta Division are going to take a little bit of the same as well. Going to go with the Bull as their last pick, taking a leaf out the tank book and just trying to go for it. And at this point, you know, you're against a Barley, you're against a Primo, why not bring a Bull in? Just going to try keep it off that Ems matchup and ensure that the Rico's going to be dominating that pick. And I mean, the Barley's going to provide some issues to Max and Rico in that early game when they don't have speed and they don't have any maneuverability. It's going to be really difficult for them to push up, but it's kind of all in Bull's hands early on.
Well, let's jump in. You know, it's going to be taking care of that left lane so far, facing the Barley, and we'll have the tank battle on the right. You know, starting to creep up on the left-hand side, but a couple nice shots there, connecting from Tom Z. A nice bouncy castle from Meow to keep in the mix, and it is going to be a base race for the time being, one that Zeta Division is slightly winning so far. Garo getting onto that safe as well. It's going to be providing further value, but is that going to be enough? It seems like it should just about be, as Zeta will be dispatching of their safe in no time. And both teams, they agreed, let's gamble this one out. Zeta will be the winners of it. So good. So far, so good for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of the issue of Now or Never went for a base waste when the highest DPS brawler is stuck in a stalemate with a Bull over the right hand side. Bull gets super and it's just done. End of the game. And even if he didn't and just kept Primo there, it would have been pretty much polished off anyway, as the DPS of Rico and Max is going to be pretty explosive. Meow go for the same thing again, and it works again. He's broken through once more, and now he's going for the same, just trying to wait for this Barley to respawn and just take advantage of it again. Giro coming down this right hand side, going to need to heal up, and I believe the Primo is probably going to be on safe at this point. They're going to need to make the play.
Well, again, some chances to get damage on safe here for Zeta Division. They'll get a decent amount, but there's an extra player in defense this time around, and so far, it is Now or Never that are winning the battle. Garo pumping a gadget to stay in the mix. Now we quite aggressive. Meow trying to find some bounces. Finds one, finds two, but the trade is there. That means Garo is free to get some nice damage on safe. But at the same time, the defense respawn on the top side of the map, and we're finally able to dispatch of that player from Now or Never that was causing so much damage on that red safe.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to go for it. They're just completely committing for it. I don't think they're going to have it at this point. Barley's up on the top. He gets one shot off, one more needed, and he does just get it. 4% remains on the home save of Now or Never, and they just managed to finish it off. To be honest, probably would have been better if the Max just stayed and tried to keep the Barley back there. 360 HP. I don't know if there was any real need to kind of just rush for that base race towards the end. It worked for them throughout the rest of the game, but at the end, I just don't think it was necessary.
Yeah, I think that base race at the end was a bit optimistic, especially since Barley just doesn't need to care about walls, right? So he gets easier access to the safe, starts shooting first, starts reloading his ammo first, and ultimately that helped him just get that DPS out a little bit faster, close out the game. Meow low HP, but does have damage gear now to deal some extra damage. A miss with that Barley super, so far finding no value, and Meow is still standing, still finding value. gets jumped on by Luki eventually, but not before he deals a decent amount of damage on that save. That's a 58% lead so far for Now or Never, and it's as one-sided as it's been so far.
Yeah, Luki's going to get that wall break open as well, and he's on safe. I'm surprised that Bull just doesn't leave him. It would be the smart idea to do so, and this time they just haven't, but he's managed to get his super, and I'm not really sure what's going on here. He could have just gone and pretty much finished the game, choosing to play for the defense, though, and Luki's still alive, 56 HP available, and he does go down. Now he's just trying to get some damage onto the safe, and staying alive just that little bit longer, trying to wait and play for this respawn cycle.
Back to mid now for this battle. The super from Jero getting towards that save. Gets some more damage down as well, but not quite enough to close it out just yet. Meow going for his super. Gets some value on the save here as well. But again, does get shut down. A chance now for Now or Never to try to build up some more mid control. Jero dashes in. Gets taken care of quite nicely by Now or Never. Meow on defense. Able to take down Luki, but now it's only 11%, and that is a very small difference compared to what it used to be just a minute ago.
Yeah, it's a really nice zoning super there from Tomsy as well. Super comes in from Meow once more, and Jiro's going to follow at one as well. Can he get towards that safe? Max is going to come in anyway, but Meow can't push because he's too low to get in the area of this Ems. Primo's alive, and now all three members of Now and Ever are going to be going towards this Zeta safe. Can they get the defense off? 24%. They've got a Barley, they've got an Ems. Jiro's just going to go, needs to try and cycle his super. Primo jumps in, and that's got to be it, surely. Now and Ever are going to take this set, and Zeta Division, just so many mistakes at certain points. I just really don't know what was going on there.
It's like they started it off so well. They were so much better, and then they took like every wrong decision. Went some great as well, right? Going for damage on safe when clearly it would cost them their life and control. And I think really underestimating Now or Never in this set. And right now, I mean, to be fair, I understand why they were underestimating them. Now or Never were pretty much absent. Completely absent in the opening set, but this time around they are there to punish Zeta Division for their greed and for their overconfidence, and Now or Never able to tie things up by picking this set and equalizing one each. Moving on to that third set.
I mean, it was just that point that confused me so much, where he was just defending a Primo, getting 500 damage on him a second when he had Bull Super, and he could have just gone and pretty much finished the game. That confused me. But I mean, Meow with a great performance of 8 kills no matter what, but overall DPS was on their side as well. It just kind of seems like Now and Ever had the right moments to deal the DPS to the safe, and they just played it not better, but they just had the better breakaways on safe.
They certainly did. I mean, I think the decision making was just a bit more extreme on the side of Zeta Division. Like sometimes they would take absolutely brilliant decisions and then afterwards give them away free games. And in a set, you can't really afford to give away those free games, especially when you have two like that they kind of had locked in and just went for the worst possible option. Now or Never, making sure that they make themselves respected. And that they show that, yeah, if you guys make those sort of mistakes and get overconfident against us, we will punish you, and they did so big time.
Yeah, I mean, they deserve to be punished as well. Like, Now and Ever, they do deserve that set, because Zeta are in a position that they could be 2 sets up quite easily right now, but now it's 1-1 and it's anybody's game. Now or Never, they're going to start getting into their step a little bit, get a bit more momentum on their side, and whether or not they sub in or out a player, they seem to be able to carry on that momentum regardless, and whoever's better at the game mode will more than likely be subbed in, and I think it's probably the best thing for them to do. It's going to be Julian Beetles on Julian Beetles in Hot Zone. I didn't say it right the first time. I corrected myself falsely. But at the end of the day, I mean, this is a game mode that pretty much anybody can take. It really just depends on the draft quite heavily.
Well, talking about subbing in and out, it's going to be Kanan back in the action. Tomsy back on the bench for this one, as we have our first pick of Poco already, following the bans of Ems, Meg, and Sam on the side of Now or Never. Zeta Division will be banning out Gray, Crow, and Meg. So far, so good, I would say, regarding the bans. I mean, the double Meg ban is kind of expected at this point, and I'm also happy to see Sam banned. I feel like he can be such a threat on this map.
I mean, I'm just happy to see Sam and Grey banned anyway, regardless, just because it's so unthrilling to watch. But Stu's going to be the first pick from ZETA Division coming in. I like the way that Now I Never started with this Poco, but it is fairly easily countered. Not that Stu's the biggest and best counter to it, but Pam coming in next, making sure they can't double down on those healers. And not only that, but getting a good brawler for yourselves. It's going to be able to throw an aggressive turret or an offensive turret, depending on the situation that you're in. Now I Never. Now going to have the chance to kind of double down on this Poco and choose to go with something, possibly a tank or even something like a Max that can just get them faster into that battle.
Yeah, I personally like the Max idea better, and it seems like Now or Never do too. They're gonna go for the B as well, which is just as much to try to deal with brawlers like Pam or other tanks that could be brought onto the table, as it is to make sure it's not played against them, as the range and damage of the B can be quite problematic for the Poco to deal with. So I like the strategy from Now or Never. Let's see what ZETA Division's answer is gonna be, if Coach Enzo has anything in store for this third and final pick of Dueling Beetles, and it's gonna be the Bell. So I wouldn't say there's any sort of fluff or craziness about this one. I think they're going quite standard. It has decent matchups all around, but it can also quite easily get overwhelmed if you have that max speed, if you have a Poco Super that kind of, you know, gets you out of position. You don't really have anywhere to go or anything you can do.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one, really. I think it is a fairly even matchup overall, just because I'm not sure if like the Max and B have the best synergy. Same with Poco and B, really, in terms of like that core heals to the B or speed to the B never really goes so far. But overall, I mean, it's a pretty good comp in terms of the 1v1 matchups. Jiro getting hit pretty hard from the left-hand lane, and Giaco's going to get his 3k, but he does miss it, and it is pretty even off the start. But Kanan surely going to go down any second now.
Yeah, so far Jiro playing this absolutely flawlessly down in the mid and able to dodge that final shot from the B as well. Nicely done. Last, and kind of surprisingly, actually, Now or Never have the lead, which didn't really feel like they were in control, but I guess they were spending more time actually committing to the zone, and now that they have control, it's a little bit scary for ZETA Division. They've been kind of finding one by one on their individual lanes. In time for some sort of a team fight to try to create a larger opening than that. Shaku does get marked and needs to be careful about how he addresses that duel against the Bell. It's reset his heal as well, but when you have a Poco nearby, that does help. Not playing Solar Screech. I think he's running the capo from seeing the heals that were coming through from Kanan earlier. And out of kind of nowhere, Now or Never, they built a very decisable lead.
Yeah, really nice stuff. And I mean, Kanan's been playing this incredibly. He's been bouncing between the healing and damage really, really flawlessly, and he's doing it again, keeping his teammates alive, keeping the real damage dealers alive whilst healing them and getting this percentage down. Gadget coming in, the scrap sucker from Meow, but it's just not going to be enough, and they've just completely walked all over this zone, and ZETA Division have gone from an incredible position after set number 1 to a terrible position in set number 3.
Yeah, it's very interesting, especially since, like, really the beginning of the game, it looked like ZETA were kind of bodying Now or Never, especially if you looked at the B, just kind of, you know, struggling against NAVI, and Gero also destroying Kanan down in the mid. It really felt like it was going to be a more one-sided affair and in favor of ZETA Division. Far from it, but the second game is quite a different perspective already, as Gero is able to get some very good value down in the mid, and you got that early kill, which is going to enable ZETA Division to build up a nice and healthy early lead.
Yeah, it's aggressive Pam turret's really nice as well. Kind of make sure that Luki has to shoot it or just completely go around it, and then he knows where he's going to be, but they do manage to clean up anyway. Just really, really low, and Kanan's going to go down, and Giaco follows him, and then Luki follows Giaco as well. Team wipe from ZETA Division now. The lead just bouncing further and further ahead, 30% ahead now, and all control in their hands. Kanan, no gadgets left, and it's really not a position he wants to be in.
This is looking really solid for ZETA Division. A completely different story in this second game of Hot Zone, and one where now or never, we're just really never able to get any sort of mid control. And that seems to be the determining factor so far, at least from those two first games. If now or never managed to get a hold of the mid, they were able to just hold it for so long. But here, the ability to retake was just so limited with that comp, and they were just not really able to find any sort of openings and any sort of path back into that game. So ZETA Division was quite the impressive comeback in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think you put it perfectly there. When they have control, they're on top of the world, but the retake capability of this comp's just not quite there at all. The Bees just doesn't really have much anything to say when there's a turret in a face or speed zone or even some of these nest eggs that now he's been placing down. Giro not starting this one off the strongest. Kanan is still living, but now Luki is going to fall low. Some heals come from Kanan, but I mean, at this point, they're getting absolutely melted down. He's going to fall surely, and Giaco shouldn't be too far behind him.
Slow will connect. Shaku gets the supercharged shot to connect onto Jero as well. But that healing station is providing nice value. The speed zone eventually taken out. Luki solo HP on the right hand side, and it's already a sizable lead favoring ZETA Division. Kane has super, gonna heal up Luki. Jero dashing back to safety and able to nicely half commit to those fights, as you do really like to see with Brawler likes to. Shaku going for the slow, hoping that it connects and curves nicely around the edges of that wall, but it's not quite going to be the case, and ZETA are back in control of the mid. A clutch heal there onto Luki, but don't think that is going to be enough to keep him, well, it will keep him alive, but it won't really keep him in the mix, and ZETA Division are running away with this one again. Now or never, they need that opening, they need that retake in the mid.
Yeah, and Jiro's just been able to keep Kanan so low as well, and still doing the same, gets him down, and now he's surely going to follow up on Luki as well. That's going to be the game finished off, and that the set, along with it, ZETA Division going to be taking set number 3, making it 2-1. And now or never, they're behind once more, but I mean, to be honest, they haven't looked bad at all. They could quite easily win 2 sets in a row here and take it. ZETA Division have still got to be on their toes.
Yeah, they were looking really good, and I think that if it weren't for Jero just popping off so much on this 2, it would have been a much closer affair, as I mean we saw in the game, and I think it was the second game of the set, or the first one, whichever one now or never ended up taking. It was quite a convincing one, and not necessarily that expected. Yeah, it was the first one. That's what I thought. But either way, ZETA Division able to adjust on the fly. And sometimes that's really what it takes, right? At this level of play, it's not just set in stone once your draft is locked in. It's about how you make those small adjustments to make sure you get the most value out of your brawlers, out of your comp, the most synergy out of your team composition. And ZETA Division made sure to make the right adjustments at the right time. And right now, they are one setup against now or never. Let's see if they can close it out in 4, or if it's going to require a 5th set to set both teams apart.
Yeah, I mean, at this point as well, that Kanan was the one who subbed back in, and looking at the statistics, it really just didn't work out for them. 55 DPS and only 2 takedowns is not what you want. And I mean, clearly they subbed him in because he's strong on the game mode or strong on a certain brawler that they wanted to take, and it clearly just didn't work out that way. And that can be one of the issues of subbing in and out every single game. And talking about that, he's actually going to be getting subbed back out for Tomsy, so maybe they listen to me.
Yeah, maybe they weren't convinced either by the 55 DPS. It was a rough one. It was really a rough one. It did feel like for the most part the draft was going to be in the favor of ZETA Division, but at the end of the day, now or never, they did manage to make something work. It just didn't quite work out all the way until the end, and I feel like once ZETA Division kind of figured out the recipe, they were able to point out exactly what they needed to do to make the difference and actually lock in that set. Now we're moving on to Pinopen for Brawl for set number 4. The chance here for ZETA to close it out, or for a comeback perhaps from now or never.
Yeah, well, I mean, Brawl Ball's where to do it if you're going to. It's either going to be a quick turnaround or it's going to be a quick finish from ZETA Division, I would imagine. Crow returning once again, and It's just one of those brawlers that seems to be popping up over and over, no matter what the game mode, no matter what the map. It's just such a great pick. Squeak, Poco, and Max going to be the bans from Zeta Division. Now we're never going to get rid of the Penny, the Poco, and the Max on the other side of things as well. So neither team wants to see the Max come in. And honestly, I guess that's only coming in as a ban from now on ever because they don't want Zeta Division to have it. Because usually they're so confident with a pick like that.
Yeah, interesting. Well, I feel like, you know, as much as we've seen Crow being picked very early and even first picked today, I think this is one of my favorite maps to do so. So I do respect the decision here from Zeta Division. As to be fair, I mean, they are the pros. I respect most of their decisions, let's be honest here. But Stu, as a reaction here as well, is going to be quite interesting because we've seen Stu successful at times today. It was very successful for Zeta Division in the previous set, but let's see how it will transfer here on Pin Open. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a super Stu heavy map in general, so I'm a little bit curious about what sort of application they have planned for that brawler, as Otis is going to be next in the pick order. And I mean, it's a fantastic brawler overall, still in a very good place, very versatile, good on so many different maps, and easily combinable with different brawlers as well to form all sorts of different comps. So I'm all down to see it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think so as well. And Spike is just another one. It's just one of these picks that keeps on coming back time and time again. That's just sprung into the meta all of a sudden because these tankier units and stuff like that have kind of come to fruition when Gale got completely nerfed into the ground. I'm sure that's what it probably is. Correct me if I'm wrong, someone in chat, because I'm not knowledgeable, and to be honest, I'm only kind of just seeing this. I've been in North America, and this isn't how things roll over there. Ash going to come in from now, or from Zeta Division as their final pick, taking a tank out of the hands of Now or Never.
Yeah, this means they need to do some sort of adjustment. I mean, of course, they do already have that Otis, which is very good at dealing with brawlers such as Ash, but either way, I mean, some extra DPS or something to slow him down could go a long way, and the mute is always a little bit scary to use whenever you have those rats in play, because, well, if you mute the rat, that's not really going to be providing any sort of value. You do end up seeing the Carl as the final pick here on side of Now or Never. I don't mind it. It has good matchups against both the Crow and the Spike. It is all right against Ash, especially with the shield up close. You're spinning, you'll deal a decent bit of damage. If you have some assistance from your teammates, you should be fine, but it's still something that they need to take into consideration. How will they deal with that Ash? Let's find out.
Yeah, just need to ensure that the Ash can't just run it down. At the moment, he seems to be able to get a decent portion of the way up the map, but just get stopped in his stride, and Lukey going to go aggressive. Jaku going to push up now, trying to find the pathway through, but can't quite get it in. Now he's going to be the one who defends that. Everybody else down, except from him and Tomsy, and it's not exactly the best matchup for him.
Yeah, it was a bit of a messy push there from Now or Never. I feel like maybe they could have approached things either in a faster way back by things being a little bit less messy, or just slowing things down and making sure they do things right, because at the end of the day, this counter-attack is absolutely fantastic on the side of Zeta Division, and that's going to be resulting in a follow-up goal 45 seconds in. Now or Never in danger, because if Zeta Division close out this game, there will be enforcing a match point onto Now or Never.
Yeah, Jaku went aggressive and did manage to find his way through, but that's a mistake. Jiro's going to jump forward. The pass is there. Down goes Lukey, and match point is going to be in the hands of Zeta Division right now, and that was just lovely. You saw the pass play coming from a mile off, and sadly, Now or Never didn't. They just went too aggressive both times, actually. Both the goals were just over-aggression. The Carl going towards the Ash, and yes, the second time he got him, well, he just left his teammates open to all the pain in the world as Zeta just walked it through.
Yeah, Zeta very, very quick to spot all those sort of opportunities. A big shot there from Yao to connect as well. Lukey not seeing it coming. Tomsy next to full, and that is going to be yet another goal for Zeta. A stomp and a half so far for this Brawl Ball set, and perhaps not much more Brawl Ball to be seen if Zeta keep it up like that. They're going for it so far. They're trying to heal up at least a little bit. Could be a chance. A slow one to Tom. He should get shut down. So Might does too, and Gerald gonna try to slot this one in, and he does get the angle just about right. That was quite the angle to hit as well, but it's on point, and just like that, ZETA Division, they lock in their third set. That means they are gonna be our first team of the year here in the EMEA to qualify for the grand finals.
I mean, deserved as well. You know, I said at the start of that set, it's going to be mopped up quick, or it's going to be a fifth set pretty quick, and ZETA Division listened and they just went for it. Complete domination in that set, really, and it just seemed like Now or Never just lost all kind of aspects of any team play whatsoever. Certain aggression that wasn't warranted was just being gone for, and then they just got wiped off the map by... I mean, Spike and Crow is just a pretty good combo. There's really... not much chance you're missing that many shots with those two brawlers, and just keeping them low time and time again, just letting the Ashe do what Ashe does the best. And I like that as well there. Nice interception from Meow, and he just saw Jiro going forwards, and that's how you're going to tie games up, with just great team play.
Yeah, I mean, right now, this was much more convincing, in my opinion, on the side of ZETA Division than their quarterfinals match. They just looked better. It looked a little bit less maybe like their opponents were making mistakes, and they were able to just capitalize, and they were quite proactive in a way and able to create their own opportunities, as much as Now or Never had some moments where, you know, they took some questionable decisions as well. That opening set was poorly drafted. I think after that, there were also some mistakes here and there. They are a team that's been learning, and you know, this process is always going to be very valuable for them to gain more insights and get better as a team. At the same time, the stats kind of speak for themselves. Quite a bit more DPS, quite a fair amount more kills as well on the side of ZETA Division, and overall just a better performance, whether it's for this set or the entirety of the match.
Yeah, I mean, just overall really solidly played, and you can see again, it's the substitutions. I'm telling you, they get 0 kills or 55 DPS. That's what it is. Whereas all of ZETA Division looking pretty solid. Well, actually not all over 200, but the one who doesn't have over 200 had 5 kills, so Meow can have that. But I mean, ZETA Division, they just looked really solid. They're going to be going to the finals. MVP will be NAVI297. Seems like he is the MVP of the majority of matches. I believe he was the same MVP from the quarterfinals for this roster as well. So I'm glad that they're moving on to the finals, but no matter who wins this next game, they're going to have some tough opposition.
Oh, absolutely. So, I mean, you know, as much as we had some pretty big surprises when it comes to who made, and especially who didn't quite make it to the monthly finals here in the EMEA, so far, I feel like the day has been somewhat in the way we expected, which scares me because usually it doesn't go like that in the EMEA, and that means that probably the biggest surprises have yet to arrive, and it could very much be happening in the second semifinal.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, there's always upset potential, and this AMR roster is very dangerous, I will say, you know, with the potential of these 3 players who kind of just came together, who there's no real explanation of how it happened. It just seemed to happen that way, and they really are a scary roster. Reply Totem, on the other hand, though, are just a little bit scarier.
Yeah, they definitely are. I think if ANR are scary, Reply Totem are terrifying. They are most of EMEA's, you know, worst nightmares, really. I don't think any team would rate Reply Totem any lower than top 2 so far this season. And it's been early stages, but they've just been so consistent. It's crazy how they went from being the most inconsistent to one of the most consistent teams. And they didn't fail to disappoint against NAVI in their quarterfinals match. They did sweep Colossal Gaming, although every set did go all the way to a third game. So it could have been quite a different story, but ANR were able to quite nicely keep it under control to lock in their own ticket to the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have thoroughly earned their spot. Arguably, Reply Totem just that little bit more because of the tougher opponent that they did have in NAVI, who you could argue that should have been the final between those two teams, really. But here are the rosters. We have got Joker, Maru, and Mori on the side of Reply Totem, and they are just absolutely incredible. You know, it's the roster coming through from the same as last year, and they went on an absolute tear as soon as Joker joined this roster in 2022.
Oh, absolutely. So before that, they were already quite a threatening team. They did start the year a little bit slow in 2022, but as soon as they picked up Joker, it was just instant, like magic. Really, the chemistry was on point, and usually it's hard when you pick up a new player to have that sort of level of chemistry. And Joker, his own, capabilities kind of just speak for themselves. Every single game, he is playing fantastically. And the beautiful thing with this team, and for the first time really for Joker as well, is his teammates are at a very similar level as him. He is the star player, but whenever he does struggle a little bit more or his teammates need to perform, they perform, and quite consistently as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think people came to that realization at Worlds. It's like, who is the best player in Europe? People will say Joker, and if it's not Joker, they're saying Maru or Mori, and it's like, okay, well, all three of these players are on the same team. That is a force to be reckoned with. On the other hand, though, ANR, Rama, Nob, and Alex, three players who kind of just came together. They fell together at the start of this year, and they've really, really proven themselves, especially in this monthly final. They weren't against the toughest of teams. It's not like Reply Totem against NAVI. They did manage to come through as a sweep, and as you said, all of the sets went all the way. So it wasn't the most convincing regardless of the scoreline. But I mean, overall, we've seen upsets happen in the qualifiers. Why not happen again?
Yeah, I am quite excited in particular for the Nob versus Joker matchup, because I made some analogies earlier about some, just seeing some similarities between their playstyles and how aggressive and how much he was popping off on the side of ANR. And I want to see if he can bring that heat and try to match the level that Joker and the standards that Joker has set for being a hyper carry for your team. Now, obviously, it is a 3v3, so it is going to come down to team play and chemistry, and this is where the difference is probably the most massive between those two teams. Reply Totem, they've stuck with the exact same roster as last year, and 2/3 of the roster of the year before that, so they really know how to play together, and they know each other inside out at this point.
Yeah, you see, the thing is, though, and I don't doubt them. I don't doubt them right now. But the thing is, coming into 2022, they kept the same roster that had done so well at World Finals in 2021, getting to top 4. And then it kind of just all fell apart in those first couple of months. And, I'm not worried about it happening the same. I'm just saying there's that slight chance that it could happen once more. 78% of the public think that Reply Totem are going to be able to beat ANR. And honestly, it sounds bad, but I don't think it's far off.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I mean, Totem, they weren't always known for their consistency, and at the end of the day, they did have that slow start of the year last year. You're right about that. I think the difference is how successful they were for the entirety of last year, whereas, in 2021, it was kind of just Worlds and the end of the year. Anyways, first pick M's here for Super Beach, and that is right after Spike, Stu, and Crow were banned out by Reply Totem. And then on the side of ANR, they banned out Max, B, and Gray.
Well, first pick is going to be neater on that side of things, though, and I like it. It's pretty versatile. It's very similar to M's in terms of just purely pretty much being used to counter out the tanks that pretty much have slipped through the draft, and with Reply Totem's bans of Spike and Crow, which were two of the most powerful tank counters at slowing them down and getting them eradicated off the map. The same with B. You kind of need to pick the ones that are left, otherwise tanks are just going to be absolutely ripping through everything.
Yeah, Otis is going to be a way to try to deal with some tankier ideas while keeping enough versatility to deal with a more standardized sort of team composition. 2 picks in a row now for the side of Reply Totem, and a chance to close out that roster. Let's see if they are going to opt for something more tanky and aggressive, like we've seen a lot of teams do. A lot of Ash, a lot of Sam recently coming up. And it's going to be a Barley, so much more control base, and not that shocking as well. And it's part of the charm of Reply Totem is their ability to kind of jump off very control-heavy sort of team compositions, and then suddenly go in for a buzz on a map where you don't expect it. And I really like that aspect of Reply Totem. Makes their drafts always just so unpredictable, yet you see some familiarities. It's kind of crazy in that way.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. Their ability to pivot is just ridiculous, and Surge going to be the pick coming in now. And I think you've kind of got to question, like, what's going to be playing through mid to start with? A Power 1 Surge or an Ems? Because I'm sure Barley probably won't be. It's just going to be a bit of a difficult start, I feel, because even if ANR take Otis through the mid instead of down the side, that's going to be able to dominate pretty much anything Reply Totem are bringing to the table. So you've kind of got to question whether they're going to be playing for late game. And in the late game, Barley's not going to be great either. Oh.
Okay. I mean, wasn't expecting
it's
it.
Alex pick, right?
It is. It really is. He used to play it a decent amount. Kind of the designated dynamite for NAVI. Well, let's see if he still got it, because this is an important moment for him to make it work. It's a ticket to the grand finals. And it's not the easiest against a Barley, because the nice thing about Barley is your puddle kind of stays on the floor, whereas with Dynamite, it's instant damage. And it might not sound nice, but it means that control-wise, it's a little bit easier to hold on to that position and limit the movement possibilities on the side of the Dynamite. Either way, they're not facing each other on lane just yet, so a bit of a non-issue for the time being.
Yeah, it is just going to be a little bit easier for Mori to push up here, and you can see it already. Barley pretty much dominates the lane, and Mori just walks directly past Alex, straight to the goal, and scores. Just as easy as that. Alex literally, I think, maybe hit half of a shot there, and it's really is worrying. Stun coming in early on, he's going to miss that as well. Actually connects to some shots now, though, and Mori might have to take this a little bit slower, but it's actually Joker playing through the mid, and he's literally gadgeting to get level 2 and beating Rama in mid. It's a little bit worrying.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you, and the fact as well that earlier Alex did super the goal and open it up completely is a bit of a scary prospect, because now Nob in defense, yeah, it's a bit challenging. He does manage to catch it, but if anyone had their super on the side of Reply Totem, that would have been an easy goal.
Yeah, well, Maru got his super now. He's going to try and zone out Rama and allow Joker to push up and try pinch down Nob to get his level 3, which is going to be the most influential, considering he'll actually be able to, well, I won't say he'll actually be able to contest mid because he has been anyway, but he'll be able to dominate mid at that. Going to jump backwards and avoid that. Alex going to miss that gadget as well, and Maru going to provide some healing to Joker, allowing him to stay in the mix.
Yeah, so far not seeing the value of the Dynamite just yet. Barley getting more damage and specifically also more utility with those healing tonics, able to keep his teammates alive and reset just a little bit faster to jump in from Joker. The double tap to take care of that kill, and the follow-up shot is deep into the net. Reply Totem was a pretty convincing first game, and as you mentioned, things kind of going weirdly with Surge, which is probably the worst early game sort of brawler, dominating through the mid against Otis, which is really not half bad in those early stages. So there needs to be just, I think, a bit more of a foothold in the mid early on from A&R, because if they let Reply Totem snowball this early on with the Surge, that is going to be a big problem.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a lot better in this game. He's managed to keep him back. They've got the lanes which they actually want this time. Stun coming in on Maru as well, but he's not going to get the finish off. Rama's going to be low, and the super from Maru just to stop them from pushing through. Joker still remains at level 1, though, and Mori just trying to push Nob out this side, but just awaiting the right moment to do so. Heals being popped from Maru, and now they're able to push up just that little bit more, and they've switched straight from defense instantly to offense, and this might even be a goal.
Oh, it nearly was, but Joker, I mean, ice cold in the veins as always, and able to slot it in the end. Minute and 30 seconds left on the clock, and it's Reply Totem again with the lead. The super not quite going to connect because Joker has a super of his own and is able to jump just straight above it. So far, so good here for Reply Totem. Despite taking some damage, they are willing to concede some of that mid control they took, and in exchange, Maru even finds a kill of his own.
Pass-through's there as well, and he's actually going to give the ball to Rama as a mistake. He does drop it on the spot, though. Maru just going to have to push through once more. The pass-through should be there. I mean, Joker's not even chosen to go for the ball. That's a little bit of a mistake. I think he thought Maru was already done with his fight, and then he could move on to fight another one, but Joker now. A little bit of a fumble. They are still firmly in control of the map and a goal up.
Yeah, as much as that could have been a way to close it out, and this was also probably a little bit of a fumble from Joker, they're still, like, completely out of harm. And there's not really anything A&R can do at this point. It would take so long and so much to push Reply Totem out of position. Reply Totem, they're fine with just playing time at this point. Obviously, They'd like to carry out that momentum to the next set, maybe just a little bit faster. Maori is going to go down. Things good start going ever so slightly wrong here, but time is incredibly low, and Alex is not really going to achieve anything once Joker is straight on to his face. Reply Totem to take this first set very convincingly, and A&R so far missing the mark a little bit, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure if we saw A&R get out of their half of the map more than once, and that was instantly off spawn when we have a level 1 surge. It really is worrying, and to be honest, I don't think they had the worst comp in the world. Yes, Dyna was an absolutely terrible pick and it did nothing, but it still could have done more than it did.
Yeah, no, it really didn't do much. I think that as much as I think that Dyna is a brawler that can be played at times, there was kind of just no reason to bring him out, I feel like. Especially facing the Barley, it kind of feels like a worse option to do similar stuff, and it just didn't really find any sort of value at the end of the day, and you need to bring something to the table. He does still get more DPS than Nob, to be fair, but I mean, his own DPS wasn't very impressive either, you know? So right now, looking at stats, damage is better on the side of Reply Totem, and kills is quite a bit better on the side of Reply Totem.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, I don't think getting more DPS than Nob is a good thing. I think that's more worrying for Nob rather than good for Alex, to be honest with you. But on the other side of things, I mean, Reply Totem, their DPS is good. Joker's got 9 kills with Surge, and that's just absolutely incredible, especially when you're playing it through the mid. Starting off at level 1 especially is a difficult task to get leveled up, especially when you're against a Dynamite who can sit behind walls, an Otis that's going to outrange you, but he just played it so well and just shows the prowess of him in himself.
Yeah, absolutely. So this, you know, as I said earlier, could be quite an interesting matchup between Joker and Nob. It is the Joker show, as we are kind of used to seeing it for the last year or so. And yeah, so far, Nob doesn't really have, you know, too much to say about that for the time being. I'm hoping to see something different happening in sets 2 and 3. But right now, Reply Totem pretty much just playing their own game. And I think that A&R messed up the draft and then weren't really able to come back from there, as there are teams that are able to pretty much turn around any draft. Obviously, you know, there are going to be some exceptions there, but I feel like there are teams that can quite nicely adapt, and you can't ever really call them out even if they don't have the best draft. In this case, it didn't feel like either were here. The draft was poor, and it didn't really feel like they were able to do anything off it afterwards anyways.
I mean, to be honest, the thing with the draft is, I don't think it was terrible up until that last pick. Like, I was with it. It was like, maybe it's not as good as the Totem draft, but you're still going to have some level of a foot in the door in the game, you know? But they just chose Dynamite last. And I think when you're against the Barley and there's no other good throwers on the map, you've kind of just got to accept the fact that you're going to be pinned in spawn on one of the lanes and just try and win the other. But they kind of didn't just pivot off it. And, you know, as you were saying before, that's just what Reply Totem do so well. And that's why they come out on top of the majority of games. We are going to be heading on to Hot Zone, Open Zone being the map B as the first pick from Reply Totem. And it's always going to be solid. Crow, Stu, and Lola going to be the bans from Reply Totem. Max is the first pick from A&R with the Lola, the Meg. I mean, you're against Reply Totem, you kind of have to ban the Meg and the Bonnie.
Yeah, this is quite classic so far. B first pick on Open Zone, not something unheard of at all. And Max's reaction to B is also not very crazy in any sort of way. The Poco being brought in was the Max. I kind of like, because yes, obviously it synergizes really well. It is a bit of a risk because you are facing a B and potentially a lot of DPS and burst DPS, which means you or your teammates go down before you get the chance to heal them. But at the end of the day, if this is a plan they're willing to stick with and willing to commit for, I don't mind it. I'm down to see it. We'll see the Amber and the Bell on the side of Reply Totem. Quick draft here again, and just gonna be playing it fairly standard, playing the range and playing damage and hoping that Alex is not gonna be out healing his teammates.
You know, I do like the Amber. Me and Ark was searching for it earlier in one of the games, but I'm not sure how I feel about the Bell, especially when you're against that Max. You're going to add another sharpshooter to the B. It's going to be a little bit difficult. They're going to go with the Gus, and I honestly really like what A&R have got here. The Max, the Poco's just an incredible composition together, and the Gus on top of that as well to be able to provide shields, and the gadgets are really strong as well. And you know, usually I'd say I'm worried for the team who's against it, but it's Reply Totem, so I'm kind of not.
Yeah, I'm with you. I really understand what you mean there, to be honest. I like it too, and I think Gus's role here a little bit is that the awkward moment when you have a comp like Poco Max is when you don't have either super and you're kind of like stuck on a retake or something along those lines. And if you do have that Gus super, that could help your Max just reach out a little bit more to get that max speed, or the Poco to go in and tank a couple more shots to get that super down and open things up. So far, Reply Totem shots are connecting quite decently. It's a fairly even start, but Mari with some more connection. Beautiful stuff, just not missing at this point. And I think this is what this comp from Reply Totem pretty much relies on, right? It's mechanics, mechanics, mechanics. You gotta be hitting all of those shots, and right now they just don't seem to be missing any.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Nob's going to get the gadget off on Joker, and that's going to open up something for them, but Mari just keeping him back so well as well. Oil thrown out there, or whatever you'd call it with this skin. Definitely not oil, but at this point, it doesn't matter because it's just being played so well. And Maury's just back again. He goes down, he comes back up, and he just doesn't stop hitting. Hits the mark, and that shot was going to hit as well. Nob's low, he's marked up. Mari's going to come and clean him up, and the gap was closed down just a little bit by A&R, but instantly just reclaimed by Totem.
Yeah, right now, Reply Totem not in a half bad position. A&R trying to close the gap and get up close and personal, but Rama burns down, pops a gadget that is not going to find much of any value at this point. Don't even think he managed to get the connection onto Alex with that one. And A&R, they are running out of time, running out of percentages. Reply Totem looking to close things out right here, right now. Maru is still standing. Maru is going to be the one to close it out at the end of the day. And that is going to be another game going the way of Reply Totem. 3 in a row now, and A&R, I'm not sure if nor their comp or they in general have what it takes to really turn things around. At least not in this one.
Yeah, I mean, it honestly doesn't surprise me. I mean, Totem had just played it so well. They basically just got control instantly and just kept it for the rest of the game with a little bit of a hiccup every now and again. But there's Joker again, just hitting his shots, and that's what wins the games. Oil thrown out by Maru, burned down as well. Instantly negated, though, by Rama using that gadget. And honestly, I'm not really sure how much I like that gadget being used on this map instead of the other one. But they've got some control back because of it, and they need to hold it now.
Well, let's see if A&R can hold on to it this time around. Retaking is not going to be the easiest for Reply Totem, but when you hit those B shots, it does certainly help quite a bit. Super from Joker does not find a connection. He's low HP as well, so needs to be very careful about how he plays this one out. Now getting bagged off the bat. The burn not quite going to be connecting. Rama is marked up, and eventually Mari is able to take him down. Alex tanking a lot of shots there in the shield now, making sure he stays healthy and in the mix. A&R certainly turning this one around so far, at least. I was having my concerns and my doubts. Seems like A&R made sure to just level up those wiggles a little bit, dodge those sharpshooter shots, and get into that zone percentage after percentage. It's 92% now in their favor, making 93 as Rama overcommits a little bit there just for the 1%. A Reply Totem at last have mid control again, but they can't mess this one up.
Yeah, and I mean, instantly it's going to be taken down by A&R. They just get into the position and manage to hold it in this one. I just feel like maybe Alex played that a little bit better. It seemed like they had a few more max speeds in there, which allows them to juke a lot more of those sharpshooter shots. And also, the Poco just played it a little bit better, I think, as well.
They certainly did. I mean, I think Reply Totem were whiffing some more shots and being maybe a little bit more predictable as well, shooting a lot into phase shifters and just some lost value across the board in that sense. They do get a really quick kill there, and second one follows up, which is going to be somewhat problematic here for ANR. The burn will not connect. They will remove some bushes, make those potential speed gears and just information a little bit more predictable across the board. Nice tags from Maori. An aggressive nest egg and the follow-up shots from Nob, as well as a nicely timed gadget will help out pick up that elimination. Alex over aggressive there, goes down. Nob and Rama not looking too good HP wise either, and that means they need to concede control again. Reply Totem looking really good once again.
Yeah, Nob just trying to flank around this round side. Not going to be connected by Joker there, but the speed popped by Alex, and that should open up some position to get through, but just burned down pretty much straight away. Joker's got this 3k in hand, and Maury's just hitting shots. Alex going to be able to use that phase shifter to avoid some more, but not sure how long that's going to last, and they do have a 30% buffer as well, waiting for Mario to come back up and retaking his lane, and just playing as a team so well. Oil being placed down, and that should zone them off this middle bit just a little bit longer, as no more Poco gadgets available to get rid of these status effects. And now it is getting closer, but Joker really taking his moment to try and go forward and get some percentage as well. But A&R are playing this really well.
Yeah, right now they're able to dodge those shots quite consistently, and with Joker going down, it could have been a game-changing play. Will it be though? Alex left in a 1v2 now. They do have the lead on the side of A&R. Alex is taken quite low, eventually taken out. Speed only popped onto Nob, but percentage-wise, it's a very, very close affair. A&R close to sealing the deal. Alex in a 1v3 here. He'd need a miracle, but he's getting burned down, and now suddenly there's a chance for Reply Totem to catch up. Nob connecting some shots. A beautiful super Maru ever so slightly closes this one out, but that was incredibly close. 56 HP, but Maru saves the day here for Reply Totem, and that's going to be a second set locked in.
I mean, that should just not have happened, let's be honest. But at the end of the day, he managed it. 56 HP, just clung on to that last shred of hope and managed to make it happen. This would be a totally different conversation, a totally different story if he had gone down there. It would be 1-1 and A&R would be back in it with momentum on their side. But now they've got to win 3 sets in a row. And that's against Reply Totem, who now have momentum on their side just that little bit more as well. It makes you worry a little bit, but at the same time, they've still got a little bit of a chance.
Yeah, this is when you're, the mental aspect of the game comes in play, and the morale, right? Because yes, you did just lose this game to basically 56 HP, and it's heartbreaking, and it's incredibly hard to recover from mentally because you were that close from taking it, but you were also that close from taking it against, arguably the best team in Europe. And if A&R managed to, focus on the right things, that could be a little bit of a boost to their morale. As much as, I'm saying it is a lot easier said than done. In practice, it is a heartbreaking loss, and I don't know how they will recover from, but I'm wishing them the best of luck.
I mean, I can't just kind of glaze over the fact that Rama's got 0 kills in this entire thing. Not kind of what you expect, and Maury, on the other hand, 14 kills with 241 DPS is definitely a bit of a statistic that needs to be looked at. I mean, Nob on the other side of things as well, you were questioning if he'd be able to, bring these aggressive aspects and challenge Joker as this kind of, well, not new player anymore in terms of Joker, but the more aggressive kind of play style. And I mean, it looks like he has got his foot in the door there.
He's definitely performing here and there, but again, it's not quite enough here for A&R to, really make the difference. And they were close, don't get me wrong. They were incredibly close from taking that set home. Unfortunately, they did concede it to Reply Totem, and now they are very, very close to being defeated and knocked out of this monthly final. The first one for, actually none of them, I'm just capping. But our draft is kicking in, and it's going to be Brock Colette and Eve bent out by Reply Totem. A&R taking out 8-Bit, Rum, and Bonnie, and that means that we will be seeing the Ruffs first pick on the side of A&R.
And maybe I was wrong to underestimate Grom here earlier. I saw it banned earlier, and I was kind of questioning why, but it seems to be banned time and time again now, and maybe it is a pretty solid pick. Bell going to be the first pick from Reply Totem in the hands of Joker at the moment, but sure will get swapped over so he can go something just a little bit more aggressive. But I do like that Ruff's first pick, especially with Eve out the way, Brock out the way. You know, you're not going to be able to levitate over the water, and there's one of those wall break brawlers out the way. We might be seeing a Griff or something like that in return from Reply Totem to be able to break this wall up and actually have some control of the right-hand side, or a Carl at least, to get the flying hook over.
Yeah, let's see if this is something they want to go for. They should be locking in their second pick on the side of Reply Totem. Potentially some wall breaks could be quite interesting to bring to the table. Rico has always been a little bit of a staple of this map as well. It is going to be Otis, not a big surprise either. Very consistent, very versatile. It's followed up with a Piper, going to be trying to match the range of the Bell. Doesn't quite offer as much utility per se, but the wall breaks can be useful as well to either destroy some of those barrels down in the mid. That can be tricky to deal with if your opponents have mid control and you basically can't hit them because they use it as cover. So that could be one of the ways to utilize that. They obviously already do have some wall breaks with the Ruffs. Now the B to join in as well and try to capitalize more on the range, more on the long range damage, and opening up that map as much as possible. Let's see what Reply Totem is gonna go for with their final pick. This is where, you know, you would see them go for a Buzz, but the B is gonna be trying to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, they're going to be taking the Carl, flying hook over the water, as I said, but I'm not sure if I love or hate this A&R comp, to be honest with you. I don't know. Like, I just don't know how good it's going to be when Maury gets that breakthrough play, gets into that top right-hand corner. Yes, they're probably going to be able to break it, but by that time, it might be too little too late, and they're going to have, you know, a lot of damage on safe and a lot of control, and they're not really going to be able to compensate too well when and if, I guess, Maru and Maury start to go that little bit more aggressive.
Well, only one way to find out, and it's to jump straight into game. 1-for-1 trade on the tags down in the mid. Gadget pumped by Rama, and Mari knows the pattern all right, but then is going to be tanking the other half of the gadget, interestingly enough. Falls back to Bush to heal up. Might have some connectivity issues on his end, not entirely sure. But either way, it is Totem with just a little bit more control, not with a nice tag onto Maru. Alex has a charge shot as well. And Maru will be taking care of that honeypot.
Yeah, getting that down nice and quick. I mean, Joker is eating a few shots from Alex, and it is affecting his lane of Maury, who just has to back up now that he has been hit by that. Fat Splatter being placed down in the mid, zoning out a little bit, but Joker, healing gets reset by that meteor that comes down. Maru's going to go aggressive, and actually, I believe, auto-aim to the left there. Hitting, well, not hitting Nob, but in the direction of him. Maury in a world of hurt right now as he's just being shot by everybody, but manages to find a way to stay alive.
There was the flying hook in, follow-up kill, and nearly taking Nob down 2. Was low HP. Alex is going to be attempting to take him out of that position, but do so successfully. It's only a 6% lead so far, so nothing too significant just yet. As ANR trying to get some more tags down 2, and now able to build up a 4% lead of their own. Again, nothing that would stop Reply Totem from turning this one around, but definitely worth being careful about, as Mari and Rama are going to be trading each other out. Nob survived with 172 HP, and Maru is looking to finally get in that keep position you mentioned, but I don't really know if he's going to get much, if any, value from there. Never mind, he gets a kill, goes for a super, and gets melted down before he can reach that safe. Nevertheless, it's a very slight lead in favor of Reply Totem.
Not sure how long it'll last though. Joker looking like he might go down. It's up to Mori and Maru to keep this control. No flying hooks left, and if Rama gets super, that's going to be launched straight towards the safe, but they're not getting through. They're not letting the break happen. Alex is going to go down. Nob remains, and they've managed to fend off all three of them without taking a drop of damage. Reply Totem going to be going on to match point, and A&R, although they had control for pretty much the entire game, one breakaway will be good enough to do it for Reply Totem.
That was a flawless defense at the end from Reply Totem, just really not giving anything away. They could not even see the save at this point, as they were body blocking perfectly, and at the same time making sure that each player of A&R was dropping down one by one. Match point now in the hands of Reply Totem. Let's see what they make of it.
Joker now getting hit pretty hard, but backing up, Homie Respi comes in, and Mori is low as well. Did manage to take down Joker. No shots connect him further, but then one does. Fat Splatter going to be wasted as well. Maru trying to look for the opportunity to go in on Nob, but he doesn't manage to get him. Slow wasted though by Alex, and first signs of damage come down. Only 2%, not massively influential, but every little helps.
Certainly does. Rama has been solid on that left lane, and even though he is pushed away, took a lot of utility, and he's still alive. Back from Joker across lanes. Follow up from Nob onto Maru. Missed there onto Joker. Homemade recipe is going to be very nicely dodged by Joker, but he is low HP, and it does connect the two-tap, dodges the shot from Nob, and so far showing superiority. Some beautiful dodges, does end up going down at the end of the day. That means that A&R get to keep a little bit of a lead here. 3% only, however, and earlier, let's be honest, we did see what 3% of a lead could do.
Yeah, there's the mute though, and he's going to go down. Mori's going to get the breakaway onto safe, and even if Nob hits him once, he's got to hit him twice, and that's going to be quite a lot of damage coming down. 360 HP eventually does fall, but Joker still in this position, does go back to the spawn now though, and a marked up Alex trying to push for some damage. Nothing just yet. Rama needs to try and slot into a good position. Gonna have that nest egg pop on Nob and bring in slow and low, but not down just yet, and the control is in their hands.
Alex now has a super as well, which should dissuade Maru from getting over aggressive. Super is gonna be missed. Some more damage on safe, and right now it's 2% in favor of Reply Totem. Things might get turned around quite quickly, however, here if something opens up. Rama gonna get some connections on the safe. 3% in favor of A&R. Is that gonna be enough? Maru pushing forward, is gonna try to get some damage on their safe. It's not quite gonna cut it though, and Reply Totem will be, with another match point in their hands as A&R ties things up in this one. It got quite messy. It got quite close. Kind of what we expect from those longer range, more passive approach sort of heist maps, but it keeps the tension up, and A&R not quite eliminated just yet. They stand another chance here to take their first set of the match.
Well, much better start for Totem this time. They did have a little bit of a lane swap, and Mori going to throw a fat splatter down onto the safe. Alex going to be looking for the slow down, does get it there, but quite quickly cleaned up by Maru. Shots coming down, and Rama trying to pinch in, but Maru getting some good shots towards Alex. 19% done, and that's pretty much more than we saw in the entirety of the last game, so nice to see a bit more of an explosive start.
Alex gets the pick up onto Joker, but at the expense of getting marked up. Maru swapping to the right lane. Need to play it defensively. Joker places down another nest egg. Rama maybe looking to get into a crossfire position there with Nob, and successfully together eliminating Joker. Supply drop to remove those tricky walls, and there's two players buffed up now for A&R, and let's see if they can hold on to them as Nob finds Joker. Joker that did find Alex just before. At least for now, the buffs are still running. They're still up for A&R.
Yeah, Maori does have this mute though, and Joker with the mark, and they need to be a little bit cautious about that. Alex looking for the slow, but can't get it, and both of the people who have the power-ups now go down. Alex tries to find the slow, does get it. Can he get the finish off as well? He does. Mori goes down, but Maru flying hook to the top, wall break coming in, and he's going to avoid that as well. Just delay time that little bit more. 45 seconds on the clock, 49% dealt, and it's tough for ANR.
Certainly is. That's the largest lead we've seen so far in this set. But it is in favor of Reply Totem, and with that match point in hand, ANR, they need to turn things around within the next 20 seconds, or it's going to be the end of their journey in this February monthly final. Now, able to get a nice pickup onto Joker. Pickup they need right now, but he gets melted down, and that kill from Maru, the follow-up mute. Maru finding the turn. That's all gonna be settling it here for Reply Totem as they lock in their spot in the grand finals of the February monthly finals. ANR are out.
I mean, it's disappointing for ANR. I thought they did a really solid job, to be honest. And, you know, they had certain points where they could have got a couple of sets against them. They should have won the hot zone, and that would have brought it into a totally different story. We wouldn't be saying good game right now. We might even be saying ANR come out on top, as they did in one of those games, and with a little bit more momentum, they might have been the ones who are 2-1 up right now. But Reply Totem do end out in a 3-0 against ANR. And although the scoreline looks like that, I'm quite sad to see it not go further.
Yeah, I think that all things considered, you know, as much as some of the teams that made it to this monthly final were a little bit questionable, I don't think ANR was a part of that category. I think they look pretty good overall, and let's be honest, they're a threat to really solid teams. They took some out in the qualifiers as well, and I can see that happening again if they're willing to stick with that team. Stick with that roster. I see some real potential here.
Yeah, no, I do as well. And, you know, there's points on the board, and every point is going to go in towards that Worlds qualification and the LCQ, and having a good start is really the foundation going forward to try and get the points towards something. And, you know, although a lot of these teams aren't the teams that you usually be facing, like Foot and SK, who are going to be wanting to strive towards, getting the points when they're not there is what matters, and ANR have done just that. In terms of statistics, though, I mean, all the kills pretty much on the side of ANR, and it's just not the objective in Heist. Therefore, you're not going to get the wins.
Certainly, so playing the objective is one of the basics, and at the end of the day, you gotta, you know, take the right decisions at the right time, and sometimes it is gonna be privileging kills, sometimes getting more damage done. It just kind of felt like Reply Totem out-edged them in most ways. And there wasn't really any place for ANR to really shine, even though they had their chances here and there. I think that hot zone, the fact that they weren't able to pick it up kind of just pretty much settled it from there in a way. That was their set, their chance to tie things up, and that would have given them a little bit more wiggle room for the rest of the series as well. Fortunately, it is what it is at this point, and I think they can still be quite proud of their performance, all things considered.
Definitely so, and Joker being the MVP, I can't say it's much of a surprise there, to be honest with you. He is the person we expect to be going home with that title. I mean, Maru Mori did an incredible job as well, but, you know, he's the golden boy. He is the star factor on Reply Totem, and he's what changed their 2022 for the better, and he's what has started 2023 off so well for them.
Absolutely, certainly so. He's been a phenomenal player, all things, in all aspects, really. And right now, I think that Reply Totem are looking like the best team in EMEA, but they will be facing another team that very much wants to say otherwise.
Indeed, but before we get into that, we have to reintroduce a very handsome face back to our screens. Ark should be rejoining us momentarily. Welcome back. How'd you feel about that game?
I mean, I, for one, couldn't agree more, mate. I mean, that's probably the nicest thing you've ever said to me as well. So I'm a little bit flushed. What a match. What a game. Super exciting stuff. I mean, Reply Totem just looking so phenomenally good right now. It's quite scary to see them just getting so stuck in so quickly. Very, very enjoyable. And I kind of agree with you, Trevor. I would like to have seen that one go even a little bit further in, because I've got to say, shout out to Nob, playing out of his mind today as well. Thoroughly enjoyable stuff. Let's take a look back at the the bracket, though, of today, as we had the quarterfinal stages be pretty spectacular in all fairness. Now or never, with that big pickup win, went off to face ZETA. ZETA, of course, looking so strong today, made it all the way to today's grand final. A rough day for Team Queso in that respect, as they did get reverse swept by that team. Reply Totem with a 3-1 pickup over NAVI, and again a 3-0 pickup over ANR, going from strength to strength already in this competition. But ANR, I think, had a really, really good start today. I mean, a fantastic win against Colossal. Couldn't quite make it to the grand finals today, but nonetheless looking really, really great going into this year's season. But now, the grand final is ZETA Division up against Reply Totem. I mean, let's talk predictions, guys. I'm just going to throw it out there. I mean, not only have I got a clean sheet with you guys here today, but I put my predictions forward for APAC. I am 11 out of 11 so far. I'm waiting for this grand finals to make it my 12 out of 12. Are you guys still in the same mindset of Reply Totem? Trav, do you still think that they have got what it takes to go all the way, having seen what you've seen?
I mean, I think you've kind of got to, and I will say, you know, you're really not letting go of the fact that, you know, you did so well at APAC, because at the end of the day, you got the same predictions as here, and you just still have to one-up us.
I feel like Reply Totem are looking very, very good. I'm not gonna lie. Let's take a look in just a minute at some of the rosters as well coming up. I mean, for me, they need very little of an introduction, but ZETA Division, Teddy, talk us through where this team were last year and where they are now.
Well, they were in a lot of different places last year. First Craze Clan, then Chasmac, now ZETA. They have been jumping around orgs, but this seems like it could very much be a longer-term home, as they have found a pretty sweet spot. And let's be honest, at the beginning of last year, they were also considered as one of the top teams. It did slowly die down a little bit, the hype, but towards the end of the year, they were still able to pull through and qualify for the World Finals. They're a team that has now built up some experience and seems to know more what they are looking for when it comes to playstyle. And you know, last year was their chance to kind of figure all of that out. I think this year is their chance to explode and be one of the most dominant teams in the EMEA. So far, they are delivering.
I agree. It's a fantastic start for them. A little bit slow and sometimes rough around the edges, but it is the first stream of the year. You know, that kind of stuff does develop over time, and the confidence that arrives along with it now. Reply Totem, of course, Joker, Maru, and Maori. They're actually going to be playing against their former coach, who's going to be with, obviously, ZETA Division, Trav being INSO. So this is going to be a very interesting affair.
Yeah, I mean, I literally said, I think right at the start when we were first seeing Reply Totem, that I'd be intrigued to see if, you know, INSO has any inside information that will help ZETA beat Reply Totem, because I can't say it's happened too many times before. So if it happens now, I think we might know the reason.
It's gonna be. I fully agree, Trav. It's like when you've got such a closeness to players. I mean, they're you know, still friends, I'm sure, no doubt about it. But you know, today definitely much rivals. You know, you do have that inside scoop. You know the strengths and weaknesses of your opposition, and I'm sure INSO going to be bringing a lot of information to the table then for ZETA Division to be able to work with. But I don't know. Having watched them play against ANR, it's tough to know for me as to whether that information will even be enough, Teddy, because Reply Totem just looks so dominant today.
Yeah, as much as I said earlier that ZETA Division are looking really, really good, I feel like if you look at the amount of mistakes that both teams do and how much they're willing to give away to their opponents, whether it comes in control or some mistakes in the draft, it feels like it's been happening much more consistently on the side of ZETA Division. So if they're able to iron things out and have just a very clean performance against Reply Totem, I can definitely see them winning. Things are so far, I feel like, yeah, I'm just not willing to bet on it. And Reply Totem has seemed like just a more stable team, which is still crazy to me even a year after to call them a stable and consistent team.
Yeah, I'm going to further that question to you, Trev. Where do you see the cracks potentially there for ZETA Division, you know, or for rather Reply Totem? Do ZETA have a chance here?
I mean, any team's got a chance, right? But it's like, how big's the chance? I don't think that big. Reply Totem, regardless of, you know, as Teddy said, you know, inconsistencies in the past and stuff like that, they seem to be a lot more solidified towards the late last year and definitely early this year with the games they've played today. Like, they've already faced some of the most fierce competition in NAVI. And, you know, we can't go back and say, oh, it's a best of 3 now, because it was a best of 5. They just beat NAVI and they've moved on. And I don't think that ZETA Division will be any different.
Yeah, I do have a feeling that Reply Totem will secure this one in myself. But I'd also love to see an upset. I mean, I'm all for that. On the first stream of the year, would love for nothing more. But my predictions are at stake, and I'd quite like the clean sheet today, if I'm completely honest. But no, Teddy, you know, for the first stream of the year, has EMEA lived up to what you were expecting to really kick off the year and the season? You know, has it delivered for you so far today?
It certainly has. I mean, we had a reverse sweep in the quarterfinals, which is always something that I am thrilled to see. We didn't really have the typical upset that we kind of expect from the EMEA monthly final, but to be fair, there's a bunch more this year, so it's not really like, you know, I know we'll get them at some point, so I'm perfectly satisfied so far. Our predictions are going phenomenally well, so I'm happy. I'm very happy, Ark.
Glad to hear it, Teddy. When you're happy, it makes me very happy. And you know, just whilst we're waiting for the next draft to start to take its toll, Trav, you know, talk us through a team that have really stood out to you today, aside obviously from our grand finalists here of ZETA Division and Reply Totem. You know, what team do you think has stood out to you as a front runner for coming back to really kind of like show some growth throughout the year?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think Now or Never have really been the team who have made a mark on me. You know, they obviously did really well last year. They're not exactly a newcomer to the BSC or even the top level of Brawl Stars. But I don't know, they just had some level of performance, especially in the first game and, you know, somewhat in the second one that they played against Reply Totem. To be able to put any fight up against ZETA Division, sorry, to be able to put any... What was it? Did they play Reply Totem or ZETA Division? I'm losing myself now. They played it was
your match, mate, so I hope you know.
Division. They played ZETA Division, I think, at least. Just don't quote me on it, but I think they played ZETA Division. And you know, they provided a good performance, and to be able to put a performance up against a team like ZETA Division is commendable in itself.
I love watching Trav shake and shudder. Teddy, me and Trav are going to take the lead on the grand finals, but we'll check back in with you directly after to get your thoughts on how it goes down. First set will be Heist, Trav. Bridge too far. We've seen it a couple of times today, but I've got to draw attention to the poll over at event.brawlstars.com. 57% feel like ZETA are going to take this one over Reply Totem. So going against the casting desk when it comes to the polls. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, you've got to question whether or not we've just got a lot of Polish people on event.brawlstars.com or they actually think they're going to win. And honestly, I think it might be a hefty amount of Polish people, or people think it's the Japanese team.
Annie coming in again. I quite like it. I mean, ZETA made it work earlier, didn't they? With the 8-bit coming in as well, which could be a troublesome thing to make work now with the Brock side of Joker's first draft. Quite like the bans, though. I do feel like the bans make a lot of sense here. Does open the doors a little bit open to be another long-range brawlers, but the Bonnie being banned, the Piper being banned, I think that's solid for Reply Totem here. In all honesty, they can bring in Lola as well. That's going to be really good for being able to push forwards. Having that ego there for some tankability goes a long, long way.
Definitely so. Colette is coming in next, and obviously against an 8-bit, it's going to be pretty solid. Brock against the 8-bit is going to be pretty solid, and it might have a little bit of a tough time against the Nanny, which all members of Reply Totem will at the moment, but that's one lane. If you beat the other two, you're going to have that DPS advantage. ZETA Division do have this last pick, however, though, and maybe it'll be something long range again. But Piper, Bonnie off the table, and Bell as well. It's tough to say what they might bring, but surely won't be a tank or anything like that because of the Colette and the Lola. It's going to be Penny, and honestly, I'm not sure about you, but I haven't really seen Penny that much on this map.
Yeah, it's not... I don't know, in Heist for me, Penny, it's definitely a brawler that can work, but only realistically for me against teams that really struggle to hold their own in terms of control and map presence. And that is not a team like Reply Totem. They are a team that can really, you know, if they do lose control, come back from that situation. Would maybe prefer to see B and just kind of juggle those shots between the amplified shot on the safe and then earning that off the opposition yet again. It might struggle a little bit against the Lola matchup, but there's obviously the ability to swap those lanes, and let's see how ZETA fare it. I'm imagining they're going to be having the return to sender gadget again on NAVI's side, because that's what they were running earlier, but maybe not. Maybe they'll try to take Reply Totem by surprise and bring in the Warp Blast this time round. At the moment, so far, It's the first sign of damage from Maori as he does connect, but now he has got super here. He's going to go through it, and there is the Warp Blast. So I quite like that strategy. No doubt Reply Totem earlier would have clocked the fact that they weren't using it, and a lovely amount of value there from Geru, really bringing in the gadget there as well. Bit of a base race now, Trav.
Yeah, but who's it going to be ahead for? And it looks like it's going to be just Zeta Division by 3%, narrowly taking this first game. And to be honest, it was a weird one because Penny kind of had a free lane to start with, but you can't just leave a Penny. I mean, you can't like defend a Penny fully whilst not going for damage yourself. So it was a little bit of a mismatch there. And I feel like Reply Totem are going to come back a little bit stronger. Having Colette down the mid was a little bit unfortunate, as it's probably the worst match about the three against the Penny.
It's kind of unusual, though, to see a base race at such an early stage between these two teams. I mean, they're not necessarily looking to take a big gamble here. Nice pick from Gary. All a bit of a Warp Blast mistake there from now. He could have got a bit more value then, gone a bit more further forwards. In the meanwhile, it's down to Meow to try to defend the situation. Joker going to be looking to get some damage. What's coming up behind Naui, and now the pinch between Mari and Joker was spot on perfect. Continuing the assault now, and yeah, this is a tough situation. We need to see more resolve here from Zeta and a chance to pick themselves up.
Yeah, I mean, with a bit more control and a bit more patience, it seems like Totem are going to be just a bit further ahead on this one, but we've got Salty Barrel and a turret just to tank all of Joker's shots, and it's going to be difficult as a Colette to get through it, but all three members of Reply Totem are respawning, and they do have to be a little bit cautious on the side of Zeta to not overextend and provide them with control once again, because they got a meaty push off the start, and they got a decent lead because of it.
Almost there, almost for now with the help of Geru, but now Joker pushing forward with the Gotcha Gadget in play, and Maru from the right-hand side, putting a great deal of pressure upon the situation here as Zeta are struggling to bring it back around. Nice there from Gary, putting down the damage booster. There's the extra credits as well, combined with it. Some big damage going in now for Zeta, but on the right-hand side, Maru and Mari pushing through, and it's looking very, very good for them. Now he's got to do something about this. 3 versus 1. Surely he can't do anything now.
Oh, that was lovely from Mori as well. He saw the Warp Blast come in, jumped straight over the shot before he could take him down, and that was just an absolutely lovely play. They managed to get the damage and they managed to get the game because of it, and that's what I meant. You know, it was the one mistake. A bit of laneage off the start was an issue in the first one for Reply Totem. This one, they just polished it up, cleaned it, and then they're going to be able to beat them in a normal game because they probably are just the better team.
Yeah, taking the chance for that base race at the beginning, but when they're a game down, just starting to play the more composed and methodical game here. Gary just needs to get that super early, wants the damage booster down, but ooh, be cautious here. Yeah, he does go down. A bit overzealous. Could have maybe be playing a bit more cautiously, as this is where we've seen Zeta really struggling. They're just leaving bodies and not securing kills on the safe, and now we're on 168 HP. Got to be surely resourceful here and try to heal up before bringing out the peep. Mario throws down the ego, pops the gadget as well for the freeze frame, and does manage to get some damage on the safe. Zeta are struggling in this one, Trav, massively so.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Reply Totem. I mean, they took an early loss in this set, and now they're just really making up for it. All 3 members survive here as well, with a splash from the Penny is not really going to be doing too much for him. Straight through the ego onto him, but this Incendiary and Brock splash damage is dirty. Joker's pretty much one shot off another super and does manage to get it. Maru just heading around the right-hand side. Takedown from Mori there, really nice, and the turret's going to shortly go down along with it. Mori jumping to the right-hand side now, damage gear activated as well, and it's honestly fairly close in terms of percentage, only about 30% in it, but it's just a question of who's going to be able to keep control now.
That's connection there, and the pickup from Gary was on point as well. Now the Gary has to come back. He's got to ensure that there's someone there to take care of Maori. Should Maori try to make a little dash for the safe here. Maori pushing back onto now on the left-hand side, and now swapping that between himself and Geru. Joker clears up the aisle in the middle, and now with the Gotcha Gadget in play, trying to connect with Meow, and does so just to survive a little bit longer. Penny turret goes down, Mari jumps away. Turret, though, not going to lock onto the safe just yet, and might even go down before it does so. There is a chance, a glimmer here for Zeta. If they can start to just confirm, Mari on this right-hand side and take care of Mari a little bit with some low HP, they could get the damage here.
I mean, Joker's just going for the supers on the 8-bit, which I find a little bit cautious rather than trying to juke up and use it on the safe, but shots getting onto their safe now as they're on the back foot. Jiro just trying to push up this mid, and no gadgets left for Joker. Range disadvantage. Turret being placed up by Jiro, and this might be enough for them to take this one down. The damage starting to come through now, and they're just 1% behind. Jiro low. They've got to get this tank off as well. He can't get it done, and they do get the teleport in and the safe down. Zeta Division going to be one set up against Reply Totem, and this time they just weren't composed enough.
I loved it. I mean, ZETA played it on point towards the end, just really starting to communicate better, I felt, because a team like Reply Totem are waiting in those final seconds for that one mistake. There is time when there's, you can do so much in just even 10 seconds to turn around a game, and Reply Totem know that they just need one singular takedown to turn the balance. ZETA didn't give them an inch, and that's what gave them the win. And I'm sure now looking back, Reply Totem might be feeling a little bit more resentful of that first game where we saw the base race. Had they not really gone down those lines, and that might have been a different story, but they are now one set down, and this is the chance for them to be really tested now, and a chance for seeing how ZETA fare when they're in the lead, because to be honest, we haven't really seen them be in the lead too much today. They've had some rocky roads, but this is a great start for them, and I feel like Reply Totem now will have to consider where it went wrong.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's just a little bit of a weird one, really. I'm not sure if ZETA just had a better comp or something like that, but I don't know, it just seemed like maybe they weren't themselves either. Reply Totem just didn't seem like they were getting the 1v1 kills that they would usually get and getting the damage off the back of that. In terms of statistics, though, I mean, it's pretty similar, really. Joker, 242 DPS, but 5 kills, not getting the amount of kills that his DPS really wanted. And on the other side of things, it's just pretty even across the board as well.
Yeah, it's pretty close, but I felt like Reply Totem, for the most part, had more control over the situation. It's towards the later stages where we started to really see ZETA, squeeze out all its worth and start to, buckle their shoes into the ground, start to hold their own better. But I feel like Reply Totem going fresh and replenished into Hot Zone can definitely do wondrous things. But again, this is where Inso on the side of the coaching side of ZETA division will have such a good idea as to what Reply Totem want to bring into a map like Ring of Fire. I mean, I'm kind of expecting the Megs to be banned here, because it's surely, and straight away it is on the side of ZETA, along with the Poco and the Grey. On the side of Reply Totem, bans are Max, Penny, and Gus, and the early draft in for Reply Totem being the B.
I like it. I mean, B's always a very, very solid pick. Super versatile on a map like this, whether people take tanks, whether they take long range down the mid. It's pretty much got everything covered, and that's what I like about it. And with these bans, I mean, it's pretty much solidified as well. It would have been good against Meg, Poco, and stuff like that, but I mean, you can never be too sure that someone's not just going to pull an Ash out of nowhere as the last pick and surprise you when you've already taken all yours. But it's definitely something they need to think about a little bit further on down the line. ZETA Vision going to return with a pick of Janet, and I've said this time and time again today, it's just so versatile. There's just very few things that counter it.
Yeah, and a Brawler as well, which Reply Totem will bring in more often than not into the draft and play phenomenally well. For that same reason, they'll be obviously very skilled in going up against it, but it can just apply a great deal of pressure. Let's see what the follow-up is as well, but no doubt a great lane for me to be able to put down the drop the base into that little L-shaped square on the bottom left. It can just keep awareness of the bush, but also keep the pressure on and prevent the healing Lola coming in as well. A great mid to have, and could be then a reason to consider a Bell actually on the side of Reply Totem, but I think maybe not as well. Some other aggressive ideas are needed in the lane side, and I think that's probably more of a priority.
Yeah, I mean, I do think so as well, but can I go with the Bonnie? I'm not sure how I feel about that. The Bonnie on Ring of Fire is not something you see every day, but Crow, I mean, it's something we have been seeing all day, is definitely a much better pick than the Bonnie, I would say. And I mean, they've kind of left themselves a little bit susceptible to something a little bit more close range, because Bonnie's not really going to be able to deal with something on the lane too well, and I don't know if they just want to fully stack mid here with this Crow as well.
I'm not a big fan of the Bonnie pick, I'll be honest. No. I mean, ultimately, you can't jump on Janet. I mean, Lola, sure, but there's the ego to tank potentially there as well. Ruffs, over time, can just bring in everything to make your comp entirely stronger. It's a bit of a weird comp for me on the side of Reply Totem. Not a bad comp by any means. I mean, B, massively viable here, Crow as well, but that Bonnie pick is just seeping out a little bit for me as the weak area here. Let's see how ZETA respond with it, and see as the game gets underway as to how it's going to kind of play out. Which comp do you prefer here, Trav?
I mean, I'm kind of liking ZETA Divisions a little bit more, to be honest with you. I mean, they don't really have the range that Reply Totem have, so they might struggle off the start, but once they start getting some supers and stuff like that, get the ego, go in with the freeze frame, then they might be able to tank a lot more and just maintain their mid just a little bit more. But that's a really nice hit from Joker off the start to get Jiro low, and Mori's just going to pursue that and get instant control of this bush.
Now he's trying to connect, but actually didn't touch Mari once. He'd then be healing up to more or less full HP now on the right-hand side. Drop the base again, so that's the second gadget being used by Gary there, who takes the skies and does get the pickup as well. Then able to apply pressure onto Joker, takes down the gadget, 12 HP above his head now, but somehow able to stay alive onto the zone, and that's what gets the objective and gets the win at the end of the day. And it's 40% of value now for Reply Totem to just the 2 of ZETA division. So in terms of the objective, despite Reply Totem taking a few more deaths along the way, they're getting it done.
Yeah, Meow just going to try and pick up this power up now, so then when he gets another, he can provide one to his teammates. No sandbags left, so he is going to fall to that Crow poison, and that's going to be a bit of an issue, but they do have control of the mid. Bringing it back slowly but surely, but Jiro not having the best of times against this body on the right-hand side. Jump comes in, and he doesn't have a super away, gets it just in time, but has been hit by that Crow fire, so going to be extremely low when he lands, meaning he has to retreat that little bit more, and Joker now going to reclaim mid because of it.
I like that Maru just took no chances there and secured the kill. Nice pinch between himself and Joker. But the Stone Toxin didn't really serve to much avail. I'd like to see a bit more synergy between Maru and Joker in that respect, and just realistically getting that Stone Toxin to allow those B shots to really pack even more of a sting with the amplified shot. But I don't think there's really much that ZETA can do now coming out and spawn. It's a really convincing first game for Reply Totem to take, and just a 32% on the zone for ZETA. Not much at all. A really convincing start, but can Reply Totem finish strong? Because we saw them falter a little bit in that first set.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I doubted the Bonnie a little bit too much, because it has been pretty good against Janet on this side. Yeah, a lot of the time Joker has been pinching across and stuff like that, but that's kind of just the dual range that they have and they're bringing to the table. And I see now he's able to juke up quite a lot now though, and this is where Jiro needs to get in position and try to do the same as what Totem are doing to them, which is just pinching an excessive amount. Now getting some control of the zone. Joker extremely low, jump comes in, but not going to make the connection onto Jiro. Does get him down, but both Joker and Maru are very low, and you'd hope me I would get that kill a little bit sooner, as Joker now pretty much healed up, but instantly falls to a low HP once more, and ZETA division are looking much better this one.
Joker hung on for so long there, but taken down now. Maru with the pop of the gadget, just trying to maneuver his way around the situation here between being pinched between Naui and Geru. Now drop the base, will apply some pressure. Some shots for good measure. Not quite connecting with them though. He takes the skies now to try to finish off Maori. He might just do so as well with a slow, sluggish maneuverability of the body. But no. At the moment though, the scoreline, very much different story compared to the last game. It's now 35 to 33. So ZETA are starting to get some better results. Great timing there for Maori to be able to do that and to go on the assassination attempt, knowing there's not really much of a defensive measure for it. And now it's the takedown of Gario as well. Now out of position as well. Now on that left-hand side, and should be clearly visible with the poison ticking down. ZETA have got to bring this back though, and they are doing so well.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really touched on Meow much this game, but he's just been in that position literally the whole time, and look how well he's doing, just getting so many connecting shots and just dominating that left-hand lane. It's been such a massive point in how ZETA division have had so much control of this map. Joker's always been under scrutiny from the left-hand side, and yet another ego available. It's just going to be thrown down just to tank that 3k, but you can't really complain about it too much as they've got such a big lead now. Just need to dodge a few more shots and the game will be over, but Joker just refusing to let him and getting some great connections.
Yeah, big taps there from Joker, really doing a lot of work and keeping Naui back, but this is balancing on a very thin bit of ice. Good slow there from Joker, balancing his time as well between both Naui and Meow, but it looks like for now, ZETA might be able to get this win here, unless Mari has got anything to say about this situation. Surely an ego now going to go down from Naui, which it does, and that's going to be it. ZETA's going to be taking that first game in that set, and that's going to be bringing it back into such an interesting place. It's so close. In that first set, we saw the same story, and Reply Totem did drop that set, but now they're in a lot of danger of dropping a second set to ZETA. If they don't pick the socks up and go back to their mindset in that first game of this set, this one could be going against them quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, ZETA reverse swept earlier, and if they manage to get this one, they've got to be trying to prevent what they did to someone else. After start, Joker was able to eat so many of those shots thanks to the shield being provided to him by that honeycoat. Jiro being pursued by Mori, but a nice pinch coming in from now. He's going to take a 3k shot to the face because of it, but helping out his teammates did go quite a long way. Ego and freeze frame being placed down, and Meow once again just dominating the left, and it's so strong.
Yeah, beautiful freeze frame. I mean, it really counteracted what Joker was trying to do there. And just, it's unusual. It's really unusual to see Reply Totem struggling for the high ground as much as they are right now. They just cannot get out of this spawn. There's the honey coat going down from Joker, but there's nothing Reply Totem can do. They just do not have an answer for this. ZETA are surely about to go up a second set unless Reply Totem get out of this pinch.
Well, in goes the jump, and thanks for another super. I'll just place it down and we'll just get rid of yours, and I will keep on getting this percentage because now he's just staying so strong on this point. Mori can't really be close to another one. He's just got back into this form. Freeze frame going to be popped, and all three coming down the mid now. Pinch from the back of Meow should be strong enough to get this game finished off. Giro helping out as well. Flight available and should just use it. Try and get Joker down here. Looking for the pinch in. Can he get this finish? And if he does, then the game's pretty much over. 90% on the point now, and rising slowly but surely. Joker finding some connections. He doesn't want to give up on this just yet, but it looks like ZETA Division are going to go 2 sets up.
And Meow is just waiting for his chance on the left-hand side to just capitalize when the players are low on the side of Reply Totem. Reply Totem seem flustered. They just do not seem focused on the objective at the moment, and it shows. ZETA Division go up a set. 2 sets now to 0. And this is not what I expected. I'm sure not what many at home expected either. Just considering how consistent we've seen Reply Totem all day long to some of the things that have been faltering on the side of ZETA. This is not the case. This is looking really, really convincing to the point where this next set could be the last and finalize out the day. I am very surprised, Trav. I've got to be honest. This is not the way I thought this was going to go.
I'd say you're wrong there because the audience knew something we didn't. They predicted ZETA, so yeah. I mean, they clearly know what they're talking about more than we do. Maybe we should just, you know, hang up our hats and get going and let the audience do our jobs because we clearly know nothing. You know, all of us predicting ZETA, predicting Reply Totem, and you know, there's no way we can think any different. They've just been so strong today, and coming into this one, we can't expect any different. But ZETA Division just they know something we don't as well, and maybe Inzo's the answer.
It could well be. Genuinely, I felt like that Lola pick, though, for now, he was getting so much value. I mean, it just really was a case of, like, just, you know, cycle, rinse, and repeat. And, I mean, the kind of scoreline there for the stats was same as Saya. A similar story. Meow as well, that was just unshakable on that left-hand side. And that would, you know, clearly say a lot to the 9 kills that both of those 2 players got. Actually, more DPS on the side of Garu, but, you know, despite some pretty healthy stats on the side of Reply Totem, not too great in terms of kills, but DPS wasn't bad by any means. They just struggled massively so, and again, I'm not sure whether it's just the knowledge of knowing that they're up against their former coach. I don't think that they are a team that would really struggle in that kind of mindset, but at least in terms of the draft, something is not quite there for Reply Totem at the moment. I didn't feel like that was the best draft, if I'm honest, for Hot Zone 4. Then we did kind of favor the comp that ZETA were going to run, and I don't know whether it just started with that base race back in, you know, a bridge too far and escalated from there and played in their minds. But regardless, something has got to give. Something needs to change if Reply Totem are going to be able to reverse sweep the situation.
Yeah, I mean, I will never count Reply Totem out of reverse sweeping, but ZETA Division, they're looking good. Their comps are looking good as well, and I don't know. I've just got a feeling that maybe they will be able to do this. And yeah, they're 2 sets up. Reply Totem, I have full faith that they'll be able to get 3 in a row, but I'm just not sure how likely it is at the moment. If they've got it in them, the mentality already, as you mentioned, has seemed to waver since that first set, since the base race, which kind of shook them a little bit. And I just don't know if they can repair it from there and bring it back 3 sets in a row. It's a long and hard road, and ZETA Division, they're not going to want the same treatment they gave to Team Queso.
And if I'm being completely honest, of all the predictions that I put down today, this was the one that I felt had the most conviction behind it, if I'm honest. I felt like if Reply Totem made the grand finals, it was just a surefire thing that they were going to be able to secure it. It's pretty much where they are very, very comfortable. I mean, they were like the first team last year in the EMEA region to win back-to-back grand finals, and we all know how unpredictable this region was last year. So going into Canal Grande then for Bounty, I think I'm pretty certain that we saw Reply Totem against NAVI on this particular map earlier, and they did struggle there. What have they learned from their mistakes? They have banned out the Surge, and that was a problem which was giving them a lot of problems. Banning out Lou as well would imply to me they might be considering here an Ash pick. Bringing in the Pokemon first, banning out the Ems, banning out the Surge. On the side of ZETA, banning out the Jean, the Grey, as well as the Penny, and the first pick coming in thick and fast.
Yeah, it should be up here just shortly, and honestly, they're either probably going to go for some quite hefty tank counters, or they're going to go for a tank themselves. They chose a Max, going to go for that speedy route and not allow Joker to have a Max behind him along with the tank, and it's probably a smart decision in itself as well. Need to pair this with something, and genuinely it might be something like an Ashe. Take it out of the hands of Reply Totem, add it to the Max, and you've got a pretty winning combination.
I do like it. It's very aggressive what kind of ZETA are showing in terms of their first card. I do feel like they have to bring a tank in for this one, just simply because of the bans that Reply Totem are bringing in. So whether that's like Sam or even just trying to steal away the Ashe themselves, and they are going to go with it. I love it. I mean, there's definitely still the option of Reply Totem bringing in Sam, and I think that the Poker combo with that would go a long way. E potentially here as well is still an option, which teams could consider all the Carl to go in really early and get that blue star. It goes a long way to have that as a starting hand. Let's see as they bring in, well, they're going to be combining with this, but it's a great response. You can't deny it from ZETA.
Yeah, it really is. And yeah, generally Carl wouldn't be a bad option. We got Surge banned out, which is incredible against it. Gene with the knockback also banned out. They're going to go with the Otis, try to play the mute method, but at the same time, if this Ashe gets control of the bush, then you're not going to be able to do too much. Buster, it's been a while. It has been a while, but it's back. And I'm not sure if it's good to be back.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. It was nerfed for a reason, and it was nerfed into the ground. I would have preferred to see the Sam here myself, if I'm honest. Or the Carl, actually, yeah. I don't know about Buster on Canal Grande now. It's been such a long time since seeing it, so maybe actually it's going to be absolutely viable here. Spike coming in now as the final pick for ZETA. I feel like they've got a decent comp, to be completely honest. I think the Reply Totem one's a bit more edgy, a bit less aggressive. Just the Max is going to bring so much to the side of what ZETA are running, but I think that Reply Totem might struggle here, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be one of those comps where we're going to totally eat our words and it'll absolutely dominate, or it will get absolutely dominated and we'll look like the smartest guys in the world, to be honest. But I'm just not sure. I'm saying the ZETA division comp's better again. Like, I just think it's more well-rounded. It doesn't, heavily rely on the fact that they've got this Poco Buster composition of just healing. And with this gear that Spike brings to the table, they're going to be slowed down a lot as well.
I do like the start here from Reply Totem, just really utilizing the Buster, but it's taken out quickly. Now he was one shot away, though, but not the best of starts, really, was it, for what Reply Totem wanted to have happen here. Shooting fork for the heals coming in. Now he, though, is going to take such a great amount of HP to really be whittled down. Nice takedown there from Maru, and the shield push back there is going to force back Geru, and we'll have to regroup. Nice mute. Beautiful mute there from Joker. Fantastic stuff, and can't quite finish the deal, but it will give Reply Totem a quick lead.
Yeah, I do like Meow's thought process there, though. Like, whilst Navi and Jiro are getting dominated on the right-hand side, he just goes for the flank whilst they're distracted and tries to play around the side, which he's been doing pretty much all game. But the mute and then the pull-in from Maru's gadget, really strong. He's got his super as well, and he's actually going to make Jiro kill himself. Meow, the only one surviving. And, I mean, 6 stars isn't a massive amount, especially on a map like this. If you get one spawn trap, it pretty much is turned around. The ZETA division on the back foot.
This is a big push, though. Oh, Garrett almost went down there. Screeching solo value coming in absolutely clutch, but there's a lot of stars in Joker's head. I mean, if the way that obviously Reply Totem have to be with this Buster pick is to be really clustered up together, and that could mean a lot of stars going the way of ZETA if they get some point. Gary going the right hand, down the left hand side. Oh, the value as well from the robotic rats. It could be coming crumbling down here if Reply Totem do not play this perfectly.
Oh, it's a close one. Oh, they get a heal off, though. The speed in behind from Jiro, just trying to stay away. Meow gets the fertilize, though. Can he get it down over the screeching solo clutches up on that side? Now he's got a heal. Jiro's got a heal. There's 5 seconds on the clock. I just don't think it's a possibility. 7 stars on Joker's head wouldn't even be enough. And Reply Totem are going to take the first game of Canal Grande, but I don't want to count out ZETA division just yet. They honestly look like they had some chance of winning that.
Yeah, I think a big chance of winning that. Of course, it was a bit too close for me, if I'm honest. That was a much-needed heal, but everyone was very low. I think Joker was dancing around 150 or 180 HP, and just a singular curveball of any kind was going to see his demise. But let's see now as we go into a fresh one, and nice shielding straight away. Similar stories we saw before, but a lot going on here. Great value here from the Meow Super. Big hill coming in as well. Mario out of position, though, against now. He's surely going to lose this in case he can get away from the situation. Gary, though, as well, out of position himself. Big star value for Reply Totem, 6-1 off the back of those interactions, and that is the start they wanted for this set.
Yeah, I'm surprised Meow just didn't fertilize himself when he was in that poor position there, and they're in a bad position again. Robotic Rat's getting some value, though. Now he's got this raged up Ash, but can't really do a lot with it. Gets one shot off and looking for assistance from Meow and Jiro, and he is getting it. Speed available now as well, and it's popped, but instantly turned around, and it's just a Buster Super, just stops everything, and then screeching solo through that'll go a really long way.
Uh-oh. Oh, Meow. Beautiful stuff. Oh, the cycling of that. Oh,
the third as well.
Absolutely spot on. Oh, really spot on. And he's got, just keeps going. But less value off the back of that one. And a healthy lead. It can't be denied. 6-star lead for Reply Totem and that blue star. The speed coming from Gary, but there's no pinch from the left-hand side, and this just means that everyone is just really clustered in this scenario. Miss Mark, though, could be a saving grace, but very little that can be done, in my opinion, unless they start to break away, which now they are.
Oh, the pinch as well. The super's there. Can they get the slow off? It doesn't hit, but now they're pinned in. Now he's got this raged up as well. Buster Super, but it's not in the direction of Meow. He can surely get the pinch round here. Got these stars over his head. Joker needs taken down more, and the super comes in. The Robotic Rats wipe the team. Zeta Division get all three. Jiro just needs to retreat, but doesn't want to go too early. 7 seconds on the clock, and surely they just walk backwards, and they're fine. He's fine even if he goes down, but now he puts himself in a tough position. They secure it. Zeta Division are going to match point.
Meow, that was absolutely disgusting, but it was a team effort, wasn't it? The pinch absolutely on point, and this is what we were concerned about in the first game. You know, if they were not able to really, make that happen and secure it, then it's a problem. But if you do get the value like that with this strategy that we're seeing from Reply Totem, when it works, it works. But when it doesn't, you're giving away every single star above your head. In Bounty, you can't do that.
Jiro, speed available already, and this is honestly as bad as a start as this looks for Zeta Division. It's better than the previous games they've had. Super in hand from Meow, and looks like he wants to just throw it out over this side and try and get some value on it, and he would get a lot, but the screeching solo comes through. Buster Super as well. Now he just has to retreat, but Mute is missed, and he survives. Lives to fight another day.
Wow, let's see how Zeta Division starts to reset this one, as so much happened in the last game, and it's such a different pace at the beginning here. Nice shielding again from Maru, coming behind there now. He pop up the gadget as well for good measure. So many stars above Maori's head, and that is a great thing for now, but a big concern for later if they are not able to learn from those past mistakes. Joker just surviving here, but for how long? Goes down. 3 stars to the 6 of Reply Totem. Zeta could be on the way here to a game which secures their first monthly final win of the year. And look, the same thing yet again. Everyone punched into the corner, and they've got to get out of this situation. Reply Totem are in banging trouble here, Traps.
I mean, the Mute was missed as well. It's the same position as last time. A Cactus up, Meow on the left, and the pinch in. Does have the Buster Super now, though, looking to try and keep it off. Super comes in, the slow's there, and the pinch from the right-hand side. Screeching Solo's missed as well. Now he's looking for the opportunity. He gets the speed. They get the shots in. The rage is there as well. They've got the lead, and they just need to retreat. Meow cannot overstay his welcome here, but doesn't want to retreat too early.
There's so much time here to the side of Zeta Division, who are just trying to hold off this push. And if they can get a takedown along the way, they'll absolutely secure their first monthly final win of the year. Everyone on the side of Reply Totem so incredibly low. The speed coming in, and surely it is all over. Zeta Division are our first champions of the BSC of the March. We're in February. Of the February monthly finals.
I mean, it hasn't been long since I've heard Zeta Division have won a monthly final, but I never thought I'd hear it be said in Europe, and they've taken a Reply Totem to do it as well. What a massive feat to overcome, and Zeta Division thoroughly earned this with all 3 of us predicting against them. They've proved us completely wrong here, and I will happily be wrong for an underdog storyline.
I mean, it was so convincing against an immensely convincing team. That's the craziest thing. I mean, from how Zeta began today, I think many did not expect them to take the win here. I mean, especially in the, look at that. Absolute disgusting stuff. I mean, it was on point all the way through. I would love to have heard their comms actually during these games and these moments, because honestly, it was pitch perfect. Along the way, every step, absolutely brilliant stuff. Zeta Division really showing us how to get a monthly final started here in the EMEA region.
I mean, that was just perfect. I'm sure you'd like to hear the comms if you could understand Polish. I'm sure you'd be able to get what they were saying. But
I know a little
at
bit.
the end of the day, Zeta Division do come out on top, and the statistics, I'm not sure they really back it up, but they got the star trades that matter. 9 kills over Joker's head, and regardless of how well he performs, it just wasn't enough to match the team play and just the furiosity that Zeta Division brought to the table today. Massive amounts of DPS over their heads. I mean, Giro and Meow, they're pinching in, and NAVI as well. It was just a really incredible team effort.
It really was, you know. I mean, looking back though at the beginning, I felt like the Zeta drafts weren't the greatest of drafts, let's be honest. And then as days progressed, it just seems to get better and better. I mean, what can you realistically say? That's what you want to see in a monthly final, just continuous growth. And, you know, it's just a wondrous thing to see. And the start that I really hoped for the squad actually going in like last year. You know, this, you know, Zeta Division squad previously being, you know, Craze Clan and Chasma Gaming EU, had a rough time in 2022 to keep their consistency, but now have got such a fantastic opportunity ahead of themselves to really lay down the mantle. And now he coming in as the MVP for the 3rd time today, no less. And I think thoroughly deserved, in my opinion.
3 MVPs and a win. He must be doing something right. Zeta Division, just absolutely incredible, genuinely. And him specifically, we doubted him on the nanny earlier, and he just proved to us why he was so good on it. And then he brought it back, and he even took what we said was probably the right strategy to go with. And he proved us right once again. And it was just, he really has played absolutely incredible today. And even in that Canal Grande set as well, it was just really, really good team play all round. But, you know, he's the man.
Well, on the casting desk, Teddy is the man. We're going to bring him back in and find out his thoughts on that game. And I think it's fair to say, mate, it wasn't quite as we expected.
No, certainly not. And I'm going to be honest, I was in chat during the match and I saw the people saying, why did Zeta move to EMEA? Or, you know, it's boring. It's going to be Reply Totem winning again. Well, there you have it. And it's a 3-0 as well. Enzo getting his redemption arc or like, you know,
Yes.
revenge story. Love it. Love it. I said earlier, I'm waiting for the exciting, unexpected turn. And we got it just at the grand finals. I mean, couldn't really ask for more, could we?
Exactly. I mean, great stuff. I mean, what a fantastic set as well to finalize the day. Trav, this was how today went. Talk us through what the viewers at home may have missed if they are just joining the stream now.
Well, a good few hours ago, we did start off quarterfinal number 1, where Now or Never, ex-Dogster Lobster, did manage to take down MrDosa 3-0 to move on to face Zeta Division, who had to reverse sweep Team Queso to get into the semi-finals to start with, to go from having to reverse sweep 2 sets down in your first quarterfinal to being the champions of the region in February, 3-0 against arguably one of the best teams in the world. Reply Totem beat NAVI to move on to their semi-final against ANR, who had beaten Colossal Gaming in a convincing 3-0. And that's where we found ourselves right now. The grand final where Zeta Division surprised everybody and swept Reply Totem.
So much stuff to digest. What a day it has been for our first stream of the EMEA region. And let's take a look at our predictions. I mean, we did pretty fantastically well, I'm not going to lie, until that grand final. I mean, my OCD is so triggered right now, can I just say? Because we were so close, guys. We were so close. But I think we can all, you know, have a pretty healthy pat on the back on that one. Everyone on the same page and everyone for that same reason going almost all the way. 6 out of 7 ain't bad, though, is it, Teddy?
No, I mean, teamwork makes the dream work, you know, and I like that, you know, great minds think alike and great minds fail together sometimes too. Yeah, I think it was a good run while it lasted.
Well, so much action, Trav. It's been a fun-packed day. Is there any plays that kind of spring to mind for you? We're going to take a look at our play of the day. Let's see if it lines up with kind of where you thought things were going to go. Here it is.
As I say, this would definitely have been one of them. I'm going to say it's just a narrow win where Totem managed to stay alive and guarantee this set by, I think it was about 3% and 56 HP that remained over Maru's head. It was just so good, and it looked so I mean, it looks good for ANR, don't get me wrong, but Reply Totem, they managed to just get control back, knuckle down. Alex maybe have rushed this just a little bit instead of waiting for his teammates, but then after this they get some kills, but just not enough kills to bring it back, spreading the damage across the two of them. 56, and he narrowly stays alive and manages to take it home for Reply Totem.
Incredible, it really was, because that would have made such a big difference to how the game went on, wasn't it? Because if A&R had got that set, it would have been level peggy. But yeah, it's so incredibly clutch. Also, we'll take a look at some of the regional leaderboards as well in just a minute to see how the region is shaping up to be. But also, Teddy, we've got to point out some of the teams that didn't make the monthly final as well. There's some big ones there, being SK and FUT. You know, where do you kind of see them coming into the equation? Can we expect to see them going into the following months?
Well, you know, with some roster changes, you can always expect some different results, and sometimes they'll be a little bit disappointing. Not every roster change can be Joker joining Reply Totem, right? So yeah, as you said, Footballists, SK Gaming, very much expected to be joining the likes of those teams here, but with a first place secured, ZETA Division is on top right now with 111 points. A nice and healthy lead over Reply Totem, sitting second with 82. And then Now or Never and A&R tied up on 61. FA, MrDosa, Team Queso, Colossal Gaming, and NAVI sitting a little bit lower at 47 and 46 points respectively.
Fantastic stuff. Honestly, I gotta be honest, I just never expected to see ZETA Division in the EMEA region, but what a pleasure and a joy it is to see them at the top of that leaderboard, as we thoroughly expected them to be. But I feel like, you know, we've started off something big, and I feel like next month that leaderboard is going to change substantially again as teams start to really see whether they can, you know, keep holding their own. And also, you know, maybe we'll see some other teams be able to qualify through into this stage. But it's been a fantastic start to the region, guys. But we are just one of many regions here at the BSC. Join us tomorrow from 3 p.m. UTC for the South America stream. That's going to be East and West, those two sub-regions. You do not want to miss that, because we have got so much more action to come for February. Trav, give us your final thoughts for today, mate. Anything that really stood out to you, and anything you want to say before we sign off?
I mean, I think it's pretty blatant what stood out to me. ZETA Division, I'm genuinely pleased that they won, and it surprised us all. I thought they were going to get to the finals. I thought they were probably going to get swept by Reply Totem, but it's a nice treat to see someone else come out on top.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more, Teddy. For yourself as well, you know, anything you want to say before we sign off?
I think it's quite refreshing that, you know, it's a surprise to us that ZETA Division is winning something, because they always have, and it seems like they always will, across regions, across borders. Yeah, they are just always the best, really are. Looking forward to the next monthly finals, particularly for EMEA, but also, as you mentioned, Ark, all the ones that have yet to be played out in these February monthly finals.
Yes, they definitely seem to have that magic in a bottle, don't they? It can't be denied. Well, I've got to say a massive thank you to Esports Engine for keeping all the cogs turning in the background. It's been a challenging day in Los Angeles as well. We've had some really severe weather, so big thanks to them for persevering through all the fires, or floods as it was today. And of course to Supercell for making this entire year happen. To all the players, to all the orgs, to the viewers at home, thank you all. We'll see you again tomorrow from 3 p.m. UTC for the South America streams. Until then, it's goodbye for now.